Reginald on House Parties by Saki, read by Nigel Hawthorne.
The drawback is one never really knows one's hosts and hostesses. One gets to know their fox terriers and their chrysanthemums, and whether the story about the go-kart can be turned loose in the drawing-room or must be told privately to each member of the party for fear of shocking public opinion. But one's host and hostess are a sort of human hinterland that one never has the time to explore. There was a fellow I stayed with once in Warwickshire who farmed his own land but was otherwise quite steady. Should never have suspected him of having a soul, yet not very long afterwards he eloped with a lion tamer's widow and set up as a golf instructor somewhere on the Persian Gulf. Dreadfully immoral, of course, because he was only an indifferent player, but still it showed imagination. His wife was really to be pitied, because he'd been the only person in the house who understood how to manage the cook's temper, and now she has to put Deo Volente on her dinner invitations. Still, that's better than a domestic scandal. A woman who leaves her cook never wholly recovers her position in society. I suppose the same thing holds good with the hosts. They seldom have more than a superficial acquaintance with their guests, and so often, just when they do get to know you a bit better, they leave off knowing you altogether. There was rather a breath of winter in the air when I left those Dorsetshire people. You see, they had asked me down to shoot, and I'm not particularly immense at that sort of thing. There's such a deadly sameness about partridges. When you've missed one, you've missed the lot. At least that's been my experience. And they tried to rag me in the smoking room about not being able to hit a bird at 5 yards, a sort of bovine ragging that suggested cows buzzing round a gadfly and thinking they were teasing it. So I got up the next morning at early dawn. I know it was dawn because there were lark noises in the sky, and the grass looked as if it had been left out all night, and hunted up the most conspicuous thing in the bird line that I could find, and measured the distance, as nearly as it would let me, and shot away all I knew. They said afterwards that it was a tame bird. That's simply silly, because it was awfully wild at the first few shots. Afterwards it quieted down a bit, and when its legs had stopped waving farewells to the landscape, I got a gardener boy to drag it into the hall, where everybody must see it on their way to the breakfast room. I breakfasted upstairs myself. I gathered afterwards that the meal was tinged with a very unchristian spirit. I suppose it's unlucky to bring peacock's feathers into a house. Anyway, there was a blue pencilly look in my hostess's eye when I took my departure. Some hostesses, of course, will forgive anything, even unto pavonicide. Is there such a word? As long as one is nice-looking and sufficiently unusual to counterbalance some of the others. And there are others. The girl, for instance, who reads Meredith and appears at meals with unnatural punctuality in a frock that's made at home and repented at leisure. She eventually finds her way to India and gets married, and comes home to admire the Royal Academy, and to imagine that an indifferent prawn curry is forever an effective substitute for all that we have been taught to believe is luncheon. It's then that she is really dangerous. But at her worst, she is never quite so bad as the woman who fires exchange and mart questions at you without the least provocation. Imagine the other day, just when I was doing my best to understand half the things I was saying, being asked by one of those seekers after country home truths how many fowls she should keep in a run 10 feet by 6, or whatever it was. I told her whole crowds, as long as she kept the door shut, and the idea didn't seem to have struck her before. At least she brooded over it for the rest of dinner. Of course, as I say, one never really knows one's ground, and one may make mistakes occasionally, but then one's mistakes sometimes turn out assets in the long run. If we had never bungled away our American colonies, we might never have had the boy from the States to teach us how to wear our hair or cut our clothes, and we must get our ideas from somewhere, I suppose. Even the hooligan was probably invented in China centuries before we thought of him. England must wake up, as the Duke of Devonshire said the other day, wasn't it? Oh, well, it was someone else. Not that I ever indulge in despair about the future. There always have been men who have gone about despairing of the future, and when the future arrives, it says nice superior things about their having acted according to their lights. It is dreadful to think that other people's grandchildren may one day rise up and call one amiable. There are moments when one sympathizes with Herod.
The Sphinx Without a Secret by Oscar Wilde, read by Martin Jarvis.
One afternoon I was sitting outside the Café de la Paix, watching the splendour and shabbiness of Parisian life, and wondering over my vermouth at the strange panorama of pride and poverty that was passing before me, when I heard someone call my name. I turned round and saw Lord Murchison. We had not met since we'd been at college together nearly 10 years before, so I was delighted to come across him again, and we shook hands warmly. At Oxford we had been great friends. I had liked him immensely. He was so handsome, so high-spirited, and so honourable. We used to say of him that he would be the best of fellows if he did not always speak the truth, but I think we really admired him all the more for his frankness. I found him a good deal changed. He looked anxious and puzzled, and seemed to be in doubt about something. I felt it could not be modern scepticism, for Murchison was the stoutest of Tories, and believed in the Old Testament as firmly as he believed in the House of Peers. So I concluded that it was a woman, and asked him if he was married yet. "I don't understand women well enough," he answered. "My dear Gerald," I said, "women are meant to be loved, not to be understood." "I cannot love where I cannot trust," he replied. "I believe you have a mystery in your life, Gerald," I exclaimed. "Tell me about it." "Let us go for a drive," he answered. "It is too crowded here. No, not a yellow carriage. Any other colour. There, that dark green one will do." And in a few moments we were trotting down the boulevard in the direction of the Madeleine. "Where shall we go to?" I said. "Oh, anywhere you like," he answered. "To the restaurant in the Bois de Boulogne. We will dine there, and you shall tell me all about yourself." "I want to hear about you first," I said. "Tell me your mystery." He took from his pocket a little silver-clasped morocco case and handed it to me. I opened it. Inside there was the photograph of a woman. She was tall and slight, and strangely picturesque with her large, vague eyes and loosened hair. She looked like a clairvoyante, and was wrapped in rich furs. "What do you think of that face?" he said. "Is it truthful?" I examined it carefully. It seemed to me to be the face of someone who had a secret, but whether that secret was good or evil, I could not say. Its beauty was a beauty moulded out of many mysteries, the beauty, in fact, which is psychological, not plastic, and the faint smile that just played across the lips was far too subtle to be really sweet. "Well?" he cried impatiently. "What do you say?" "She is the Gioconda in sables," I answered. "Let me know all about her." "Not now," he said. "After dinner," and began to talk of other things. When the waiter brought us our coffee and cigarettes, I reminded Gerald of his promise. He rose from his seat, walked 2 or 3 times up and down the room, and, sinking into an armchair, told me the following story. "One evening," he said, "I was walking down Bond Street about 5 o'clock. There was a terrific crush of carriages, and the traffic was almost stopped. Close to the pavement was standing a little yellow brougham, which, for some reason or other, attracted my attention. As I passed by, there looked out from it the face I showed you this afternoon. It fascinated me immediately. All that night I kept thinking of it, and all the next day. I wandered up and down that wretched row, peering into every carriage and waiting for the yellow brougham. But I could not find ma belle inconnue, and at last I began to think she was merely a dream. About a week afterwards, I was dining with Madame de Rastail. Dinner was for 8 o'clock, but at 8:30 we were still waiting in the drawing-room. Finally, the servant threw open the door and announced Lady Alroy. It was the woman I had been looking for. She came in very slowly, looking like a moonbeam in grey lace, and, to my intense delight, I was asked to take her in to dinner. After we had sat down, I remarked, quite innocently, "I think I caught sight of you in Bond Street some time ago, Lady Alroy." She grew very pale, and said to me, in a low voice, "Pray do not talk so loud, you may be overheard." I felt miserable at having made such a bad beginning, and plunged recklessly into the subject of the French plays. She spoke very little, always in the same low, musical voice, and seemed as if she was afraid of someone listening. I fell passionately, stupidly in love, and the indefinable atmosphere of mystery that surrounded her excited my most ardent curiosity. When she was going away, which she did very soon after dinner, I asked her if I might call and see her. She hesitated for a moment, glanced round to see if anyone was near us, and then said, "Yes, tomorrow at 5:15. I begged Madame de Rastail to tell me about her, but all that I could learn was that she was a widow with a beautiful house in Park Lane, and as some scientific bore began a dissertation on widows as exemplifying the survival of the matrimonially fittest, I left and went home. The next day I arrived at Park Lane punctual to the moment, but was told by the butler that Lady Alroy had just gone out. I went down to the club quite unhappy and very much puzzled, and after long consideration wrote her a letter asking if I might be allowed to try my chance some other afternoon. I had no answer for several days, but at last I got a little note saying she would be at home on Sunday at 4, and with this extraordinary postscript, "Please do not write to me here again. I will explain when I see you." On Sunday she received me, and was perfectly charming. But when I was going away, she begged of me, if ever I had occasion to write to her again, to address my letter to Mrs. Knox, care of Whitaker's Library, Green Street. "There are reasons," she said, "why I cannot receive letters in my own house." All through the season I saw a great deal of her, and the atmosphere of mystery never left her. Sometimes I thought that she was in the power of some man, but she looked so unapproachable that I could not believe it. It was really very difficult for me to come to any conclusion, for she was like one of those strange crystals that one sees in museums, which are at one moment clear and at another clouded. At last I determined to ask her to be my wife. I was sick and tired of the incessant secrecy that she imposed on all my visits, and on the few letters I sent her. I wrote to her at the library to ask her if she could see me the following Monday at 6. She answered yes, and I was in the 7th heaven of delight. I was infatuated with her, in spite of the mystery I thought then. In consequence of it, I see now. No, it was the woman herself I loved. The mystery troubled me, maddened me. Why did chance put me in its track? "You discovered it, then?" I cried. "I fear so," he answered. "You can judge for yourself. When Monday came round, I went to lunch with my uncle, and about 4 o'clock found myself in the Marylebone Road. My uncle, you know, lives in Regent's Park. I wanted to get to Piccadilly, and took a short cut through a lot of shabby little streets. Suddenly I saw in front of me Lady Alroy, deeply veiled and walking very fast. On coming to the last house in the street, she went up the steps, took out a latchkey, and let herself in. "Here is the mystery," I said to myself, and I hurried on and examined the house. It seemed a sort of place for letting lodgings. On the doorstep lay her handkerchief, which she had dropped,
I picked it up and put it in my pocket. Then I began to consider what I should do. I came to the conclusion that I had no right to spy on her, and I drove down to the club. At 6, I called to see her. She was lying on a sofa, in a tea-gown of silver tissue, looped up by some strange moonstones that she always wore. She was looking quite lovely. "I am so glad to see you," she said. "I have not been out all day." I stared at her in amazement, and, pulling the handkerchief out of my pocket, handed it to her. "You dropped this in Cumnor Street this afternoon, Lady Alroy," I said very calmly. She looked at me in terror, but made no attempt to take the handkerchief. "What were you doing there?" I asked. "What right have you to question me?" she answered. "The right of a man who loves you," I replied. "I came here to ask you to be my wife." She hid her face in her hands and burst into floods of tears. "You must tell me," I continued. She stood up and, looking me straight in the face, said, "Lord Murchison, there is nothing to tell you." "You went to meet someone," I cried. "This is your mystery." She grew dreadfully white and said, "I went to meet no one." "Can't you tell the truth?" I exclaimed. "I have told it," she replied. I was mad, frantic. I don't know what I said, but I said terrible things to her. Finally, I rushed out of the house. She wrote me a letter the next day. I sent it back unopened and started for Norway with Allan Colville. After a month I came back, and the first thing I saw in the Morning Post was the death of Lady Alroy. She had caught a chill at the opera and had died in 5 days of congestion of the lungs. I shut myself up and saw no one. I had loved her so much. I had loved her so madly. Good God, how I had loved that woman. "You went to the street, to the house in it?" I said. "Yes," he answered. "One day I went to Cumnor Street. I could not help it. I was tortured with doubt. I knocked at the door, and a respectable-looking woman opened it to me. I asked her if she had any rooms to let. "Well, sir," she replied, "the drawing-rooms are supposed to be let, but I have not seen the lady for 3 months, and as rent is owing on them, you can have them." "Is this the lady?" I said, showing the photograph. "That's her, sure enough," she exclaimed. "And when is she coming back, sir?" "The lady is dead," I replied. "Oh, sir, I hope not," said the woman. "She was my best lodger. She paid me 3 guineas a week, merely to sit in my drawing-rooms now and then." "She met someone here?" I said. But the woman assured me that it was not so, that she always came alone and saw no one. "What on earth did she do here?" I cried. "She simply sat in the drawing-room, sir, reading books, and sometimes had tea," the woman answered. I did not know what to say, so I gave her a sovereign and went away. Now, what do you think it all meant? You don't believe the woman was telling the truth?" "I do." "Then why did Lady Alroy go there?" "My dear Gerald," I answered, "Lady Alroy was simply a woman with a mania for mystery. She took these rooms for the pleasure of going there with her veil down and imagining she was a heroine. She had a passion for secrecy, but she herself was merely a Sphinx without a secret." "Do you really think so?" "I am sure of it," I replied. He took out the morocco case, opened it, and looked at the photograph. "I wonder," he said at last.
Tobermory by Saki, read by Barbara Lee Hunt.
It was a chill, rain-washed afternoon of a late August day, that indefinite season when partridges are still in security or cold storage, and there is nothing to hunt, unless one is bounded on the north by the Bristol Channel, in which case one may lawfully gallop after fat red stags. Lady Blemley's house party was not bounded on the north by the Bristol Channel. Hence there was a full gathering of her guests round the tea-table on this particular afternoon, and in spite of the blankness of the season and the triteness of the occasion, there was no trace in the company of that fatigued restlessness which means a dread of the pianola and a subdued hankering for auction bridge. The undisguised, open-mouthed attention of the entire party was fixed on the homely negative personality of Mr. Cornelius Appin. Of all her guests, he was the one who had come to Lady Blemley with the vaguest reputation. Someone had said he was clever, and he had got his invitation in the moderate expectation on the part of his hostess that some portion at least of his cleverness would be contributed to the general entertainment. Until tea-time that day, she had been unable to discover in what direction, if any, his cleverness lay. He was neither a wit, nor a croquet champion, a hypnotic force, nor a begetter of amateur theatricals. Neither did his exterior suggest the sort of man in whom women are willing to pardon a generous measure of mental deficiency. He had subsided into mere Mr. Appin, and the Cornelius seemed a piece of transparent baptismal bluff. And now he was claiming to have launched on the world a discovery beside which the invention of gunpowder, of the printing press, and of steam locomotion were inconsiderable trifles. Science had made bewildering strides in many directions during recent decades, but this thing seemed to belong to the domain of miracle rather than to scientific achievement. "And do you really ask us to believe," Sir Wilfrid was saying, "that you have discovered a means for instructing animals in the art of human speech, and that dear old Tobermory has proved your first successful pupil?" "It is a problem at which I have worked for the last 17 years, said Mr. Appin, "but only during the last 8 or 9 months have I been rewarded with glimmerings of success. Of course, I have experimented with thousands of animals, but latterly only with cats, those wonderful creatures which have assimilated themselves so marvellously with our civilization, while retaining all their highly developed feral instincts. Here and there among cats one comes across an outstanding, superior intellect, just as one does among the ruck of human beings, and when I made the acquaintance of Tobermory a week ago, I saw at once that I was in contact with a beyond cat of extraordinary intelligence. I had gone far along the road to success in recent experiments. With Tobermory, as you call him, I have reached the goal." Mr. Appin concluded his remarkable statement in a voice which he strove to divest of a triumphant inflection. No one said rats, though Clovis's lips moved in a monosyllabic contortion which probably invoked those rodents of disbelief. "And do you mean to say," asked Miss Resker, after a slight pause, "that you have taught Tobermory to say and understand easy sentences of one syllable?" "My dear Miss Resker," said the wonder-worker patiently, "one teaches little children and savages and backward adults in that piecemeal fashion. When one has once solved the problem of making a beginning with an animal of highly developed intelligence, one has no need for those halting methods. Tobermory can speak our language with perfect correctness." This time Clovis very distinctly said, "Beyond rats." Sir Wilfrid was more polite, but equally sceptical. "Had "Hadn't we better have the cat in and judge for ourselves?" suggested Lady Blemley. Sir Wilfrid went in search of the animal, and the company settled themselves down to the languid expectation of witnessing some more or less adroit drawing-room ventriloquism. In a minute Sir Wilfrid was back in the room, his face white beneath its tan, and his eyes dilated with excitement. "By gad, it's true!" His agitation was unmistakably genuine, and his hearers started forward in a thrill of awakened interest. Collapsing into an armchair, he continued breathlessly, "I found him dozing in the smoking-room and called out to him to come for his tea. He blinked at me in his usual way, and I said, 'Come on, Toby, don't keep us waiting,' and by gad, he drawled out in a most horribly natural voice that he'd come when he dashed well pleased. I nearly jumped out of my skin." Appin had preached to absolutely incredulous hearers. Sir Wilfrid's statement carried instant conviction. A Babel-like chorus of startled exclamation arose, amid which the scientist sat mutely enjoying the first fruit of his stupendous discovery. In the midst of the clamour, Tobermory entered the room and made his way with velvet tread and studied unconcern across to the group seated round the tea-table. A sudden hush of awkwardness and constraint fell on the company. Somehow there seemed an element of embarrassment in addressing on equal terms a domestic cat of acknowledged dental ability. "Will you have some milk, Tobermory?" asked Lady Blemley in a rather strained voice. "I don't mind if I do," was the response, couched in a tone of even indifference. A shiver of suppressed excitement went through the listeners, and Lady Blemley might be excused for pouring out the saucerful of milk rather unsteadily. "I'm afraid I've spilt a good deal of it," she said apologetically. "After all, it's not my Axminster," was Tobermory's rejoinder. Another silence fell on the group, and then Miss Resker, in her best district visitor manner, asked if the human language had been difficult to learn. Tobermory looked squarely at her for a moment, and then fixed his gaze serenely on the middle distance. It was obvious that boring questions lay outside his scheme of life. "What do you think of human intelligence?" asked Mavis Pellington lamely. "Of whose intelligence in particular?" asked Tobermory coldly. "Oh, well, mine, for instance," said Mavis with a feeble laugh. "You put me in an embarrassing position," said Tobermory, whose tone and attitude certainly did not suggest a shred of embarrassment. "When your inclusion in this house party was suggested, Sir Wilfrid protested that you were the most brainless woman of his acquaintance, and that there was a wide distinction between hospitality and the care of the feeble-minded. Lady Blemley replied that your lack of brain power was the precise quality which had earned you your invitation, as you were the only person she could think of who might be idiotic enough to buy their old car. You know, the one they call the envy of Sisyphus, because it goes quite nicely uphill if you push it." Lady Blemley's protestations would have had greater effect if she had not casually suggested to Mavis only that morning that the car in question would be just the thing for her down at her Devonshire home. Major Barfield plunged in heavily to effect a diversion. "How about your carryings on with the tortoiseshell puss up at the stables, eh?" The moment he had said it, everyone realized the blunder. "One does not usually discuss these matters in public," said Tobermory frigidly. "From a slight observation of your ways since you've been in this house, I should imagine you'd find it inconvenient if I were to shift the conversation onto your own little affairs." The panic which ensued was not confined to the Major. "Would you like to go and see if cook has got your dinner ready?" suggested Lady Blemley hurriedly, affecting to ignore the fact that it wanted at least 2 hours to Tobermory's dinner time. "Thanks," said Tobermory. "Not quite so soon after my tea. I don't want to die of indigestion." "Cats have 9 lives, you know," said Sir Wilfrid heartily. "Possibly," answered Tobermory, "but only 1 liver." "Adelaide," said Mrs. Cornet, "do you mean to encourage that cat to go out and gossip about us in the servants' hall?" The panic had indeed become general. A narrow ornamental balustrade ran in front of most of the bedroom windows at the Towers, and it was recalled with dismay that this had formed a favourite promenade for Tobermory at all hours, whence he could watch the pigeons, and heaven knew what else besides. If he intended to become reminiscent in his present outspoken strain, the effect would be something more than disconcerting. Mrs. Cornet, who spent much time at her toilet table, and whose complexion was reputed to be of a nomadic though punctual disposition, looked as ill at ease as the Major. Miss Croyne, who wrote fiercely sensuous poetry and led a blameless life, merely displayed irritation. If you are methodical and virtuous in private, you don't necessarily want everyone to know it. Bertie Van Tahn, who was so depraved at 17 that he had long ago given up trying to be any worse, turned a dull shade of gardenia white, but he did not commit the error of dashing out of the room like Odo Finsbury, a young gentleman who was understood to be reading for the church, and who was possibly disturbed at the thought of scandals he might hear concerning other people. Clovis had the presence of mind to maintain a composed exterior. Privately he was calculating how long it would take to procure a box of fancy mice through the agency of the Exchange and Mart as a species of hush money. Even in a delicate situation like the present, Agnes Resker could not endure to remain too long in the background. "Why did I ever come down here?" she asked dramatically. Tobermory immediately accepted the opening. "Judging by what you said to Mrs. Cornet on the croquet lawn yesterday, you were out for food. You described the Blemleys as the dullest people to stay with that you knew, but said they were clever enough to employ a first-rate cook. Otherwise they'd find it difficult to get anyone to come down a second time." "There's not a word of truth in it. I appeal to Mrs. Cornet," exclaimed the discomfited Agnes. "Mrs. Cornet repeated your remark afterwards to Bertie Van Tahn," continued Tobermory, "and said that woman is a regular hunger marcher. She'd go anywhere for 4 square meals a day, and Bertie Van Tahn said—" At this point the chronicle mercifully ceased. Tobermory had caught a glimpse of the big yellow Tom from the rectory, working his way through the shrubbery towards the stable wing. In a flash he had vanished through the open French window. With the disappearance of his too brilliant pupil, Cornelius Appin found himself beset by a hurricane of bitter upbraiding, anxious inquiry, and frightened entreaty. The responsibility for the situation lay with him, and he must prevent matters from becoming worse. Could Tobermory impart his dangerous gift to other cats? Was the first question he had to answer. It was possible, he replied, that he might have initiated his intimate friend the stable puss into his new accomplishment, but it was unlikely that his teaching could have taken a wider range as yet. "Then," said Mrs. Cornet, "Tobermory may be a valuable cat and a great pet, but I'm sure you'll agree, Adelaide, that both he and the stable cat must be done away with without delay." "You don't suppose I've enjoyed the last quarter of an hour, do you?" said Lady Blemley bitterly. "My husband and I are very fond of Tobermory. At least we were before this horrible accomplishment was infused into him. But now, of course, the only thing is to have him destroyed as soon as possible. We can put some strychnine in the scraps he always gets at dinner time," said Sir Wilfrid, "and I will go and drown the stable cat myself. The coachman will be very sore at losing his pet, but I'll say a very catching form of mange has broken out in both cats, and we're afraid of it spreading to the kennels." "But my great discovery," expostulated Mr. Appin, "after all my years of research and experiment." "You can go and experiment on the shorthorns at the farm who are under proper control," said Mrs. Cornett, "or the elephants at the zoological gardens. They're said to be highly intelligent, and they have this recommendation that they don't come creeping about our bedrooms and under chairs and so forth." An archangel ecstatically proclaiming the millennium, and then finding that it clashed unpardonably with Henley and would have to be indefinitely postponed, could hardly have felt more crestfallen than Cornelius Appin at the reception of his wonderful achievement. Public opinion, however, was against him. In fact, had the general voice been consulted on the subject, it is probable that a strong minority vote would have been in favour of including him in the strychnine diet. Defective train arrangements and a nervous desire to see matters brought to a finish prevented an immediate dispersal of the party, but dinner that evening was not a social success. Sir Wilfrid had had rather a trying time with the stable cat, and subsequently with the coachman. Agnes Resker ostentatiously limited her repast to a morsel of dry toast, which she bit as though it were a personal enemy, while Mavis Pellington maintained a vindictive silence throughout the meal. Lady Blemley kept up a flow of what she hoped was conversation, but her attention was fixed on the doorway. A plateful of carefully dosed fish scraps was in readiness on the sideboard, but sweets and savoury and dessert went their way, and no Tobermory appeared either in the dining-room or kitchen. The sepulchral dinner was cheerful compared with the subsequent vigil in the smoking-room. Eating and drinking had at least supplied a distraction and cloak to the prevailing embarrassment. Bridge was out of the question in the general tension of nerves and tempers, and after Odo Finsbury had given a lugubrious rendering of Melisande in the Wood to a frigid audience, music was tacitly avoided. At 11 the servants went to bed, announcing that the small window in the pantry had been left open as usual for Tobermory's private use. The guests read steadily through the current batch of magazines, and fell back gradually on the badminton library and bound volumes of Punch. Lady Blemley made periodic visits to the pantry, returning each time with an expression of listless depression which forestalled questioning. At 2 o'clock, Clovis broke the dominating silence. "He won't turn up tonight. He's probably in the local newspaper office at the present moment, dictating the first instalment of his reminiscences. Lady What's-her-name's book won't be in it. It will be the event of the day." Having made this contribution to the general cheerfulness, Clovis went to bed. At long intervals, the various members of the house party followed his example. The servants, taking round the early tea, made a uniform announcement in reply to a uniform question. Tobermory had not returned. Breakfast was, if anything, a more unpleasant function than dinner had been. But before its conclusion, the situation was relieved. Tobermory's corpse was brought in from the shrubbery, where a gardener had just discovered it. From the bites on his throat and the yellow fur which coated his claws, it was evident that he had fallen in unequal combat with the big Tom from the rectory. By midday, most of the guests had quitted the towers, and after lunch Lady Blemley had sufficiently recovered her spirits to write an extremely nasty letter to the rectory about the loss of her valuable pet. Tobermory had been Appin's one successful pupil, and he was destined to have no successor. A few weeks later, an elephant in the Dresden Zoological Garden, which had shown no previous signs of irritability, broke loose and killed an Englishman who had apparently been teasing it. The victim's name was variously reported in the papers as Oppin and Eppelin, but his front name was faithfully rendered Cornelius. If he was trying German irregular verbs on the poor beast, said Clovis, he deserved all he got.
On Being Idle by Jerome K. Jerome, read by Hugh Laurie.
Now, being idle is a subject on which I flatter myself I really am au fait. The gentleman who, when I was young, bathed me at Wisdom's font for 9 guineas a term, no extras, used to say he never knew a boy who could do less work in more time. Idling always has been my strong point. I take no credit to myself in the matter. It's a gift. Few possess it. There are plenty of lazy people and plenty of slow coaches, but a genuine idler is a rarity. He's not a man who slouches about with his hands in his pockets. On the contrary, his most startling characteristic is that he's always intensely busy. It's impossible to enjoy idling thoroughly unless one has plenty of work to do. There's no fun in doing nothing when you have nothing to do. Wasting time is merely an occupation then, and a most exhausting one. Idleness, like kisses, to be sweet must be stolen. Many years ago, when I was a young man, I was taken very ill. I never could see myself that much was the matter with me, except that I had a beastly cold. But I suppose it was something very serious, for the doctor said that I ought to have come to him a month before, and that if it, whatever it was, had gone on for another week, he would not have answered for the consequences. It's an extraordinary thing, but I never knew a doctor called into any case yet, but what it transpired that another day's delay would have rendered cure hopeless. Our medical guide, philosopher, and friend is like the hero in a melodrama. He always comes upon the scene just, and only just, in the nick of time. It's Providence, that's what it is. Well, as I was saying, I was very ill, and was ordered to Buxton for a month, with strict injunctions to do nothing whatever all the while that I was there. "Rest is what you require," said the doctor. "Perfect rest." It seemed a delightful prospect. "Ah, this man evidently understands my complaint," said I, and I pictured to myself a glorious time. A 4 weeks dolce far niente, with a dash of illness in it. Not too much illness, but just illness enough, just sufficient to give it the flavour of suffering and make it poetical. I should get up late, sip chocolate, and have my breakfast in slippers and a dressing-gown. I should lie out in the garden, in a hammock, and read sentimental novels with a melancholy ending, until the book would fall from my listless hand, and I should recline there, dreamily gazing into the deep blue of the firmament, watching the fleecy clouds floating like white-sailed ships across its depths, and listening to the joyous song of the birds and the low rustling of the trees. Or, when I became too weak to go out of doors, I should sit, propped up with pillows, at the open window of the ground-floor front, and look wasted and interesting, so that all the pretty girls would sigh as they passed by. And twice a day I should go down in a bath chair to the colonnade to drink the waters. Oh, those waters! I knew nothing about them then, and was rather taken with the idea. Drinking the waters sounded fashionable and Queen Annified, and I thought I should like them. But, ugh! After the first 3 or 4 mornings, Sam Weller's description of them as having a taste of warm flat irons conveys only a faint idea of their hideous nauseousness. If anything could make a sick man get well quickly, it would be the knowledge that he must drink a glassful of them every day until he was recovered. I drank them neat for 6 consecutive days, and they nearly killed me. But after then, I adopted the plan of taking a stiff glass of brandy and water immediately on the top of them, and found much relief thereby. I've been informed since, by various eminent medical gentlemen, that the alcohol must have entirely counteracted the effects of the chalybeate properties contained in the water. I'm glad I was lucky enough to hit upon the right thing. But drinking the waters was only a small portion of the torture I experienced during that memorable month, a month which was, without exception, the most miserable I've ever spent. During the best part of it, I religiously followed the doctor's mandate and did nothing whatever, except moon about the house and garden, and go out for 2 hours a day in a bath chair. That did break the monotony to a certain extent. There's more excitement about bath chairing, especially if you're not used to the exhilarating exercise, than might appear to the casual observer. A sense of danger is ever present to the mind of the occupant. He feels convinced every minute that the whole concern is going over. Every vehicle that passes he expects is going to run into him, and he never finds himself ascending or descending a hill without immediately beginning to speculate upon his chances, supposing, as seems extremely probable, that the weak-kneed controller of his destiny should let go. But even this diversion failed to enliven after a while, and the ennui became perfectly unbearable. I felt my mind giving way under it. It's not a strong mind, and I thought it would be unwise to tax it too far. So somewhere about the 20th morning, I got up early, had a good breakfast, and walked straight to Hayfield, a pleasant, busy little town, reached through a lovely valley, and with 2 sweetly pretty women in it. One passed me on the bridge, and, I think, smiled, and the other was standing at an open door. But it was years ago, and I dare say they've both grown stout and snappish since that time. Coming back, I saw an old man breaking stones, and it roused such strong longing in me to use my arms that I offered him a drink to let me take his place. He was a kindly old man, and he humoured me. I went for those stones with the accumulated energy of 3 weeks, and did more work in half an hour than he'd done all day. But it didn't make him jealous. Having taken the plunge, I went further and further into dissipation, going out for a long walk every morning and listening to the band in the pavilion every evening. But the days still passed slowly, notwithstanding, and I was heartily glad when the last one came, and I was being whirled away from gouty, consumptive Buxton to London with its stern work and life. I certainly did not enjoy that month's idling. I like idling when I ought not to be idling, not when it's the only thing I have to do. That's my pig-headed nature. The time when I like best to stand with my back to the fire, calculating how much I owe, is when my desk is heaped highest with letters that must be answered by the next post. When I like to dawdle longest over my dinner is when I have a heavy evening's work before me. And if, for some urgent reason, I ought to be up particularly early in the morning, it's then, more than at any other time, that I love to lie an extra half-hour in bed. Ah, how delicious it is to turn over and go to sleep again, just for 5 minutes. Is there any human being, I wonder, who ever gets up willingly? There are some to whom getting up at the proper time is an utter impossibility. If 8 o'clock happens to be the time they should turn out, then they lie till 8:30. If circumstances change and 8:30 becomes early enough for them, then it's 9 before they can rise. They are like the statesman of whom it was said that he was always punctually half an hour late. They try all manner of schemes. They buy alarm clocks, artful contrivances that go off at the wrong time, and alarm the wrong people. They tell Sarah Jane to knock at the door and call them. And Sarah Jane does knock at the door and does call them, and they grunt back, "All right," and then go comfortably to sleep again. I knew one man who would actually get out and have a cold bath, and even that was of no use, for afterwards he would jump into bed again to warm himself. I think myself that I could keep out of bed all right if I once got out. It's the wrenching away of the head from the pillow that I find so hard, and no amount of overnight determination makes it easier. I say to myself, after having wasted the whole evening, well, I won't do any more work tonight. I'll get up early tomorrow morning. And I'm thoroughly resolved to do so then. In the morning, however, I feel less enthusiastic about the idea and reflect that it would have been much better if I'd stopped up last night. And then there's the whole trouble of dressing, and the more one thinks about that, the more one wants to put it off. It's a strange thing, this bed, this mimic grave where we stretch our tired limbs and sink away so quietly into the silence and rest. O bed, delicious bed, that heaven on earth to the weary head. Clever and foolish, naughty and good, you take us all in your motherly lap. Like children, we lay our aching heads on your white bosom, and you gently soothe us off to bye-byes. Our trouble is sore indeed when you turn away and will not comfort us. How long the dawn seems coming when we can't sleep. Oh, those hideous nights when we toss and turn in fever and pain. When we lie like living men among the dead, staring out into the dark hours that drift so slowly between us and the light. But enough of beds and bedrooms. I've kept to them too long, even for an idle fellow. Let's come out and have a smoke. That wastes time just as well, and doesn't look so bad. Tobacco has been a blessing to us idlers. What the civil service clerks before Sir Walter's time found to occupy their minds with, it's hard to imagine. I attribute the quarrelsome nature of young men in the Middle Ages entirely to the want of the soothing weed. They had no work to do and could not smoke, and the consequence was they were forever fighting and rowing. If, by any extraordinary chance, there was no war going, then they got up a deadly family feud with the next-door neighbour. And if, in spite of this, they still had a few spare moments on their hands, they occupied them with discussions as to whose sweetheart was the best looking, the arguments employed on both sides being battle-axes, clubs, etc. Questions of taste were soon decided in those days. When a 12th century youth fell in love, he didn't take 3 paces backwards, gaze into her eyes and tell her she was too beautiful to live. He said he'd step outside and see about it. And if, when he got out, he met a man and broke his head, the other man's head, I mean, then that proved that his, the first fellow's girl, was a pretty girl. But if the other fellow broke his head, not his own, you know, but the other fellow's, the other fellow to the second fellow, that is, because, of course, the other fellow would only be the other fellow to him, not the first fellow. Well, if he broke his head, then his girl, not the other fellow's, but the fellow... Look here, if A broke B's head, then A's girl was a pretty girl. But if B broke A's head, then A's girl wasn't a pretty girl, but B's girl was. That was their method of conducting art criticism. Nowadays, we light a pipe and let the girls fight it out amongst themselves. They do it very well. They're getting to do all our work. They're doctors and barristers and artists. They manage theatres and promote swindles and edit newspapers. I'm looking forward to the time when we men shall have nothing to do but lie in bed till 12, read 2 novels a day, have nice little 5 o'clock teas all to ourselves, and tax our brains with nothing more trying than discussions upon the latest patterns in trousers, and arguments as to what Mr. Jones's coat was made of and whether it fitted him. It's a glorious prospect for idle fellows.
For Better or Worse by W. W. Jacobs, read by Joanna David.
Mr. George Wotton gently pushed the swing doors of the public bar of the King's Head an inch apart, applied an eye to the aperture in the hope of discovering a moneyed friend. His gaze fell on the only man in the bar, a grey beard of 60, whose weather-beaten face and rough clothing spoke of the sea. With a faint sigh, he widened the opening and passed through. "Morning, Ben," he said, with an attempt at cheerfulness. "Have a drop with me," said the other heartily. "Got any money about you?" Mr. Wotton shook his head, and his face fell, clearing somewhat, as the other handed him his mug. "Drink it all up, George," he said. His friend complied. A more tactful man might have taken longer over the job, but Mr. Benjamin Davis, who appeared to be labouring under some strong excitement, took no notice. "I've had a shock, George," he said, regarding the other steadily. "I've heard news of my old woman." "Didn't know you had one," said Mr. Wotton calmly. "What's she done?" "She left me," said Mr. Davis solemnly. "She left me 35 years ago. I went off to sea one fine morning, and that was the last I ever see of her." "Why? Did she bolt?" inquired Mr. Wotton, with mild interest. "No," said his friend, "but I did. We'd been married 3 years. 3 long years, and I'd had enough of it. Awful temper she had. The last words I ever heard her say was, 'Take that.'" Mr. Wotton took up the mug, and after satisfying himself as to the absence of contents, put it down again and yawned. "Oh, I shouldn't worry about it if I was you," he remarked. "She's hardly likely to find you now, and if she does, she won't get much." Mr. Davis gave vent to a contemptuous laugh. "Get much?" he repeated. "It's her what's got it. I met an old shipmate of mine this morning, what I hadn't seen for 10 years, and he told me he run across her only a month ago. After she left me—" "But you said you left her!" exclaimed his listening friend. "Same thing," said Mr. Davis impatiently. "After she left me to work myself to death at sea, running here and there at the orders of a pack of lazy scuts, aft. She went into service and stayed in one place for 15 years. Then her missus died and left her all her money. For 20 years, while I've been working myself to skin and bone, she's been living in comfort and idleness." "Odd lines," said Mr. Wotton, shaking his head. "It don't bear thinking of." "Why didn't she advertise for me?" said Mr. Davis, raising his voice. "That's what I want to know. Advertisements is cheap enough. Why didn't she advertise? I should have come at once if she'd said anything about money." Mr. Wotton shook his head again. "Perhaps she didn't want you," he said slowly. "What's that got to do with it?" demanded the other. "It was her duty. She got money, and I ought to have had my half of it. Nothing can make up for that wasted 20 years, nothing." "Perhaps she'll take you back," said Mr. Wotton. "Take me back?" repeated Mr. Davis. "Of course she'll take me back. She'll have to. There's a law in the land, ain't there? What I'm thinking of is, can I get back my share, what I ought to have had for the last 20 years? "Get her to take you back first," counselled his friend. 35 years is a long time, and perhaps she's lost her love for you. Was you good-looking in those days?" "Yes," snapped Mr. Davis. "I ain't altered much. Sides, what about her?" "That ain't the question," said the other. "She's got a home and money. It don't matter about her looks, and what's more, she ain't bound to keep you. If you take my advice, you won't dream of letting her know you run away from her. Say you was cast away at sea, and when you came back years afterwards you couldn't find her." Mr. Davis pondered for some time in sulky silence. "Perhaps it would be as well," he said at last, "but I shan't stand no nonsense, mind." "If you like, I'll come with you," said Mr. Wotton. "I ain't got nothing to do. I could tell her I was cast away with you if you liked. Anything to help a pal." Mr. Davis took 2 inches of solid clay pipe from his pocket and puffed thoughtfully. "You can come," he said at last. "If you'd only got a copper or 2, we could ride. It's down Clapham way." Mr. Wotton smiled feebly, and after going carefully through his pocket, shook his head and followed his friend outside. "I wonder whether she'll be pleased," he remarked, as they walked slowly along. "She might be. Women are funny creatures, so faithful. I knew one whose husband used to knock her about dreadful, and after he died she was so true to his memory she wouldn't marry again." Mr. Davis grunted, and with a longing eye at the omnibuses passing over London Bridge, asked a policeman the distance to Clapham. "Never mind," said Mr. Wotton, as his friend uttered an exclamation. "You'll have money in your pocket soon." Mr. Davis's face brightened. "And a watch and chain too," he said. "And smoke your cigar of a Sunday," said Mr. Wotton, "and have a easy chair and a glass for a friend." Mr. Davis almost smiled, and then, suddenly remembering his wasted 20 years, shook his head grimly over the friendship that attached itself to easy chairs and glasses of ale, and said that there was plenty of it about. More friendship than glasses of ale and easy chairs, perhaps. At Clapham, they inquired the way of a small boy, and after following the road indicated, retraced their steps, cheered by a faint but bloodthirsty hope of meeting him again. A friendly baker put them on the right track at last, both gentlemen eyeing the road with a mixture of concern and delight. It was a road of trim semi-detached villas, each with a well-kept front garden and neatly curtained windows. At the gate of a house with the word Blair Gowrie inscribed in huge gilt letters on the fanlight, Mr. Davis paused for a moment uneasily, and then walking up the path, followed by Mr. Wotton, knocked at the door. He retired a step in disorder before the apparition of a maid in cap and apron. A sharp "Not today!" sounded in his ears, and the door closed again. He faced his friend, gasping. "I should give her the sack first thing," said Mr. Wotton. Mr. Davis knocked again, and again. The maid reappeared, and after surveying them through the glass opened the door a little way, and parleyed. "I want to see your missus," said Mr. Davis fiercely. "What for?" demanded the girl. "You tell her," said Mr. Davis, inserting his foot just in time, "you tell her that there's 2 gentlemen here what have brought her news of her husband, and look sharp about it." "They was cast away with him," said Mr. Wotton. "On a desert island," said Mr. Davis. He pushed his way in, followed by his friend, and a head that had been leaning over the banisters was suddenly withdrawn. For a moment he stood irresolute in the tiny passage, and then, with a husband's boldness, he entered the front room and threw himself into an easy chair. Mr. Wotton, after a scared glance around the well-furnished room, seated himself on the extreme edge of the most uncomfortable chair he could find, and coughed nervously. "Better not be too sudden with her," he whispered. "You don't want her to faint or anything of that sort. Don't let her know who you are at first. Let her find it out for herself." Mr. Davis, who was also suffering from the stiff grandeur of his surroundings, nodded. "Perhaps you'd better start in case she recognises my voice," he said slowly. "Pitch it in strong about me, and I was always wondering what had happened to her." "You're in luck, that's what you are," said his friend enviously. "I've only seen furniture like this in shop windows before. Hush! Here she comes." He started, and both men tried to look at their ease as a stiff rustling sounded from the stairs. Then the door opened, and a tall, stoutly built old lady with white hair swept into the room and stood regarding them. Mr. Davis, unprepared for the changes wrought by 35 years, stared at her aghast. The black silk dress, the gold watch chain, and huge cameo brooch did not help to reassure him. Good afternoon, ma'am," said Mr. Wotton in a thin voice. The old lady returned the greeting, and crossing to a chair, and seating herself in a very upright fashion, regarded him calmly. We called to see you about a dear old pal, friend, I mean," continued Mr. Wotton. "One of the best. The best." "Yes," said the old lady. "He's been missing," said Mr. Wotton, watching closely for any symptoms of fainting, "for 35 years. 35 years ago, very much against his wish, he left his young and handsome wife to go for a sea voyage, and was shipwrecked and cast away on a desert island. "Yes," said the old lady again. "I was cast away with him," said Mr. Wotton. "Both of us was cast away with him." He indicated Mr. Davis with his hand, and the old lady, after a glance at that gentleman, turned to Mr. Wotton again. "We was on that island for longer than I like to think of," continued Mr. Wotton, who had a wholesome dread of dates. "But we was rescued at last, and ever since then he's been hunting high and low for his wife." "It's very interesting," murmured the old lady, "but what has it got to do with me?" Mr. Wotton gasped and cast a helpless glance at his friend. "You ain't heard his name yet," he said impressively. "What would you say if I said it was Ben Davis?" "I should say it wasn't true," said the old lady promptly. "Not true?" said Mr. Wotton, catching his breath painfully. "Oh, wish I may die!" "About the desert island," continued the old lady calmly, "the story that I heard was that he went off like a cur and left his young wife to do the best she could for herself. I suppose he's heard since that she's come in for a bit of money." "Money?" repeated Mr. Wotton, in a voice that he fondly hoped expressed artless surprise. "Money?" "Money," said the old lady. "And I suppose he sent you two gentlemen round to see how the land lay." She was looking full at Mr. Davis as she spoke, and both men began to take a somewhat sombre view of the situation. "You didn't know him, else you wouldn't talk like that," said Mr. Wotton. "I don't suppose you'd know him if you was to see him now." "I don't suppose I should," said the other. "Perhaps you'd recognise his voice," said Mr. Davis, breaking silence at last. Mr. Wotton held his breath, but the old lady merely shook her head thoughtfully. "It was a disagreeable voice when his wife used to hear it," she said at last. "Always fault-finding when he wasn't swearing." Mr. Wotton glanced at his friend and, raising his eyebrows slightly, gave up his task. "Might have been faults on both sides," said Mr. Davis gruffly. "You weren't all that you should have been, you know." "Me?" said his hostess, raising her voice. "Yes, you," said Mr. Davis, rising. "Don't you know me, Mary? Why, I knew you the moment you come into the room." He moved towards her awkwardly, but she rose in her turn and drew back. "If you touch me, I'll scream," she said firmly. "How dare you? Why, I've never seen you before in my life." "It's Ben Davis, ma'am. It's him right enough," said Mr. Wotton meekly. "Hold your tongue," said the old lady. "Look at me," commanded Mr. Davis sternly. "Look at me straight in the eye." "Don't talk nonsense," said the other sharply. "Look you in the eye, indeed. I don't want to look you in your eye. What would people think?" "Let 'em think what they like," said Mr. Davis recklessly. "This is a nice homecoming after being away 35 years. "Most of it on a desert island," put in Mr. Wotton pathetically. "And now I've come back," resumed Mr. Davis. "Come back to stop." He hung his cap on a vase on the mantelpiece that reeled under the shock, and dropping into his chair again, crossed his legs and eyed her sternly. Her gaze was riveted on his dilapidated boots. She looked up and spoke mildly. "You're not my husband," she said. "You've made a mistake. I think you'd better go." "Ho!" said Mr. Davis with a hard laugh. "Indeed! And how do you know I'm not?" "For the best of reasons," was the reply. "Besides, how can you prove that you are? 35 years is a long time." "'Specially on a desert island," said Mr. Wotton rapidly. "You'd be surprised how slow the time passes. I was there with him, and I can lay my hand on my heart and assure you that that is your husband." "Nonsense," said the old lady vigorously. "Rubbish." "I can prove it," said Mr. Davis, fixing her with a glittering eye. "Do you remember the serpent I had tattooed on my leg for a garter?" "If you don't go at once," said the old lady hastily, "I'll send for the police." "You used to admire it," said Mr. Davis reproachfully. "I remember once." "If you say another word," said the other in a fierce voice, "I'll send straight off for the police. You and your serpents. I'll tell my husband of you, that's what I'll do." "Your what?" roared Mr. Davis, springing to his feet. My husband. He won't stand any of your nonsense, I can tell you. You better go before he comes in." "Oh," said Mr. Davis, taking a long breath. "Oh, so you been and got married again, have you? That's your love for your husband, as was cast away while trying to earn a living for you. That's why you don't want me, is it? We'll see. I'll wait for him." "You don't know what you're talking about," said the other, with great dignity. "I've only been married once." Mr. Davis passed the back of his hand across his eyes in a dazed fashion and stared at her. Is somebody passing himself off as me?" he demanded. "'Cause if he is, I'll have you both up for bigamy." "Certainly not. But..." Mr. Davis turned and looked blankly at his friend. Mr. Wotton met his gaze with dilated eyes. "You say you recognise me as your wife?" said the old lady. "Certainly," said Mr. Davis hotly. "It's very curious," said the other. "Very. But are you sure? Look again." Mr. Davis thrust his face close to hers and stared hard. She bore his scrutiny without flinching. "I'm positive certain," said Mr. Davis, taking a breath. "That's very curious," said the old lady. "But then I suppose we are a bit alike. You see, Mrs. Davis being away, I'm looking after her house for a bit. My name happens to be Smith." Mr. Davis uttered a sharp exclamation, and falling back a step stared at her open-mouthed. "We all make mistakes," urged Mr. Wotton after a long silence, "and Ben's sight ain't what it used to be. He strained it looking out for a sail when we was on that desert. When'll she be back?" inquired Mr. Davis, finding his voice at last. The old lady affected to look puzzled. "But I thought you were certain that I was your wife," she said smoothly. "My mistake," said Mr. Davis ruefully. 35 years is a long time and people change a bit. I have myself. For one thing, I must say I didn't expect to find her so stout." "Stout?" repeated the other quickly. "Not that I mean you're too stout," said Mr. Davis hurriedly. "For people that like stoutness, that is. My wife used to have a very good figure." Mr. Wotton nodded. He used to rave about it on that "When will she be back?" inquired Mr. Davis, interrupting him. Mrs. Smith shook her head. "I can't say," she replied, moving towards the door. "When she's off holidaying, I never know when she'll return. Shall I tell her you called?" "Tell her Certainly," said Mr. Davis with great vehemence. "I'll come in a week's time and see if she's back." "She might be away for months," said the old lady, moving slowly to the passage and opening the street door. "Good afternoon." She closed the door behind them and stood watching them through the glass as they passed disconsolately into the street. Then she went back into the parlour and, standing before the mantelpiece, looked long and earnestly into the mirror. Mr. Davis returned a week later, alone, and pausing at the gate, glanced in dismay at a bill in the window announcing that the house was to be sold. He walked up the path, still looking at it, and being admitted by the trim servant, was shown into the parlour and stood in a dispirited fashion before Mrs. Smith. "Not back yet?" he inquired gruffly. The old lady shook her head. What is that bill for?" demanded Mr. Davis, jerking his thumb towards it. "She's thinking of selling the house," said Mrs. Smith. "I let her know you'd been, and that is the result. She won't come back. You won't see her again." "Where is she?" inquired Mr. Davis, frowning. Mrs. Smith shook her head again. "And it would be no use my telling you," she said. "What she has got is her own, and the law won't let you touch a penny of it without her consent. You must have treated her badly. Why did you leave her?" "Why?" repeated Mr. Davis. "Why? Why, because she hit me over the head with a broom handle." Mrs. Smith tossed her head. "Fancy remembering that for 35 years, she said. "Fancy forgetting it," retorted Mr. Davis. "I suppose she had a hot temper," said the old lady. "Hot temper," said the other. "Yes." He leaned forward and, holding his chilled hands over the fire, stood for some time deep in thought. "I don't know what it is," he said at last, "but there's a something about you that reminds me of her. It ain't your voice, 'cause she had a very nice voice when she wasn't in a temper, and it ain't your face, because—" "Yes," said Mrs. Smith sharply. because it don't remind me of her. And yet the other day you said you recognised me at once," said the old lady. "I thought I did," said Mr. Davis. "One thing is, I was expecting to see her, I suppose." There was a long silence. "Well, I won't keep you," said Mrs. Smith at last, "and it's no good for you to keep coming here to see her. She will never come here again. I don't want to hurt your feelings, but you don't look over and above respectable. Your coat is torn, your trousers are patched in a dozen places, and your boots are half off your feet. I don't know what the servant must think." I only came to look for my wife," said Mr. Davis in a startled voice. "I won't come again." "That's right," said the old lady. "That'll please her, I know. And if she should happen to ask what sort of a living you are making, what shall I tell her?" "Tell her what you said about my clothes, ma'am," said Mr. Davis, with his hand on the doorknob. "She'll understand then. She's known what it is to be poor herself. She got a bad temper, but she'd have cut her tongue out afore she'd have thrown a poor devil's rags in his face. Good afternoon." "Good afternoon, Ben," said the old woman in a changed voice. Mr. Davis, halfway through the door, started as though he had been shot, and facing about, stood eyeing her in dumb bewilderment. "It isn't the same voice, and it isn't the same face," said the old woman. "But if I'd only got a broom handle handy—" Mr. Davis made an odd noise in his throat. "If you hadn't been so down on your luck," said his wife, blinking her eyes rapidly, "I'd have let you go. If you hadn't looked so miserable, I could have stood it. If I take you back, are you going to behave yourself?" Mr. Davis stood gaping at her. "If I take you back again," repeated his wife, speaking very slowly, "are you going to behave yourself?" "Yes," said Mr. Davis, finding his voice at last. "Yes, if you are."
End of Disc 1. Disc 2. The Model Millionaire by Oscar Wilde, read by T.P. McKenna.
Unless one is wealthy, there is no use in being a charming fellow. Romance is the privilege of the rich, not the profession of the unemployed. The poor should be practical and prosaic. It is better to have a permanent income than to be fascinating. These are the great truths of modern life which Hughie Erskine never realized. Poor Hughie. Intellectually, we must admit, he was not of much importance. He never said a brilliant or even an ill-natured thing in his life. But then he was wonderfully good-looking, with his crisp brown hair, his clear-cut profile, and his grey eyes. He was as popular with men as he was with women, and he had every accomplishment, except that of making money. His father had bequeathed him his cavalry sword and a history of the Peninsular War in 15 volumes. Hughie hung the first over his looking-glass, put the second on the shelf between Ruff's Guide and Bailey's Magazine, and lived on 200 a year that an old aunt allowed him. He had tried everything. He had gone on the stock exchange for 6 months. But what was a butterfly to do among bulls and bears? He had been a tea merchant for a little longer, but had soon tired of Picot and Souchon. Then he had tried selling dry sherry. That did not answer. The sherry was a little too dry. Ultimately, he became nothing. A delightful, ineffectual young man with a perfect profile and no profession. To make matters worse, he was in love. The girl he loved was Laura Merton, the daughter of a retired colonel who had lost his temper and his digestion in India, and had never found either of them again. Laura adored him, and he was ready to kiss her shoestrings. They were the handsomest couple in London, and had not a penny piece between them. The colonel was very fond of Hughie, but would not hear of any engagement. Come to me, my boy, when you've got £10,000 of your own, and we'll see about it, he used to say. And Hughie looked very glum in those days, and had to go to Laura for consolation. One morning, as he was on his way to Holland Park, where the Mertons lived, he dropped in to see a great friend of his, Allan Trevor. Trevor was a painter. Indeed, few people escape that nowadays, but he was also an artist, and artists are rather rare. Personally, he was a strange, rough fellow with a freckled face and a red, ragged beard. However, when he took up the brush, he was a real master, and his pictures were eagerly sought after. He had been very much attracted by Hughie at first, it must be acknowledged, entirely on account of his personal charm. "The only people a painter should know," he used to say, "are people who are bet and beautiful, people who are an artistic pleasure to look at, an intellectual repose to talk to. Men who are dandies and women who are darlings rule the world. At least they should do so." However, after he got to know Hughie better, he liked him quite as much for his bright, buoyant spirits and his generous, reckless nature, and had given him the permanent entree to his studio. When Hughie came in, he found Trevor putting the finishing touches to a wonderful life-size picture of a beggarman. The beggar himself was standing on a raised platform in a corner of the studio. He was a wizened old man with a face like wrinkled parchment and a most piteous expression. Over his shoulder was flung a coarse brown cloak, all tears and tatters. His thick boots were patched and cobbled, and with one hand he leant on a rough stick, while with the other he held out his battered hat for arm. "What an amazing model!" whispered Hughie, as he shook hands with his friend. "An amazing model?" shouted Trevor at the top of his voice. "I should think so. Such beggars as he are not to be met with every day. A trouvaille, mon cher, a living Velasquez. My stars! What an etching Rembrandt would have made of him." "Poor old chap," said Hughie. "How miserable he looks. But I suppose to you painters, his face is his fortune." "Certainly," replied Trevor. "You don't want a beggar to look happy, do you?" "How much does a model get for sitting?" asked Hughie, as he found himself a comfortable seat on a divan. "Shilling an hour." "And how much do you get for your picture, Allan?" "Oh, for this I get 2,000. "Pounds?" "Guineas. Painters, poets, and physicians always get guineas." "Well, I think the model should have a percentage," cried Hughie, laughing. "They work quite as hard as you do." "Nonsense, nonsense. Why, look at the trouble of laying on the paint alone and standing all day long at one's easel. It's all very well, Hughie, for you to talk, but I assure you that there are moments when art almost attains to the dignity of manual labour. But you mustn't chatter, I'm very busy. Smoke a cigarette and keep quiet." After some time, the servant came in and told Trevor that the frame-maker wanted to speak to him. "Don't run away, Hughie," he said as he went out. "I'll be back in a moment." The old beggarman took advantage of Trevor's absence to rest for a moment on a wooden bench that was behind him. He looked so forlorn and wretched that Hughie could not help pitying him, and felt in his pockets to see what money he had. All he could find was a sovereign and some coppers. "Poor old fellow," he thought to himself. "He wants it more than I do. But it means no hansoms for a fortnight." And he walked across the studio and slipped the sovereign into the beggar's hand. The old man started, and a faint smile flitted across his withered lips. "Thank you, sir," he said. "Thank you." Then Trevor arrived, and Hughie took his leave, blushing a little at what he'd done. He spent the day with Laura, and got a charming scolding for his extravagance, and had to walk home. That night he strolled into the Palette Club about 11 o'clock, and found Trevor sitting by himself in the smoking-room, drinking hock and seltzer. "Well, Allan, did you get the picture finished all right?" he said as he lit his cigarette. "Finished and framed, my boy," answered Trevor. "Oh, and by the by, you have made a conquest. That old model you saw is quite devoted to you. I had to tell him all about you, who you are, where you live, what your income is, what prospects you have." "My dear Allan," cried Hughie, "I shall probably find him waiting for me when I go home. But of course you're only joking. Poor old wretch. I wish I could do something for him. I think it is dreadful that anyone should be so miserable. I have got heaps of old clothes at home. Do you think he would care for any of them? Why, his rags are falling to bits." "But he looks splendid in them," said Trevor. "I wouldn't paint him in a frock coat for anything. What you call rags, I call romance. What seems poverty to you is picturesqueness to me. However, I'll tell him of your offer." "Allan," said Hughie seriously, "you painters are a heartless lot." "An artist's heart is his head," replied Trevor. "And besides, our business is to realize the world as we see it, not to reform it as we know it. Chacun son métier. And now, tell me how Laura is. The old model was quite interested in her." "You don't mean to say you talked to him about her?" said Hughie. "Certainly I did. He knows all about the relentless colonel, the lovely Laura, and the £10,000. "You told that old beggar all my private affairs?" cried Hughie, looking very red and angry. "My dear boy," said Trevor, smiling, "that old beggar, as you call him, is one of the richest men in Europe. He could buy all London tomorrow without overdrawing his account. He has a house in every capital, dines off gold plate, and can prevent Russia going to war when he chooses." "What on earth do you mean?" exclaimed Hughie. "What I say," said Trevor. "The old man you saw today in the studio was Baron Hausberg. He's a great friend of mine, buys all my pictures and that sort of thing, and gave me a commission a month ago to paint him as a beggar. Que voulez-vous? La fantaisie d'un millionnaire. And I must say he made a magnificent figure in his rags, or perhaps I should say in my rags. They're an old suit I got in Spain." "Baron Hausberg?" cried Hughie. "Good heavens! I gave him a sovereign." And he sank into an armchair, the picture of dismay. "Gave him a sovereign?" shouted Trevor, and he burst into a roar of laughter. "My dear boy, you'll never see it again. Son affaire, c'est l'argent des autres." "I think you might have told me, Allan," said Hughie sulkily, "and not have let me make such a fool of myself." "Well, to begin with, Hughie," said Trevor, "it never entered my mind that you went about distributing arms in that reckless way. I can understand you're kissing a pretty model, but you're giving a sovereign to an ugly one? By Jove, no. Besides, the fact is that I really was not at home today to anyone, and when you came in, I didn't know whether Hausberg would like his name mentioned. You know he wasn't in full dress." "What a duffer he must think me," said Hughie. "Not at all. He was in the highest spirits after you left, kept chuckling to himself and rubbing his old wrinkled hands together. I couldn't make out why he was so interested to know all about you, but I see it all now. He'll invest your sovereign for you, Hughie, pay you the interest every 6 months, and have a capital story to tell after dinner." "I'm an unlucky devil," growled Hughie. "The best thing I can do is to go to bed. And, my dear Allan, You mustn't tell anyone. I shouldn't dare show my face in the Row. Nonsense. It reflects the highest credit on your philanthropic spirit, Hughie. And don't run away. Have another cigarette, and you can talk about Laura as much as you like. However, Hughie wouldn't stop, but walked home, feeling very unhappy, and leaving Alan Trevor in fits of laughter. The next morning, as he was at breakfast, the servant brought him up a card on which was written, Monsieur Gustave Naudin, de la part de Monsieur le Baron Hausberg. I suppose he's come for an apology, said Hughie to himself, and he told the servant to show the visitor up. An old gentleman with gold spectacles and grey hair came into the room and said in a slight French accent, Have I the honour of addressing Monsieur Erskine? Hughie bowed. I have come from Baron Hausberg, he continued. The Baron, I beg, sir, that you will offer him my sincerest apologies, stammered Hughie. The Baron, said the old gentleman with a smile, has commissioned me to bring you this letter, and he extended a sealed envelope. On the outside was written, A wedding present to Hugh Erskine and Laura Merton from an old beggar, and inside was a cheque for £10,000. When they were married, Alan Trevor was the best man, and the Baron made a speech at the wedding breakfast. Millionaire models, remarked Allan, are rare enough, but by Jove, model millionaires are rarer still.
The Garden of Truth by E. Nesbit, read by Harriet Walker.
He had been to South Africa and Canada, to Japan, Egypt, India, and the Canary Islands, but he had never been to a hydropathic establishment, and the idea repelled him. He was in one regard a shy man. His mother was his only woman friend, and this not from any misogynistic streak, but from a certain clean reverence in him that made him set woman on a pedestal and leave her there, perhaps from an unconscious fear lest, seen closely, her divinity might not remain divine. Visions of pretty girls, beautifully dressed, not to be avoided, living in the same house with him, breaking in on a reserve that he kept to himself the right to break, some day, for the one woman when he should meet her. These revolted him. His mother was not wholly to be trusted in these matters. She had shown before now a disposition to invite nice girls to the house and throw them at his head, a want of tact excusable in her, for he was the heir to estates, and to a name too honoured in the past to be allowed to leave the future blank of it. He felt, in face of the hydropathic establishment, like a wild creature in face of a trap. Yet the thing, trap or no trap, had to be faced. His mother insisted. "I am right sometimes, even if I am your mother," she said. "If you had only consulted me, this would never have happened. Wild duck, indeed." "I've often laid out all night before," said he, "and taken no harm." "Not when you'd just come back from India," she said. "An open boat, and on those nasty swampy Broads, enough to give you rheumatic fever 50 times over. I should get strong much sooner at home here with you," he pleaded, adding, "In point of fact, I'm perfectly well as it is." "My dear, you're my patient. I've nursed you through it, and now we must complete the cure. Dr. Sutton has just the place. You remember him when you were a little boy. He used to cut figures out of turnips for you. And a pretty figure I shall cut, a strong, healthy, beef-eating chap among all the muffled-up old invalids." "I don't suppose they'll all be old," said the mother, "or all muffled." And he shuddered. "And what you want is building up. It's quite settled. Because you see, dear, if you don't go, I shan't go, and the doctor says I want a change." This settled it, and they went. That hydropathic establishment perches in a high hollow between moor and valley and blinks with its many windows at the rising and the setting sun. It knows the ecstasy of the free wind in its face and the quiet, sheltered peace of great gardens about its feet. The young man admitted, as the carriage turned in at the lodge gate, that the place was not half bad. "The gardens are like a romantic landscape, like a Watteau," he said. "All those lakes and statues and weeping willows." "The house is beautiful too," she said. "It was old Lord Pentland's place, and when he died they sold it." The drive, curving, brought it into view. "It's like an Italian palace, isn't it?" It was. Its long, white, many-windowed facade stood up flat-roofed from piled terraces that led by curved steps to the rose garden. The invalid looked in on it all and saw that it was good. Also, he greatly desired the hour of dinner, for he was healthily hungry. It was the mother who, at the last moment, was too tired to go down to dinner, and was served in her own room at a western window looking down on the age-old bowling green. "It is pretty. I am enjoying myself so much," she told him when he came up after dinner. "Yes, of course, smoke, dearest. You know I like you to. And tell me, what were the people at dinner like?" "Just exactly like other people," he said, "except the woman opposite me, a sort of nun by her dress. She had a face like a hatchet of the Flint age, and the girl who was with her—" "Was the girl hatchety too?" "My dear mother, I wish you'd seen her." "You will tomorrow, of course. It's something for you to live for. She's the most beautiful person I've ever seen. Tall and dark, and the loveliest eyes, and her face like a wild rose." "An artificial rose?" the mother asked. "You'll see tomorrow." "Did you speak to her?" she asked, well knowing that he had not. "No," he said. "Couldn't have if I'd wanted to. Her duenna would have seen to that. But she spoke to me. Asked me for the salt. Her voice like a dream." "I expect you and she will be great friends," was the mother's next move. A false one. "Oh, no," he said. "I'm content to admire at a distance." "But you think you'll like being here?" "Oh, I shall like it all right enough." He was awakened next morning by the flood of the June sunshine and the sound of a gong. While the valet moved about his room, he lay a moment turning over the cud of remembrance. "Ye gods, what a dream!" he said. And when his mother asked him how he had slept, he said, "Like a top. But I dreamt. By Jove, I haven't dreamt so distinctly since I was a kiddie. I dreamt about that girl." "What did you dream?" "Ugh, the most romantic nonsense. Serenades under her window and so on. All sorts of wild stuff." As he spoke, his words sounded in his ears a treason and a sacrilege. For his dream had been this. He dreamt that he awakened in his room of the hotel and lay looking at its unfamiliar lines, at the shadowy depths of curtain, the shape of the window, and its panes lying traced in moonlight on its floor. And so real was the dream that at first he thought it to be a real awakening. It was only afterwards that he perceived it to be a dream. He lay there looking at the moonlight, and presently got up and went to the window to look out at the romantic landscape, painted in grey and white and black. The winding walks along massed shrubberies, the willows drooping over statues and busts, the fountains set in smooth grey sward. He saw all the garden in his dream as plainly as he had seen it in yesterday's waking hours, more plainly, for now he noticed things that afterwards he could not remember to have before observed. That white-pillared temple, reminiscent of the Temple of Love in the gardens of the Trianon, the waterfall looping silvery down the hillside. The night was breathlessly warm, and the garden beckoned. He went out through the French windows onto a little stone balcony with a flat balustrade. He was quite reasonable and thoughtful in the dream. He meant to get to the garden, to wander in its cool shadows and across its moon-whitened glades, but he did not mean to run any risks of catching cold. So reasonable was he that he put on flannels and a sweater. Also, he did not mean to disturb the house. Therefore, he did not go out through doors and passages opposed by chains, bolts, and locks, but climbed down from his balcony by the help of the giant wisteria that knotted itself there, set foot on the terrace, and walked away quietly under yew trees, which curved and clipped, made a dark archway. Stone itself had not been darker. Through this he came out into the garden. The garden was very large, very beautiful. It seemed that he walked there happily for a long time before sleep began to draw near, caressing him with promises of rest. He turned towards the house, and was near enough to be gazing up at its noble front before the doubt stung, sudden and sharp like a whiplash. Which was his window? The one with the balcony, obviously. Yes, but there were at least half a dozen windows with balconies, and the deceitful wisteria wreathed each and all. So then he tried to remember how the landscape had looked from his window, and moved hither and thither, contemplating. The Temple of Love. Yes, just so it had seemed when he first gazed out upon it. It seemed in his dream to be extremely important that he should find his own window again, for as yet, you will understand, the dream had not begun to be really dreamlike. It began to be that, when he had scaled the selected balcony, surmounted the wisteria, and faced the window of his room, for he perceived that it was not his room. Its window was not a French window, but the ordinary English kind with a proper window-sill. Someone was leaning out of it among scented stars of jasmine, someone with all the air of having a perfect right to be where she was. It was the girl of the table d'hôte, dressed in soft whiteness, with her hair, a heavy heap of it, coiled low. She spoke at once, amazingly. "I'm so glad you've come," she said. And it was then that he knew it was a dream, for he dreamt that he loved her, and he had never loved a woman. "I've been watching you in and out of the trees," she said. "I wanted to come out too. But haven't you noticed if you try to make things happen in dreams, you wake up? So I just waited." "I didn't know it was a dream," he said stupidly. "I thought you looked so interesting at dinner," she said. "Isn't it silly that in real life you mustn't speak to interesting people unless you've been introduced?" "Very silly," he said, and added, "Have you been dreaming long?" Conversationally, as one should say, "Have you been to Paris lately?" "I always dream," she answered. "Tonight I dreamt about old houses and a secret passage, and it led to a stable-yard where they were harnessing a pair of griffins to a hansom cab, and I went through the door into the stable, and it was my room instead, and I went to the window and saw you. It feels just as if you were real. Only then we shouldn't be talking here like this, should we?" He was very near her, and she was more beautiful thus seen. And she looked at him with eyes that he seemed to know very well indeed. "I must have dreamt of you before," he said. "But it's I who am dreaming," she said. "Only I don't want to remember that, or I shall wake up. I'd rather pretend it's real." "It's I who am dreaming," he said. "Perhaps she is dreaming the same thing, only she can't know that." "Who?" "The girl I'm dreaming about. You." The ordinary correctitudes are not demanded in dreams. She smiled at him with, as it seemed, all her heart in her eyes. "May I touch your hand?" he said, and in the dream it seemed the only natural thing to say. It may wake me. But she gave it. It was smooth and soft, warm in the palm and chill at the slender fingertips. He held it gently. "I think I wanted to speak to you at dinner," he said. "And even after this I shan't dare. I shall see you tomorrow and you won't know me." "It's you who won't know me," she said. Then he said, "But suppose this were real? Yet, of course, unless... we shouldn't be here hand in hand unless we were lovers. Should we?" "No," she said. "That's why dreams are so beautiful. One hasn't to define things. You may wander in beautiful gardens, and it's not trespassing. You may go through orchards and gather the fruit, and it's not stealing. You may hold a hand like this, and it's not forbidden." "I often wonder who makes the rules," she said. "I knew we should like each other the moment I saw you, but of course I couldn't say so there. So I said, 'May I have the salt?' That really meant, 'I like you very much.' And I didn't say anything, and I think that must have meant, 'I like you very, very, very much. I should like to stay here forever, holding your hand.' I should like you to stay too," she said simply. "But I want to kiss the hand. May I?" he said. It was an unnatural dream, he thought, even then. "Why not?" she answered, still with a magnificent simplicity. So he kissed it. Then he let it go, and his arm lay close to hers on the window-sill. Their eyes met, and the meeting was long, so long and so intimate that at last he moved to draw her to him. She drew back and breathed softly, "No, no, not yet. There will be nothing left for next time." "Suppose there never is a next time?" "There must be. And if there isn't, well, isn't a dream like this worthwhile, even if it should be the first and last?" "But you love me?" he whispered. "Oh, yes," she answered. "And I'm so glad that you love me." And again their eyes met, and their hands, and the scent of the jasmine round her window was heavy and sweet in his dream. "I shall never be able to tell you of this when I am awake," he said, and knew he spoke the truth. "And I don't want to think of the other you, the real one," she said. "This one is mine, isn't it? It is my dream," she insisted. "When you wake up, then. If only this dream could last, and we could stay here just as we are, always. How beautiful you are, and how very, very dear. I must have loved you all my life without knowing it. If only the dream could last forever," he whispered. "If only it could," she sighed. It did not last another moment. It broke up in confusion, as dreams will. A voice called in the garden, disturbing its peace. There were lights, like big will-o'-the-wisps. Then the doctor and a nursewoman blundered into the dream. He shut his eyes, and when he opened them again, it was morning, and he was saying, "Ye gods, what a dream!" Do you wonder that he could not meet at breakfast the eyes of the lady with whom his dreams had taken such unwarrantable freedom? He saw that she was there, fresh and sweet as the morning. He saw the hands he had dreamt of holding in his, the heavy hair now piled high on the graceful head. Once, when that head was turned away, he glanced at her. Probably she was a quite ordinary young woman in real life. In real life they would probably have nothing in common. In the dream, though they had only spoken of love, he had not doubted but that their hopes, beliefs, aspirations would fit each other as the key fits the lock, as the sword fits the scabbard. He went out for a long, lonely walk over wide moors that soothed like sleep itself, and at dinner he kept his eyes for his plate. "Sleep well last night?" the doctor asked him later. "Splendidly." "Any dreams? You used to be a rare chap for dreams when you were a kiddie." Yes, I did dream. Rather remarkable dreams, as it happens. Ah, said the doctor. A change of air, perhaps. That night the young man dreamt that he woke and tried to go out to the lady of his love, but there were bars to the window. In the morning he noticed that there were sockets for screws at even intervals on the window frame. Evidently there had once been bars. Odd that he should have dreamt of them. On the second evening his mother, who had been busy making acquaintances, introduced him to the girl. They exchanged a few uninteresting words, and she was drawn away by the flint-faced aunt. He wondered afterwards if he had been too cold, too detached. She had looked at him, he thought, a little curiously. Had he, in his anxiety not to let the dream too warmly colour reality, been more cold even than common courtesy? Well, it was better than the reverse would have been. He must be careful. If he saw much of her, he would remember the dream too vividly for safety. He must avoid her as much as possible in the day, and night might perhaps be kind and bring her to him in dreams. So day after day he avoided the lady, and night after night he dreamt of the bars. He tried all sorts of measures to break this bar dream, took walks, took whisky, went to bed early, went to bed late. In vain. It was always the same dream. But at length the little excitement of the doctors being summoned to an urgent case 20 miles off at 11 o'clock at night, the helping to get out the motor because the men were all gone to bed, the tucking up in it of nurse and doctor, seemed to break the spell. He dreamt that he woke, got up, and looked for the bars. They were not there. Then he dreamt that he dressed himself, with hands that trembled, and got out of his window and swung himself down by the wisteria. He stepped back, looking up at the house. Something moved on one of the balconies. It was she, leaning over through the wisteria and white-starred jasmine, and reaching out her hands to him. "Oh," she whispered, "you've come, you've come. I thought you would never come again." "I couldn't," he said. "I've dreamt every night that there were bars to my window. I've wanted you so. Come down. Could you climb down?" With a quick, assured movement, she seemed to rest her weight on the edge of the balustrade and to swing her feet up till they lay along it. Then she hung by her hands and dropped lightly to the ground beside him. These things are easy in dreams. They went away side by side over the dewy grass, in a silence that was not broken till they sat in the shade of a weeping willow on the steps of the Temple of Love. Then she leant her head against his shoulder, as if it were the most natural act in the world, and said, "If I could go on dreaming of you sometimes, I shouldn't mind what happened. Only I wish I didn't have to see the real you in the daytime. You look at me then as if you hated me." "Don't you see," he said, his arm round her shoulders, "I hardly dare to look at you at all because I love you so." "Not the real me?" "No. Yes. How am I to know which is the real you? What would that stately lady do if I went up to her in the morning light and said, 'Do you remember how I—'" He stooped and kissed her. "You said it should be next time," he said hurriedly. "What would that stately lady do if I were to say, 'Do you remember how I kissed you in the moonlight in my dreams?'" "I don't know what she would do, but you will never say it." "Why?" "Because you are in my dreams." "Ha! But you're in mine." "No." "Yes." "We can't know, that's the worst of it." "We could," she said. "I will wear a bunch of jasmine tomorrow. You put a jasmine flower in your coat, then we shall know." "And if we've both dreamt it?" "But we haven't. I shouldn't be here like this if I thought the real you was dreaming about me. You see, as long as it's my dream, it's only me, and that's why I can say and do just what I like. I can speak the truth, as one can't do when one is awake. Nobody knows. But if the real you knew, how could I look at him again?" You never do look at him. No. Look at me, he said. And when she had obeyed, that, he said, is how you could look at him if he had dreamt his dream too. Will you tomorrow? If I wear the jasmine flower? Ah, if, she said. The quiet of the garden lay all about them, the grey moonlight turf blotted here and there with the shadows of the trees, and water gleaming white, the statues showing ghostly among the groves. Dearest in the world, he said, whatever happens, I can never love anyone else. Whatever happens, I shall always love you. I'm going into a convent, she said. The real me, I mean. I was so tired and worried, and now, you see, I could never love anyone but you either, so I shall just take the vows and try to do some good. It's a nursing sisterhood. And suppose you dream of me when you are a nun? It's impossible, she said quite simply. When once I've taken the vows, I shall remember you as if you were dead, or as if I were. They sat long in the shadows, looking out over the grey-green slopes of dewy grass, talking of many things, without disguises and without concealments. It was a dream, and in it her head rested on his shoulder, his face lay against her hair. Suppose, he said at last, that this were not a dream at all. Suppose that you and I were really lovers, the real you and I. Suppose we were going to be married tomorrow. Tomorrow, she said. Tomorrow my aunt is taking me away. But you'll wear the white jasmine, he urged. Yes, but it won't be any use. He does not remember going back to the house. But the next morning he remembers, most fully he remembers it. He came down to breakfast knowing that it had been his dream, and yet with a mad hope that it had been hers, into which he, in his, had entered. He looked, almost with faith, for the white jasmine at her breast, and she was wearing a red rose. But her eyes met his in a long pause of wonder, bewilderingly bewildered. She must guess that she was not a stranger to him. No, that was impossible, unless their dreams had rhymed, and that, in the crude light of 10 in the morning, he felt to be impossible. Nevertheless, when he had lighted the after-breakfast pipe and strolled out into the garden, he paused by a tangled net of jasmine overgrowing a marble summer-house, plucked a starry spray and stuck it in his buttonhole. Then he went back to the terrace where she was sitting on a wicker chair by the hatchet-faced aunt, amid a group of demure tabby ladies. And he stood quite near her, and to someone else made a remark about the weather. Then, for the first time, out of dreams, she spoke to him of her own accord, raising her starry eyes to his. "Your jasmine is beautiful," she said. It was absurd of it, but his heart leapt to her words. "Would you like some?" he asked, looking away from her for the old reason. "Very much," she said. "I meant to gather some this morning, but somehow I didn't." "I will show you where it grows," he said definitely. "It grows by your window and mine," said her aunt, fussing. "Oh, no," she said. "That is quite different." "It is near enough," said her aunt. "Go and gather some from your window if you want it." "I want it very much," she said, and rose and went. He had just enough sense left to stroll off towards the rose garden. Once hidden from the terrace, he turned and ran back to the house. He stood by the foot of the stairs till he saw her coming down them with jasmine at her breast. "You've got it, then. You're wearing it," he said, knowing all the time how silly it was of him to say any such thing. "Yes," she answered. "How sweet it is." "It has the scent of romance," he said. She looked at him. They were the eyes that had met his in dreams, but the dear blue of them was clouded with doubt. Then, "Do you ever dream?" he said. The damask colour flooded her cheek, chin, neck. "I dreamt of jasmine last night." "The scent provokes dreams. It grows just outside my windows." "I know it does," said he. And silence fell between them. Her eyes were downcast. Then suddenly he laughed harshly and turned away. "One imagines all sorts of unimaginable things in dreams," he said. "I don't want to bore you, and your aunt will be worrying about you." "Won't you tell me?" she said, and her voice was the voice of the dream. "About your dream?" "How can I tell you here?" he asked. "If the jasmine means anything to you, why didn't you wear it this morning?" "I did," she said. "But when I saw you come in without it, I pulled mine out. It's under the dining-room table now, I suppose." "Then," he said, between confusion and triumph, "Oh," she said, with the effect of sudden awakening, "if I'm not mad, you are. This is nonsense we're talking, and I don't really know you at all." "Don't you?" he said. "Don't you? Quick, I know a hiding place. The real you and the real me. We are here in the sunlight. Do you remember?" "Where?" she said, breathless. "The hiding place?" And her eyes were the eyes of the hunted. "The roof," he said. "Quick!" He held out a hand. She gave hers, and together they fled up the stairs and onto the flat, leaded roof with the marble balustrade. "Am I to say it?" he asked. "Say what?" "What I said I should say." She looked at him, fair as the morning, fearless as Diane. "Yes," she said in level tones. "Do you remember," he said slowly and firmly, "how I kissed you last night in the moonlight of a dream?" She hid her face in her hands. "It isn't true," she said. "It's this that's the dream." He stood still, not moving to touch her. "You said you loved me," he said. "When?" "In the dream. Our dream. Not yours or mine, but ours. In our dream in the Garden of Truth, you said you loved me." "And I do love you," she said, and dropped her hands. "But I'm mad for all that. This is the dream. Things don't happen like this." "Yes, they do. Think of the Brushwood Boy and Peter Ibbotson. Those can't be just imagination. That's what happened to us. And you're mine, and I'm yours." "Yes," she said, "but those things don't happen to sane people. I'm not ashamed. It was a dream, and in dreams one speaks the truth. But I will never see you again." "But I love you," he said, as though that settled everything. "I know," she said, "and I love you. We've got the dream. There shall never be anything else." Swift as a deer in flight, she left him. He heard the rush of her skirts on the turret stair. He did not follow her. All life was before him. He was able to hold back. His faith in her love commanded that he should let her test it. She should know what it was to renounce her dreams. That mood of detachment lasted perhaps 5 minutes. Then he, in his turn, swept down the stairs like a whirlwind and appeared on the terrace demanding, quite as one who had a right to know, where she was. "Packing her boxes," said the aunt sourly, and retired, doubtless to pack her own. Wheels on the gravel announced arrival. The doctor had returned. "I want to ask you something," the young man said as the doctor's boot touched ground. The doctor looked at him. "Come into my den," he said, smiling, "since it seems to be a matter of life and death." In the cool, book-lined room, which seemed to hold no sympathy with such stories, he told his tale. "So, you see, we both dreamt it, and we're really awfully fond of each other," he said, with the awkwardness that convinces. "And now she says sane people don't dream such dreams, and," he added on a note of despair, "she's packing her boxes." The doctor rubbed his lip with a deliberate forefinger. "The fact is," he said slowly, "well, it'll all come right. Just court her in the ordinary way and forget all this dream rubbish." "She's going into a convent," said the man whose dream she was. "Our friend the aunt, eh?" said the doctor. Well, that alters the case, certainly. All right, here goes." He got up and stood looking out of the window. "The girl walks in her sleep," he said, "and so do you. I've never known a case of a sleepwalker who could talk intelligibly while in a condition of somnambulism, but no doubt she's the exception. The fact is, you've both been walking in your sleep. Did you dream of bars by chance?" "Night after night." "Yes, you would. I put 'em up o' nights after you'd gone to bed, took 'em down in the morning before you were up. After that first night I thought it safer. You might have set ricks afire or something. But last night I forgot them. I was called away, you remember? And so love's young dream found the appropriate setting, weeping willows, statues, yew hedges, and the summer moon." The young man leant back, rigid, his mind searching his memory. Quite suddenly he smiled, and the tense muscles relaxed. "Her walking in her sleep is no reason why she shouldn't be married," he said. "Great Scott, no," said the doctor. "Only if you still walk. You were a dreadful example of it as a child, I remember. It just shows that you and she are both rather nervous subjects." "But I don't walk in my sleep," the young man said slowly and surely. "I haven't since I was 11. The fact is, I see now, I wasn't asleep at all, and, well, doctors are like priests, and under the seal of the professional confessional, I can't deny it. It was the way she talked. You see, she was dreaming. I was awake all the time. I never thought I was dreaming till she began to speak to me. And she thought it was a dream," he repeated awkwardly. "And—" "I see," said the doctor, "and I congratulate you. With that demon aunt on guard, you'd never have got a chance in this life, to say nothing of the girl being as shy as a moorhen. But in dreams, all things are possible. I congratulate you again. She's a bit of an heiress, too. I expect the aunt wanted her money for that sisterhood. She won't get it now." "No," said the young man. "I don't suppose she will. Not that that matters." "I congratulate you for the third time," said the doctor. "You really are in love." "A matter of congratulation, you think?" The doctor actually sighed. "I, too, have been in Arcadia," he said. "And if your dream is packing her boxes, etiquette demands that I should have a final professional interview with her before she goes. Would it inconvenience you to wait in the next room?" The doctor rang the bell and gave his servant an order. She came to her lover brave-eyed but rosy as the dawn. "It appears that it's all my doing," she said, "and neither of us is mad." Therefore?" he ventured, and a little awkward silence fell between them. "Dreams ought not to count," she said. "Not your dream, or mine," he said, "but our dream counts for everything." "He says we walked in our sleep," she said. "May our feet in waking take the same way," said he. "And is it really you?" she asked, and trembled a little. "And wouldn't you like me more if I had pretended? If everything had been different?" "It's really you. And I," he said, "and there can never be any pretending between us. We are past all that, and we've years before us. When we get bored and have nothing else to do, you can explain to me how I could possibly love you more." His mother thought the engagement a little sudden, but she is quite satisfied with the marriage. They are an ideal couple, she says. They seem to know each other so wonderfully well from the first. He understands her so perfectly, and she never misunderstands him. I really think they must have been made for each other. They think that too.
The Cat That Walked by Himself by Rudyard Kipling, read by Lysa Goddard.
Hear and attend and listen, for this befell, and this behappened, and became and was, O my best beloved, when the tame animals were wild. The dog was wild, and the horse was wild, and the cow was wild, and the sheep was wild, and the pig was wild as wild could be, and they walked in the wet wild woods by their wild lones. But the wildest of all the wild animals was the cat. He walked by himself, and all places were alike to him. Of course the man was wild too. He was dreadfully wild. He didn't even begin to be tame till he met the woman, and she told him that she did not like living in his wild ways. She picked out a nice dry cave instead of a heap of wet leaves to lie down in, and she strewed clean sand on the floor, and she lit a nice fire of wood at the back of the cave, and she hung a dried wild horse skin tail down across the opening of the cave, and she said, "Wipe your feet, dear, when you come in, and now we'll keep house." That night, best beloved, they ate wild sheep roasted on the hot stones and flavoured with wild garlic and wild pepper, and wild duck stuffed with wild rice, and wild fenugreek, and wild coriander, and marrow bones of wild oxen, and wild cherries, and wild grenadillas. Then the man went to sleep in front of the fire, ever so happy. But the woman sat up, combing her hair. She took the bone of the shoulder of mutton, the big flat blade bone, and she looked at the wonderful marks on it, and she threw more wood on the fire, and she made a magic. She made the first singing magic in the world. Out in the wet wild woods, all the wild animals gathered together where they could see the light of the fire a long way off, and they wondered what it meant. Then Wild Horse stamped with his wild foot and said, "O my friends and O my enemies, why have the man and the woman made that great light in that great cave, and what harm will it do us?" The wild dog lifted up his wild nose and smelled the smell of the roast mutton and said, "I will go up and see and look and say, for I think it is good. Cat, come with me." "Nenny," said the cat, "I am the cat who walks by himself, and all places are alike to me. I will not come." "Then we can never be friends again," said Wild Dog, and he trotted off to the cave. But when he had gone a little way, the cat said to himself, "All places are alike to me. Why should I not go too and see and look and come away at my own liking?" So he slipped after Wild Dog softly, very softly, and hid himself where he could hear everything. When Wild Dog reached the mouth of the cave, he lifted up the dried horse-skin with his nose and sniffed the beautiful smell of the roast mutton, and the woman looking at the blade bone heard him and laughed and said, "Here comes the first. Wild thing out of the wild woods, what do you want?" Wild Dog said, "Oh, my enemy and wife of my enemy, what is this that smells so good in the wild woods?" Then the woman picked up a roasted mutton bone and threw it to Wild Dog and said, "Wild thing out of the wild woods, taste and try." Wild Dog gnawed the bone, and it was more delicious than anything he had ever tasted, and he said, "Oh, my enemy and wife of my enemy, give me another." The woman said, "Wild thing out of the wild woods, help my man to hunt through the day and guard this cave at night, and I will give you as many roast bones as you need." "Ah," said the cat, listening. "This is a very wise woman, but she is not so wise as I am." Wild Dog crawled into the cave and laid his head on the woman's lap and said, "Oh, my friend and wife of my friend, I will help your man to hunt through the day, and at night I will guard your cave." "Ah," said the cat, listening, "that is a very foolish dog." And he went back through the wet, wild woods, waving his wild tail and walking by his wild lone, but he never told anybody. When the man waked up, he said, "What is Wild Dog doing here?" And the woman said, "His name is not Wild Dog any more, but the First Friend, because he will be our friend for always and always and always. Take him with you when you go hunting." Next night, the woman cut great green armfuls of fresh grass from the water meadows and dried it before the fire, so that it smelt like new-mown hay, and she sat at the mouth of the cave and plaited a halter out of horsehide, and she looked at the shoulder of mutton bone, at the big broad blade bone, and she made a magic. She made the second singing magic in the world. Out in the wild woods, all the wild animals wondered what had happened to Wild Dog, and at last Wild Horse stamped with his foot and said, "I will go and see and say why Wild Dog has not returned. Cat, come with me." "Nenny," said the cat, "I am the cat who walks by himself, and all places are alike to me. I will not come." But all the same he followed Wild Horse, softly, very softly, and hid himself where he could hear everything. When the woman heard Wild Horse tripping and stumbling on his long mane, she laughed and said, "Here comes the second wild thing out of the wild woods. What do you want?" Wild Horse said, "Oh, my enemy and wife of my enemy, where is Wild Dog?" The woman laughed and picked up the blade bone and looked at it and said, "Wild thing out of the wild woods, you did not come here for Wild Dog, but for the sake of this good grass." And Wild Horse, tripping and stumbling on his long mane, said, "That is true. Give it me to eat." The woman said, "Wild thing out of the wild woods, bend your wild head and wear what I give you, and you shall eat the wonderful grass 3 times a day." "Ah," said the cat, listening, "this is a clever woman, but she is not so clever as I am." Wild Horse bent his wild head, and the woman slipped the plaited hide halter over it, and Wild Horse breathed on the woman's feet and said, "Oh, my mistress and wife of my master, I will be your servant for the sake of the wonderful grass." "Ah," said the cat, listening, "that is a very foolish horse." And he went back through the wet wild woods, waving his wild tail and walking by his wild lone, but he never told anybody. When the man and the dog came back from hunting, the man said, "What is Wild Horse doing here?" And the woman said, "His name is not Wild Horse any more, but the First Servant, because he will carry us from place to place, for always and always and always. Ride on his back when you go hunting." Next day, holding her wild head high that her wild horns should not catch in the wild trees, Wild Cow came up to the cave, and the cat followed and hid himself, just the same as before, and everything happened just the same as before, and the cat said the same things as before. And when Wild Cow had promised to give her milk to the woman every day in exchange for the wonderful grass, the cat went back through the wet, wild woods, waving his wild tail and walking by his wild lone, just the same as before, but he never told anybody. And when the man and the horse and the dog came home from hunting and asked the same questions, same as before, the woman said, "Her name is not Wild Cow any more, but the giver of good food. She will give us the warm white milk for always and always and always, and I will take care of her while you and the first friend and the first servant go hunting." Next day, the cat waited to see if any other wild thing would go up to the cave, but no one moved in the wet wild woods. So the cat walked there by himself, and he saw the woman milking the cow, and he saw the light of the fire in the cave, and he smelt the smell of the warm white milk. Cat said, "Oh, my enemy and wife of my enemy, where did Wild Cow go?" The woman laughed and said, "Wild thing out of the wild woods, go back to the woods again, for I have braided up my hair, and I have put away the magic blade bone, and we have no more need of either friends or servants in our cave." Cat said, "I am not a friend, and I am not a servant. I am the cat who walks by himself, and I wish to come into your cave." Woman said, "Then why did you not come with first friend on the first night?" Cat grew very angry and said, "Has Wild Dog told tales of me?" Then the woman laughed and said, "You are the cat who walks by himself, and all places are alike to you. You are neither a friend nor a servant. You have said it yourself. Go away and walk by yourself in all places alike." Then Cat pretended to be sorry and said, "Must I never come into the cave? Must I never sit by the warm fire? Must I never drink the warm white milk? You are very wise and very beautiful. You should not be cruel, even to a cat." Woman said, "I knew I was wise, but I did not know I was beautiful. So I will make a bargain with you. If ever I say one word in your praise, you may come into the cave." "And if you say 2 words in my praise?" said the cat. "I never shall," said the woman. "But if I say 2 words in your praise, you may sit by the fire in the cave." "And if you say 3 words?" said the cat. "I never shall," said the woman. "But if I say 3 words in your praise, you may drink the warm white milk 3 times a day, for always and always and always." Then the cat arched his back and said, "Now let the curtain at the mouth of the cave, and the fire at the back of the cave, and the milk pots that stand beside the fire, remember what my enemy and the wife of my enemy has said." And he went away through the wet wild woods, waving his wild tail, and walking by his wild lone. That night, when the man and the horse and the dog came home from hunting, the woman did not tell them of the bargain that she had made with the cat, because she was afraid that they might not like it. Cat went far and far away, and hid himself in the wet wild woods, by his wild lone for a long time, till the woman forgot all about him. Only the bat, the little upside-down bat that hung inside the cave, knew where Cat hid, and every evening Bat would fly to Cat with news of what was happening. One evening Bat said, "There's a baby in the cave. He is new and pink and fat and small, and the woman is very fond of him." "Ah," said the Cat, listening. "But what is the baby fond of?" "He is fond of things that are soft and tickle," said the Bat. "He is fond of warm things to hold in his arms when he goes to sleep. He is fond of being played with. He is fond of all those things." "Ah," said the Cat, listening. "Then my time has come." Next night, Cat walked through the wet wild woods and hid very near the cave till morning time, and man and dog and horse went hunting. The woman was busy cooking that morning, and the baby cried and interrupted, so she carried him outside the cave and gave him a handful of pebbles to play with. But still the baby cried. Then the cat put out his paddy paw and patted the baby on the cheek, and it cooed. And the cat rubbed against its fat knees and tickled it under its fat chin with his tail, and the baby laughed, and the woman heard him and smiled. Then the bat, the little upside-down bat that hung in the mouth of the cave, said, "Oh, my hostess, and wife of my host, and mother of my host's son, a wild thing from the wild woods is most beautifully playing with your baby." "A blessing on that wild thing, whoever he may be," said the woman, straightening her back, "for I was a busy woman this morning, and he has done me a service. That very minute and second, best beloved, the dried horseskin curtain that was stretched tail down at the mouth of the cave fell down, whoosh, because it remembered the bargain she had made with the cat. And when the woman went to pick it up, lo and behold, the cat was sitting quite comfy inside the cave. "Oh, my enemy, and wife of my enemy, and mother of my enemy," said the cat, "it is I. For you have spoken a word in my praise, and now I can sit within the cave for always and always and always. But still I am the cat who walks by himself, and all places are alike to me." The woman was very angry, and shut her lips tight, and took up her spinning wheel and began to spin. But the baby cried because the cat had gone away, and the woman could not hush it, for it struggled and kicked and grew black in the face. "Oh, my enemy, and wife of my enemy, and mother of my enemy," said the cat, "take a strand of the thread that you are spinning and tie it to your spindle whorl and drag it along the floor, and I will show you a magic that shall make your baby laugh as loudly as he is now crying." "I will do so," said the woman, "because I am at my wit's end, but I will not thank you for it." She tied the thread to the little clay spindle whorl and drew it across the floor, and the cat ran after it and patted it with his paws and rolled head over heels and tossed it backward over his shoulder and chased it between his hind legs and pretended to lose it and pounced down upon it again, till the baby laughed as loudly as it had been crying, and scrambled after the cat and frolicked all over the cave till it grew tired and settled down to sleep with the cat in its arms. "Now," said Cat, "I will sing the baby a song that shall keep him asleep for an hour." And he began to purr, loud and low, low and loud, till the baby fell fast asleep. The woman smiled as she looked down upon the two of them and said, "That was wonderfully done. No question, but you are very clever, O Cat." That very minute and second, best beloved, the smoke of the fire at the back of the cave came down in clouds from the roof, puff, because it remembered the bargain she had made with the cat. And when it had cleared away, lo and behold, the cat was sitting quite comfy close to the fire. "Oh, my enemy, and wife of my enemy, and mother of my enemy," said the cat, "it is I, for you have spoken a second word in my praise, and now I can sit by the warm fire at the back of the cave for always and always and always. But still I am the cat who walks by himself, and all places are alike to me." Then the woman was very, very angry, and let down her hair, and put more wood on the fire, and brought out the broad blade bone of the shoulder of mutton, and began to make a magic that should prevent her from saying a third word in praise of the cat. It was not a singing magic, best beloved, it was a still magic, and by the cave grew so still that a little wee mouse crept out of a corner and ran across the floor. "Oh, my enemy, and wife of my enemy, and mother of my enemy," said the cat, "is that little mouse part of your magic?" "Oh, gee, no, indeed," said the woman, and she dropped the blade bone and jumped upon the footstool in front of the fire and braided up her hair very quick for fear that the mouse should run up it. "Ah," said the cat, watching. "Then the mouse will do me no harm if I eat it." "No," said the woman, braiding up her hair. "Eat it quickly, and I will ever be grateful to you." Cat made one jump and caught the little mouse, and the woman said, "100 thanks. Even the first friend is not quick enough to catch little mice as you have done. You must be very wise." That very minute and second, O best beloved, the milk pot that stood by the fire cracked in 2 pieces, because it remembered the bargain she had made with the cat. And when the woman jumped down from the footstool, lo and behold, the cat was lapping up the warm white milk that lay in one of the broken pieces. "Oh, my enemy, and a wife of my enemy, and a mother of my enemy," said the cat, "it is I, for you have spoken 3 words in my praise, and now I can drink the warm white milk 3 times a day, for always and always and always. But still I am the cat who walks by himself, and all places are alike to me." Then the woman laughed and set the cat a bowl of the warm white milk and said, "Oh, cat, you are as clever as a man, but remember that your bargain was not made with the man or the dog, and I do not know what they will do when they come home." "What is that to me?" said the cat. "If I have my place in the cave by the fire, and my warm white milk 3 times a day, I do not care what the man or the dog can do." That evening, when the man and the dog came into the cave, the woman told them all the story of the bargain, while the cat sat by the fire and smiled. Then the man said, "Yes, but he has not made a bargain with me, or with all proper men after me." Then he took off his 2 leather boots, and he took up his little stone axe, that makes 3, and he fetched a piece of wood and a hatchet, that is 5 altogether, and he set them out in a row, and he said, "Now we will make our bargain. If you do not catch mice when you are in the cave for always and always and always, I will throw these 5 things at you whenever I see you, and so shall all proper men do after me." "Ah," said the woman, listening, "this is a very clever cat, but he is not so clever as my man." The cat counted the 5 things, and they looked very knobby, and he said, "I will catch mice when I am in the cave for always and always and always. But still I am the cat who walks by himself, and all places are alike to me." "Not when I'm near," said the man. "If you had not said that last, I would have put all these things away for always and always and always. But now I am going to throw my 2 boots and my little stone axe, that makes 3, at you whenever I meet you, and so shall all proper men do after me." Then the dog said, "Wait a minute. He has not made a bargain with me, or with all proper dogs after me." And he showed his teeth and said, "If you are not kind to the baby while I am in the cave for always and always and always, I will hunt you till I catch you, and when I catch you I will bite you, and so shall all proper dogs do after me." "Ah," said the woman, listening, "this is a very clever cat, but he is not so clever as the dog." Cat counted the dog's teeth, and they looked very pointed, and he said, "I will be kind to the baby while I am in the cave, as long as he does not pull my tail too hard, for always and always and always. But still I am the cat who walks by himself, and all places are alike to me." "Not when I'm near," said the dog. "If you had not said that last, I would have shut my mouth for always and always and always. But now I'm going to hunt you up a tree whenever I meet you, and so shall all proper dogs do after me." Then the man threw his 2 boots and his little stone axe, that makes 3, at the cat, and the cat ran out of the cave, and the dog chased him up a tree. And from that day to this, best beloved, 3 proper men out of 5 will always throw things at a cat whenever they meet him, and all proper dogs will chase him up a tree. But the cat keeps his side of the bargain too. He will kill mice, and he will be kind to babies when he is in the house, just as long as they do not pull his tail too hard. But when he has done that, and between times, and when the moon gets up and night comes, he is the cat that walks by himself, and all places are alike to him. Then he goes out to the wet, wild woods, or up the wet, wild trees, or on the wet, wild roofs, waving his wild tail and walking by his wild lone.
End of Disc 2. Disc 3. The Girl from Arles by Alphonse Daudet, read by Stephen Fry.
On the way down to the village from my windmill, you pass a farmhouse. It is a real Provençal farmer's house, with its red tiles, its wide expanse of irregularly placed windows, its lofty wind vane, and its pulley for hoisting the bundles of hay, brown wisps of which cling everywhere. Why did this house fill me with such a feeling of horror? Why did the sight of its large, closed gateway make my heart contract? I could not have said why, yet this house caused shivers to run down my spine. It looked too silent. No dogs barked as you passed, never the sound of voices from inside. But for the white window curtains and the smoking chimneys, you would have thought the place uninhabited. Yesterday, at the stroke of midday, I was returning from the village, and, to avoid the sun, I was walking close to the wall of the farm, in the shade of the trees. On the road in front of the farmhouse, some workmen were silently loading a cart with hay. The large door had been left open. As I passed, I glanced inside, and I saw at the back of the courtyard, with his elbows on a broad stone table and his head in his hands, a big, white-haired old man. I stopped. "Shh, it's the master," one of the men whispered to me. "He's been like that since the death of his son." Just then, a woman and a little boy dressed in black and carrying big gilt prayer books passed close to us and entered the farm. The man added, "The mistress and the younger son coming back from Mass. They go every day since the boy killed himself. Oh, monsieur, what an affliction. His father still wears the dead boy's clothes. Nobody can stop him wearing them. Get along there." The cart began to move off. Wishing to know more, I asked the driver if I could get up beside him. And it was up there, on top of the hay, that I learnt the whole of this heartbreaking story. His name was Jan. He was a fine country lad, 20 years old, open-faced, well-built, as gentle as a girl. Because of his good looks, the women used to follow him with their eyes, but he had eyes only for one of them, a girl from Arles, whom he had met one day beside the Lys in Arles. At first, everybody at the farm was not pleased. The girl was said to be flighty, and her parents were not local people. But Jan was determined to have his girl from Arles. He used to say, "I will die if she's not mine." The situation had to be accepted. It was agreed they should be married after the harvest. Well, one Sunday evening the family were just finishing dinner in the courtyard. Then a man appears at the door, and in a trembling voice asks to speak to the farmer Estève by himself. Estève gets up and goes out onto the roadway. "Master," says the man, "you are marrying your son to a hussy who has been my mistress for 2 years. What I say I can prove. See these letters. Her parents know, and they had promised her to me, but ever since your son has kept pestering her, her fine ladyship and her parents don't want anything more to do with me. But I'd have thought, after what these letters show, she couldn't become the wife of another man." Estève looks at the letters. "That settles it," he says. "Come in and have a glass of muscatel." The man replies, "Thank you, but I am not thirsty, only full of sorrow." And he goes away. The father goes back in, his face betraying nothing. He takes his place again at the table, and the meal continues merrily. That evening, Estève and his son went out together into the fields. They stayed out a long time. When they came back, the mother was still waiting for them. "Wife," said the farmer, leading his son to her, "take him to you. He is very unhappy." Jan never mentioned the girl from Arles again. But he loved her still, more even since they had proved to him she had lain in the arms of another. Sometimes he would pass whole days sitting alone in a corner. Other times he would go out onto the land and do furiously by himself the work of 10 labourers. In the evening he would take the road to Arles and walk on until he saw the slender steeples of the town rising against the sunset. Then he would turn back. Never did he go any further. Seeing him like this, always sad and alone, the people at the farm did not know what to do. They began to dread some disaster. Once, during dinner, his mother looked at him, her eyes full of tears, and said, "All right, listen, Jan. If you still want her, you shall have her." His father flushed and looked down, overcome by the shame of it. Jan shook his head and went out. From that day, his attitude changed. He pretended to be always cheerful in order to reassure his parents. He was seen again at dances, in taverns, at bull-brandings. His father kept saying, "He's got over it." The mother still had her forebodings and watched her boy more than ever. Jan slept with his younger brother quite near the silkworm rearing house. The poor old woman had made a bed for herself next to their room. The silkworms might need her in the night. Then came the feast of St. Eloi, patron of farmers. Great rejoicings at the farm. There was Chateauneuf for everybody, and mulled wine flowed like water. Fireworks followed, bonfires in the yard, and coloured lanterns hung on all the trees. Everybody danced the farandole until they dropped. Jan himself actually looked happy. He danced with his mother. The poor woman wept for joy. At midnight they went to bed. Everybody was ready to fall asleep on their feet, everybody except Jan. His younger brother told later that all night Jan lay sobbing. Yes, he was still taking it very badly, poor lad. Next day, at dawn, his mother heard somebody pass through her room, running. She knew at once something was wrong. "Jan, is that you?" Jan does not reply. He is already on the stairs. Quickly, the mother gets up. "Jan, where are you going?" He goes up to the loft. She follows him. "Jan, my boy, answer me. What are you doing?" She gropes for the latch, her old hands trembling. A window opening, a body falling onto the paving stones of the yard, and all is over. The poor boy had said to himself, "I love her too much. I'm going to go away from it all." Ah, what misery the human heart can bear, but there is one burden too heavy for it, to realize we cannot stop loving the woman we have come to despise. That morning the people of the village wondered who was crying out so up at Estève's farm. There in the yard, in front of the dew-covered, blood-covered stone table, the mother, naked from her bed, was crying for her child, lying dead in her arms.
Mr. and Mrs. Dove by Katherine Mansfield. Read by Rosalind Ayres.
Of course he knew, no man better, that he hadn't a ghost of a chance. He hadn't an earthly. The very idea of such a thing was preposterous. So preposterous that he'd perfectly understand it if her father... Well, whatever her father chose to do, he'd perfectly understand. In fact, nothing short of desperation, nothing short of the fact that this was positively his last day in England for God knows how long, would have screwed him up to it. And even now... He chose a tie out of the chest of drawers, a blue and cream check tie, and sat on the side of his bed. Supposing she replied, "What impertinence!" Would he be surprised? Not in the least, he decided. turning up his soft collar and turning it down over the tie. He expected her to say something like that. He didn't see, if he looked at the affair dead soberly, what else she could say. Here he was, and nervously he tied a bow in front of the mirror, jammed his hair down with both hands, pulled out the flaps of his jacket pockets. Making between 500 and 600 a year on a fruit farm in, of all places, Rhodesia. No capital, not a penny coming to him. No chance of his income increasing for at least 4 years. As for looks and all that sort of thing, he was completely out of the running. He couldn't even boast of top-hill health, for the East Africa business had knocked him out so thoroughly he'd had to take 6 months' leave. He was still fearfully pale. Worse even than usual this afternoon, he thought, bending forward and peering into the mirror. Good heavens! What had happened? His hair looked almost bright green. Dash it all, he hadn't green hair at all events. That was a bit too steep. And then the green light trembled in the glass. It was the shadow from the tree outside. Reggie turned away, took out his cigarette case, but, remembering how the mater hated him to smoke in his bedroom, put it back again and drifted over to the chest of drawers. No, he was dashed if he could think of one blessed thing in his favour, while she... Oh... He stopped dead, folded his arms and leaned hard against the chest of drawers. And in spite of her position, her father's wealth, the fact that she was an only child and far and away the most popular girl in the neighbourhood, in spite of her beauty and her cleverness... Cleverness? It was a great deal more than that. There was really nothing she couldn't do. He fully believed, had it been necessary, she would have been a genius at anything. In spite of the fact that her parents adored her and she them, and they'd as soon let her go all that way as... In spite of every single thing you could think of, so terrific was his love that he couldn't help hoping. Well, was it hope? Or was this queer, timid longing to have the chance of looking after her, of making it his job to see that she had everything she wanted, that nothing came near her that wasn't perfect? Just love. How he loved her. He squeezed hard against the chest of drawers and murmured to it, I love her. I love her. And, just for the moment, he was with her on the way to Umtali. It was night. She sat in a corner, asleep. Her soft chin was tucked into her soft collar. Her gold-brown lashes lay on her cheeks. He doted on her delicate little nose, her perfect lips, her ear like a baby's, and the gold-brown curl that half covered it. They were passing through the jungle. It was warm and dark and far away. Then she woke up and said, Have I been asleep? And he answered, Yes. Are you all right? Here, let me. And he leaned forward too. He bent over her. This was such bliss that he could dream no further. But it gave him the courage to bound downstairs, to snatch his straw hat from the hall, and to say as he closed the front door, Well, I can only try my luck, that's all. But his luck gave him a nasty jar, to say the least, almost immediately. Promenading up and down the garden path, with Chinny and Biddy the ancient peaks, was the mater. Of course, Reginald was fond of the mater and all that. She meant well, and she had no end of grit and so on. But there was no denying it, she was rather a grim parent. And there had been moments, many of them in Reggie's life, before Uncle Alec died and left him the fruit farm, when he was convinced that to be a widow's only son was about the worst punishment a chap could have. And what made it rougher than ever was that she was positively all that he had. She wasn't only a combined parent, as it were, but she had quarrelled with all her own and the governor's relations before Reggie had won his first trouser pockets. So that whenever Reggie was homesick out there, sitting on his dark veranda by starlight, while the gramophone cried, Dear, what is life but love? His only vision was of the mater, tall and stout, rustling down the garden path with Chinny and Biddy at her heels. The mater, with her scissors outspread to snap the head of a dead something or other, stopped at the sight of Reggie. You're not going out, Reginald? She asked, seeing that he was. I'll be back for tea, mater, said Reggie weakly, plunging his hands into his jacket pockets. Snip! Off came a head. Reggie almost jumped. I should have thought you could have spared your mother your last afternoon, said she. Silence. The Peaks stared. They understood every word of the mater's. Biddy lay down with her tongue poked out. She was so fat and glossy she looked like a lump of half-melted toffee. But Chinny's porcelain eyes gloomed at Reginald, and he sniffed faintly, as though the whole world were one unpleasant smell. Snip went the scissors again. Poor little beggars, they were getting it. "And where are you going, if your mother may ask?" asked the mater. It was over at last, but Reggie did not slow down until he was out of sight of the house and halfway to Colonel Proctor's. Then only he noticed what a top-hole afternoon it was. It had been raining all the morning, late summer rain, warm, heavy, quick, and now the sky was clear, except for a long tail of little clouds like ducklings sailing over the forest. There was just enough wind to shake the last drops off the trees. One warm star splashed on his hand. Ping! Another drummed on his hat. The empty road gleamed, the hedges smelt of briar, and how big and bright the hollyhocks glowed in the cottage gardens. And here was Colonel Proctor's. Here it was already. His hand was on the gate, his elbow jogged the syringa bushes, and petals and pollen scattered over his coat sleeve. But wait a bit, this was too quick altogether. He'd meant to think the whole thing out again. Here, steady! But he was walking up the path, with the huge rose bushes on either side. It can't be done like this. But his hand had grasped the bell, given it a pull, and started it pealing wildly as if he'd come to say the house was on fire. The housemaid must have been in the hall, too, for the front door flashed open and Reggie was shut in the empty drawing-room before that confounded bell had stopped ringing. Strangely enough, when it did, the big room, shadowy with someone's parasol lying on top of the grand piano, bucked him up, or rather excited him. It was so quiet, and yet in one moment the door would open and his fate be decided. The feeling was not unlike that of being at the dentist's. He was almost reckless. But at the same time, to his immense surprise, Reggie heard himself saying, "Lord, thou knowest, thou hast not done much for me." That pulled him up. That made him realise again how dead serious it was. Too late. The door handle turned. Anne came in, crossed the shadowy space between them, gave him her hand and said in her small, soft voice, "I'm so sorry. Father is out and Mother is having a day in town hat hunting. There's only me to entertain you, Reggie." Reggie gasped, pressed his own hat to his jacket buttons and stammered out, "As a matter of fact, I've only come to say goodbye." "Oh," cried Anne softly. She stepped back from him, and her grey eyes danced. "What a very short visit." Then, watching him, her chin tilted, she laughed outright, a long, soft peal, and walked away from him over to the piano and leaned against it, playing with the tassel of the parasol. "I'm so sorry," she said, "to be laughing like this. I don't know why I do. It's just a bad habit." And suddenly she stamped her grey shoe and took a pocket handkerchief out of her white woolly jacket. "I really must conquer it. It's too absurd," said she. "Good heavens, Anne," cried Reggie. I love to hear you laughing. I can't imagine anything more—" But the truth was, and they both knew it, she wasn't always laughing. It wasn't really a habit. Only ever since the day they'd met, ever since that very first moment, for some strange reason that Reggie wished to God he understood, Anne had laughed at him. Why? It didn't matter where they were or what they were talking about. They might begin by being as serious as possible, dead serious, at any rate as far as he was concerned, but then suddenly, in the middle of a sentence, Anne would glance at him, and a little quick quiver passed over her face. Her lips parted, her eyes danced, and she began laughing. Another queer thing about it was, Reggie had an idea she didn't herself know why she laughed. He had seen her turn away, frown, suck in her cheeks, press her hands together, But it was no use. The long, soft peal sounded, even while she cried, "I don't know why I'm laughing." It was a mystery. Now she tucked the handkerchief away. "Do sit down," said she, "and smoke, won't you? There are cigarettes in that little box beside you. I'll have one too." He lighted a match for her, and as she bent forward he saw the tiny flame glow in the pearl ring she wore. "It is tomorrow that you're going, isn't it?" said Anne. "Yes, tomorrow as ever is," said Reggie, and he blew a little fan of smoke. Why on earth was he so nervous? Nervous wasn't the word for it. It's frightfully hard to believe," he added. "Yes, isn't it?" said Anne softly, and she leaned forward and rolled the point of her cigarette round the green ashtray. How beautiful she looked like that. Simply beautiful, and she was so small in that immense chair. Reginald's heart swelled with tenderness, but it was her voice, her soft voice, that made him tremble. "I feel you've been here for years," she said. Reginald took a deep breath of his cigarette. "It's ghastly, this idea of going back," he said. "Coo-roo, coo, coo, coo," sounded from the quiet. "But you're fond of being out there, aren't you?" said Anne. She hooked her finger through her pearl necklace. "Father was saying only the other night how lucky he thought you were to have a life of your own." And she looked up at him. Reginald's smile was rather wan. "I don't feel fearfully lucky," he said lightly. "Roo, coo, coo, coo," came again, and Anne murmured, "You mean it's lonely?" "Oh, it isn't the loneliness I care about," said Reginald, and he stumped his cigarette savagely on the green ashtray. "I could stand any amount of it. Used to like it even. It's the idea of—" Suddenly, to his horror, he felt himself blushing. "Roo, coo, coo, coo. Roo, coo, coo, coo." Anne jumped up. "Come and say goodbye to my doves," she said. "They've been moved to the side veranda. You do like doves, don't you, Reggie?" "Awfully," said Reggie, so fervently that as he opened the French window for her and stood to one side, Anne ran forward and laughed at the doves instead. To and fro over the fine red sand on the floor of the dove-house walked the two doves. One was always in front of the other. One ran forward, uttering a little cry, and the other followed, solemnly bowing and bowing. "You see," explained Anne, "the one in front, she's Mrs. Dove. She looks at Mr. Dove and gives that little laugh and runs forward, and he follows her, bowing and bowing, and that makes her laugh again. Away she runs, and after her," cried Anne as she sat back on her heels, "comes poor Mr. Dove, bowing and bowing, and that's their whole life. They never do anything else, you know." She got up and took some yellow grains out of a bag on the roof of the dove-house. "When you think of them, out in Rhodesia, Reggie, you can be sure that is what they will be doing." Reggie gave no sign of having seen the doves or having heard a word. For the moment he was conscious only of the immense effort it took to tear his secret out of himself and offer it to Anne. "Anne, do you think you could ever care for me?" It was done. It was over. And in the little pause that followed, Reginald saw the garden open to the light, the blue quivering sky, the flutter of leaves on the veranda poles, and Anne turning over the grains of maize on her palm with one finger. Then, slowly, she shut her hand, and the new world faded, as she murmured slowly, "No, never in that way." But he had scarcely time to feel anything before she walked quickly away, and he followed her down the steps, along the garden path, under the pink rose arches, across the lawn. There, with the gay herbaceous border behind her, Anne faced Reginald. "It isn't that I'm not awfully fond of you," she said. "I am, but—" Her eyes widened. "Not in the way—" A quiver passed over her face. "One ought to be fond of—" Her lips parted, and she couldn't stop herself. She began laughing.
There, you see, she cried. It's your checked tie. Even at this moment, when one would think one really would be solemn, your tie reminds me fearfully of the bow ties that cats wear in pictures. Oh, please forgive me for being so horrid. Please. Reggie caught hold of her little warm hand. There's no question of forgiving you, he said quickly. How could there be? And I do believe I know why I make you laugh. It's because you're so far above me in every way that I'm somehow ridiculous. I see that, Anne. But if I were to... No. Anne squeezed his hand hard. It's not that. That's all wrong. I'm not far above you at all. You're much better than I am. You're marvellously unselfish and kind and simple. I'm none of those things. You don't know me. I'm the most awful character, said Anne. Please don't interrupt. And besides, that's not the point. The point is, she shook her head, I couldn't possibly marry a man I laughed at. Surely you see that. The man I marry, breathed Anne softly. She broke off. She drew her hand away, and looking at Reggie, she smiled strangely, dreamily. The man I marry. And it seemed to Reggie that a tall, handsome, brilliant stranger stepped in front of him and took his place. The kind of man that Anne and he had seen often at the theatre, walking onto the stage from nowhere, without a word, catching the heroine in his arms, and after one long, tremendous look, carrying her off to anywhere. Reggie bowed to his vision. Yes, I see, he said huskily. Do you? Said Anne. Oh, I do hope you do, because I feel so horrid about it. It's so hard to explain. You know, I've never... She stopped. Reggie looked at her. She was smiling. Isn't it funny, she said. I can say anything to you. I always have been able to from the very beginning. He tried to smile, to say, I'm glad. She went on, I've never known anyone I like as much as I like you. I've never felt so happy with anyone. But I'm sure it's not what people and what books mean when they talk about love. Do you understand? Oh, if you only knew how horrid I feel. But we'd be like Mr. and Mrs. Dove. That did it. That seemed to Reginald final and so terribly true that he could hardly bear it. Don't drive it home, he said, and he turned away from Anne and looked across the lawn. There was the gardener's cottage with the dark oak tree beside it. A wet blue thumb of transparent smoke hung above the chimney. It didn't look real. How his throat ached. Could he speak? He had a shot. I must be getting along home, he croaked, and he began walking across the lawn. But Anne ran after him. No, don't, you can't go yet, she said imploringly. You can't possibly go away feeling like that. And she stared up at him, frowning, biting her lip. Oh, that's all right, said Reggie, giving himself a shake. I'll... And he waved his hand as much as to say, get over it. But this is awful, said Anne. She clasped her hands and stood in front of him. Surely you do see how fatal it would be for us to marry, don't you? Oh, quite, said Reggie, looking at her with haggard eyes. How wrong, how wicked, feeling as I do. I mean, it's all very well for Mr. and Mrs. Dove, but imagine that in real life. Imagine it. Oh, absolutely, said Reggie, and he started to walk on. But again Anne stopped him. She tugged at his sleeve, and, to his astonishment, this time, instead of laughing, she looked like a little girl who was going to cry. Then why, if you understand, are you so unhappy? She wailed. Why do you mind so fearfully? Why do you look so awful? Reggie gulped, and again he waved something away. I can't help it, he said. I've had a blow. If I cut off now, I'll be able to... How can you talk of cutting off now? Said Anne scornfully. She stamped her foot at Reggie. She was crimson. "How can you be so cruel? I can't let you go until I know for certain that you're just as happy as you were before you asked me to marry you. Surely you must see that. It's so simple." But it did not seem at all simple to Reginald. It seemed impossibly difficult. "Even if I can't marry you, how can I know that you're all that way away, with only that awful mother to write to, and that you're miserable, and that it's all my fault?"
"It's not your fault. Don't think that. It's just fate."
Reggie took her hand off his sleeve and kissed it.
"Don't pity me, dear little Anne," he said gently. And this time he nearly ran under the pink arches along the garden path.
"Roo, coo-coo-coo, roo, coo-coo-coo," sounded from the veranda. "Reggie! Reggie!" from the garden.
He stopped. He turned. But when she saw his timid, puzzled look, she gave a little laugh.
"Come back, Mr. Dove,"
said Anne, and Reginald came slowly across the lawn.
Georgie, Porgie by Rudyard Kipling, read by Edward Fox.
Georgie, Porgie, pudding and pie, kissed the girls and made them cry. When the boys came out to play, Georgie, Porgie ran away. If you will admit that a man has no right to enter his drawing-room early in the morning when the housemaid is setting things right and clearing away the dust, you will concede that civilized people who eat out of china and own card cases have no right to apply their standard of right and wrong to an unsettled land. When the place is made fit for their reception by those men who are told off to the work, they can come up, bringing in their trunks, their own society, and the Decalogue, and all the other apparatus. Where the Queen's law does not carry, it is irrational to expect an observance of other and weaker rules. The men who run ahead of the cars of decency and propriety and make the jungle ways straight cannot be judged in the same manner as the stay-at-home folk of the ranks of the regular chin. Not many months ago, the Queen's law stopped a few miles north of Tobermory on the Irrawaddy. There was no very strong public opinion up to that limit, but it existed to keep men in order. When the government said that the Queen's law must carry up to Bahamo and the Chinese border, the order was given, and some men whose desire was to be ever a little in advance of the rush of respectability flocked forward with the troops. These were the men who could never pass examinations, and who would have been too pronounced in their ideas for the administration of bureau-worked provinces. The supreme government stepped in as soon as might be, with codes and regulations, and all but reduced New Burma to the dead Indian level. But there was a short time during which strong men were necessary and ploughed a field for themselves. Among the forerunners of civilization was Georgie Porgie, reckoned by all who knew him a strong man. He held an appointment in Lower Burma when the order came to break the frontier, and his friends called him Georgie Porgie because of the singularly Burmese-like manner in which he sang a song whose first line is something like the words Georgie Porgie. Most men who've been in Burma will know the song. It means, puff, 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 great steamboat. Georgie sang it to his banjo, and his friends shouted with delight, so that you could hear them far away in the teak forest. When he went to Upper Burma, he had no special regard for God or man, but he knew how to make himself respected, and to carry out the mixed military-civil duties that fell to most men's share in those months. He did his office work and entertained now and again the detachments of fever-shaken soldiers who blundered through his part of the world in search of a flying party of dacoits. Sometimes he turned out and dressed down dacoits on his own account, for the country was still smouldering and would blaze when least expected. He enjoyed these charivaris, but the dacoits were not so amused. All the officials who came in contact with him departed with the idea that Georgie Porgie was a valuable person, well able to take care of himself, and on that belief he was left to his own devices. At the end of a few months he wearied of his solitude and cast about for company and refinement. The Queen's law had hardly begun to be felt in the country, and public opinion, which is more powerful than the Queen's law, had yet to come. Also, there was a custom in the country which allowed a white man to take to himself a wife of the daughters of Heth upon due payment. The marriage was not quite so binding as is the nikah ceremony among Mohammedans, but the wife was very pleasant. When all our troops are back from Burma, there will be a proverb in their mouths, as thrifty as a Burmese wife. And pretty English ladies will wonder what in the world it means. The headman of the village next to Georgie Porgie's post had a fair daughter who had seen Georgie Porgie and loved him from afar. When news went abroad that the Englishman with the heavy hand who lived in the stockade was looking for a housekeeper, the headman came in and explained that for 500 rupees down he would entrust his daughter to Georgie Porgie's keeping, to be maintained in all honour, respect and comfort, with pretty dresses, according to the custom of the country. This thing was done, and Georgie Porgie never repented it. He found his rough-and-tumble house put straight and made comfortable, his hitherto unchecked expenses cut down by 1/2, and himself petted and made much of by his new acquisition, who sat at the head of his table and sang songs to him, and ordered his Madrasi servants about, and was in every way as sweet and merry and honest and winning a little woman as the most exacting of bachelors could have desired. No race, men say who know, produces such good wives and heads of households as the Burmese. When the next detachment tramped by on the war-path, the subaltern in command found at Georgie Porgie's table a hostess to be deferential to, a woman to be treated in every way as one occupying an assured position. When he gathered his men together next dawn and re-plunged into the jungle, he thought regretfully of the nice little dinner and the pretty face, and envied Georgie Porgie from the bottom of his heart. Yet he was engaged to a girl at home, and that is how some men are constructed. The Burmese girl's name was not a pretty one, but as she was promptly christened Georgina by Georgie Porgie, the blemish did not matter. Georgie Porgie thought well of the petting and the general comfort, and vowed that he had never spent 500 rupees to a better end. After 3 months of domestic life, a great idea struck him. Matrimony. English matrimony could not be such a bad thing after all. If he was so thoroughly comfortable at the back of beyond with his Burmese girl who smoked cheroots, how much more comfortable would he be with a sweet English maiden who would not smoke cheroots, and who would play upon the piano instead of a banjo? Also, he had a desire to return to his kind, to hear a band once more, and to feel how it felt to wear a dress suit again. Decidedly, matrimony would be a very good thing. He thought the matter out at length of evenings, while Georgina sang to him, or asked him why he was so silent, and whether she had done anything to offend him. As he thought, he smoked, and as he smoked, he looked at Georgina, and in his fancy turned her into a fair, thrifty, amusing, merry little English girl, with hair coming low down on her forehead, and perhaps a cigarette between her lips. Certainly not a big, thick Burma cheroot, of the brand that Georgina smoked. He would wed a girl with Georgina's eyes and most of her ways, but not all. She could be improved upon. Then he blew thick smoke wreaths through his nostrils and stretched himself. He would taste marriage. Georgina had helped him to save money, and there was 6 months' leave due to him. "See here, little woman," he said, "we must put by more money for these next 3 months. I want it." That was a direct slur on Georgina's housekeeping, for she prided herself on her thrift. But since her God wanted money, she would do her best. "You want money?" she said with a little laugh. "I have money. Look." She ran to her own room and fetched out a small bag of rupees. "Of all that you give me, I keep back some. See? 107 rupees. Can you want more money than that? Take it. It is my pleasure if you use it." She spread out the money on the table and pushed it towards him with her quick little pale yellow fingers. Georgie Porgie never referred to economy in the household again. 3 months later, after the dispatch and receipt of several mysterious letters which Georgina could not understand and hated for that reason, Georgie Porgie said he was going away, and she must return to her father's house and stay there. Georgina wept. She would go with her God from the world's end to the world's end. Why should she leave him? She loved him. "I'm only going to Rangoon," said Georgie Porgie. "I shall be back in a month, but it is safer to stay with your father. I will leave you 200 rupees. "If you go for a month, what need of 200? 50 are more than enough. There is some evil here. Do not go, or at least let me go with you." Georgie Porgie does not like to remember that scene even at this date. In the end, he got rid of Georgina by a compromise of 75 rupees. She would not take more. Then he went by steamer and rail to Rangoon. The mysterious letters had granted him 6 months' leave. The actual flight and an idea that he might have been treacherous hurt severely at the time. But as soon as the big steamer was well out into the blue, things were easier, and Georgina's face, and the queer little stockaded house, and the memory of the rushes of shouting dacoits by night, the cry and struggle of the first man that he'd ever killed with his own hand, and 100 other more intimate things faded and faded out of Georgie Porgie's heart. And the vision of approaching England took its place. The steamer was full of men on leave, all rampantly jovial souls who'd shaken off the dust and sweat of Upper Burma and were as merry as schoolboys. They helped Georgie Porgie to forget. Then came England, with its luxuries and decencies and comforts, and Georgie Porgie walked in a pleasant dream upon pavements of which he had nearly forgotten the ring, wondering why men in their senses ever left town. He accepted his keen delight in his furlough as the reward of his services. Providence further arranged for him another and greater delight, all the pleasures of a quiet English wooing, quite different from the brazen businesses of the East, when half the community stand back and bet on the result, and the other half wonder what Mrs. So-and-so will say to it. It was a pleasant girl and a perfect summer, and a big country house near Petworth, where there are acres and acres of purple heather and high-grassed water meadows to wander through. Georgie Porgie felt that he had at last found something worth living for, and naturally assumed that the next thing to do was to ask the girl to share his life in India. She, in her ignorance, was willing to go. On this occasion there was no bartering with a village headman. There was a fine middle-class wedding in the country, with a stout papa and a weeping mamma, and a best man in purple and fine linen, and 6 snub-nosed girls from the Sunday school to throw roses on the path between the tombstones up to the church door. The local paper described the affair at great length, even down to giving the hymns in full. But that was because the direction was starving for want of material. Then came a honeymoon at Arundel, and the mamma wept copiously before she allowed her one daughter to sail away to India under the care of Georgie Porgie, the bridegroom. Beyond any question, Georgie Porgie was immensely fond of his wife, and she was devoted to him as the best and greatest man in the world. When he reported himself at Bombay, he felt justified in demanding a good station for his wife's sake, and because he had made a little mark in Burma and was beginning to be appreciated, they allowed him nearly all that he asked for and posted him to a station which we will call Sutrain. It stood upon several hills and was styled officially a sanitarium, for the good reason that the drainage was utterly neglected. Here Georgie Porgie settled down and found married life come very naturally to him. He did not rave, as do many bridegrooms, over the strangeness and delight of seeing his own true love sitting down to breakfast with him every morning, as though it were the most natural thing in the world. He'd been there before, as the Americans say, and checking the merits of his own present grace by those of Georgina, he was more and more inclined to think that he had done well. But there was no peace or comfort across the Bay of Bengal under the teak trees where Georgina lived with her father, waiting for Georgie Porgie to return. The headman was old and remembered the War of '51. He had been to Rangoon and knew something of the ways of the Kulars. Sitting in front of his door in the evenings, he taught Georgina a dry philosophy which did not console her in the least. The trouble was that she loved Georgie Porgie just as much as the French girl in the history books loved the priest whose head was broken by the king's bullies. One day she disappeared from the village with all the rupees that Georgie Porgie had given her and a very small smattering of English, also gained from Georgie Porgie. The headman was angry at first, but lit a fresh cheroot and said something uncomplimentary about the sex in general. Georgina had started on a search for Georgie Porgie, who might be in Rangoon, or across the Black Water, or dead for aught she knew. Chance favoured her. An old Sikh policeman told her that Georgie Porgie had crossed the Black Water. She took a steerage passage from Rangoon and went to Calcutta, keeping the secret of her search to herself. In India, every trace of her was lost for 6 weeks, and no one knows what trouble of heart she must have undergone. She reappeared 400 miles north of Calcutta, steadily heading northwards, very worn and haggard, but very fixed in her determination to find Georgie Porgie. She could not understand the language of the people, but India is infinitely charitable, and the women folk along the Grand Trunk gave her food. Something made her believe that Georgie Porgie was to be found at the end of that pitiless road. She may have seen a sepoy who knew him in Burma, but of this no one can be certain. At last she found a regiment on the line of march, and met there one of the many subalterns whom Georgie Porgie had invited to dinner in the far-off old days of the dacoit hunting. There was a certain amount of amusement among the tents when Georgina threw herself at the man's feet and began to cry. There was no amusement when her story was told, but a collection was made, and that was more to the point. One of the subalterns knew of Georgie Porgie's whereabouts, but not of his marriage. So he told Georgina, and she went her way joyfully to the north in a railway carriage where there was rest for tired feet and shade for a dusty little head. The marches from the train through the hills into Sutrain were trying, but Georgina had money, and families journeying in bullock carts gave her help. It was an almost miraculous journey, and Georgina felt sure that the good spirits of Burma were looking after her. The hill road to Sutrain is a chilly stretch, and Georgina caught a bad cold. Still there was Georgie Porgie at the end of all the trouble to take her in his arms and pet her, as he used to do in the old days when the stockade was shut for the night, and he had approved of the evening meal. Georgina went forward as fast as she could, and her good spirits did her one last favour. An Englishman stopped her in the twilight, just at the turn of the road into Sutrain, saying, "Good heavens, what are you doing here?" He was Gillis, the man who had been Georgie Porgie's assistant in Upper Burma and who occupied the next post to Georgie Porgie's in the jungle. Georgie Porgie had applied to have him to work with at Sutrain because he liked him. "I have come," said Georgina simply. "It was such a long way, and I've been months in coming. Where is his house?" Gillis gasped. He'd seen enough of Georgina in the old times to know that explanations would be useless. You cannot explain things to the Oriental. You must show. "I'll take you there," said Gillis, and he led Georgina off the road, up the cliff, by a little pathway to the back of a house set on a platform cut into the hillside. The lamps were just lit, but the curtains were not drawn. "Now look," said Gillis, stopping in front of the drawing-room window. Georgina looked, and saw Georgie Porgie and the bride. She put her hand up to her hair, which had come out of its topknot and was straggling about her face. She tried to set her ragged dress in order, but the dress was past pulling straight, and she coughed a queer little cough, for she really had taken a very bad cold. Gillis looked too, but while Georgina only looked at the bride once, turning her eyes always on Georgie Porgie, Gillis looked at the bride all the time. "What are you going to do?" said Gillis, who held Georgina by the wrist in case of any unexpected rush into the lamplight. "Will you go in and tell that English woman that you lived with her husband?" "No," said Georgina faintly. "Let me go. I am going away. I swear that I am going away." She twisted herself free and ran off into the dark. "Poor little beast," said Gillis, dropping onto the main road. "I'd have given her something to get back to Burma with. What a narrow shave, though, and that angel would never have forgiven it. This seems to prove that the devotion of Gillis was not entirely due to his affection for Georgie Porgie. The bride and the bridegroom came out into the veranda after dinner in order that the smoke of Georgie Porgie's cheroots might not hang in the new drawing-room curtains. "What is that noise down there?" said the bride. Both listened. "Oh," said Georgie Porgie, "I suppose some brute of a hillman has been beating his wife." "Beating his wife? How ghastly," said the bride. "Fancy your beating me." She slipped an arm around her husband's waist and, leaning her head against his shoulder, looked out across the cloud-filled valley in deep content and security. But it was Georgina crying, all by herself, down the hillside among the stones of the watercourse, where the washermen wash the clothes.
Caterpillars by E.F. Benson, read by Patrick Malahide.
I saw a month or two ago in an Italian paper that the Villa Cascana, in which I once stayed, had been pulled down, and that a manufactory of some sort was in process of erection on its site. There is therefore no longer any reason for refraining from writing of those things which I myself saw, or imagined I saw, in a certain room and on a certain landing of the villa in question, nor from mentioning the circumstances which followed, which may or may not, according to the opinion of the reader, throw some light on or be somehow connected with this experience. The Villa Cascana was in all ways but one a perfectly delightful house, yet if it were standing now, nothing in the world, I use the phrase in its literal sense, would induce me to set foot in it again, for I believe it to have been haunted in a very terrible and practical manner. Most ghosts, when all is said and done, do not do much harm. They may perhaps terrify, but the person whom they visit usually gets over their visitation. They may, on the other hand, be entirely friendly and beneficent. But the appearances in the Villa Cascana were not beneficent, and had they made their visit in a very slightly different manner, I do not suppose I should have got over it more than Arthur Ingalls did. The house stood on an ilex-clad hill not far from Sestri di Levante on the Italian Riviera, looking out over the iridescent blues of that enchanted sea, while behind it rose the pale green chestnut woods that climb up the hillsides till they give place to the pines that, black in contrast with them, crown the slopes. All round it the garden, in the luxuriance of mid-spring, bloomed and was fragrant, and the scent of magnolia and rose, borne on the salt freshness of the winds from the sea, flowed like a stream through the cool vaulted rooms. On the ground floor a broad pillared loggia ran round 3 sides of the house, the top of which formed a balcony for certain rooms on the first floor. The main staircase, broad and of grey marble steps, led up from the hall to the landing outside these rooms, which were 3 in number, namely 2 big sitting-rooms and a bedroom arranged en suite. The latter was unoccupied. The sitting-rooms were in use. From here the main staircase continued up to the 2nd floor, where were situated certain bedrooms, one of which I occupied, while on the other side of the 1st floor landing some 6 steps led to another suite of rooms where, at the time I'm speaking of, Arthur Ingalls the artist had his bedroom and studio. Thus the landing outside my bedroom at the top of the house commanded both the landing of the 1st floor and also the steps that led to Ingalls' rooms. Jim Stanley and his wife, finally, whose guest I was, occupied rooms in another wing of the house, where also were the servants' quarters. I arrived just in time for lunch on a brilliant noon of mid-May. The garden was shouting with colour and fragrance, and not less delightful after my broiling walk up from the marina, should have been the coming from the reverberating heat and blaze of the day into the marble coolness of the villa. Only the reader has my bare word for this and nothing more. The moment I set foot in the house, I felt that something was wrong. This feeling, I may say, was quite vague, though very strong, and I remember that when I saw letters waiting for me on the table in the hall, I felt certain that the explanation was here. I was convinced that there was bad news of some sort for me. Yet when I opened them I found no such explanation of my premonition. My correspondence all reeked of prosperity. Yet this clear miscarriage of a presentiment did not dissipate my uneasiness. In that cool, fragrant house there was something wrong. I am at pains to mention this because it may explain why it was that, though I am as a rule so excellent a sleeper that the extinction of a light on getting into bed is apparently contemporaneous with being called on the following morning, I slept very badly on my first night in the Villa Cascana. It may also explain that fact that when I did sleep, if it was indeed in sleep that I saw what I thought I saw, I dreamed in a very vivid and original manner. Original, that is to say, in the sense that something which, as far as I knew, had never previously entered into my consciousness, usurped it then. But since, in addition to this evil premonition, certain words and events occurring during the rest of the day might have suggested something of what I thought happened that night, it will be well to relate them. After lunch, then, I went round the house with Mrs. Stanley, and during our tour she referred, it is true, to the unoccupied bedroom on the first floor, which opened out of the room where we had lunched. "We left that unoccupied," she said, "because Jim and I have a charming bedroom and dressing room, as you saw, in the wing, and if we used it ourselves we should have to turn the dining room into a dressing room and have our meals downstairs. As it is, however, we have our little flat there. Arthur Ingalls has his little flat in the other passage, and I remembered, aren't I extraordinary, that you once said that the higher up you were in a house, the better you were pleased, so I put you at the top of the house instead of giving you that room." It is true that a doubt, vaguely as my uneasy premonition, crossed my mind at this. I did not see why Mrs. Stanley should have explained all this, if there had not been more to explain. I allow, therefore, that the thought that there was something to explain about the unoccupied bedroom was momentarily present to my mind. The second thing that may have borne on my dream was this. At dinner the conversation turned for a moment on ghosts. Ingalls, with a certainty of conviction, expressed his belief that anybody who could possibly believe in the existence of supernatural phenomena was unworthy of the name of an ass. Well, the subject instantly dropped. As far as I can recollect, nothing else occurred or was said that could bear on what follows. We all went to bed rather early, and personally I yawned my way upstairs, feeling hideously sleepy. My room was rather hot, and I threw all the windows wide, and from without poured in the white light of the moon and the love-song of many nightingales. I undressed quickly and got into bed, but though I had felt so sleepy before, I now felt extremely wide awake. But I was quite content to be awake. I did not toss or turn. I felt perfectly happy listening to the song and seeing the light. Then it is possible I may have gone to sleep, and what follows may have been a dream. I thought, anyhow, that after a time the nightingales ceased singing, and the moon sank. I thought also that if, for some unexplained reason, I was going to lie awake all night, I might as well read, and I remembered that I'd left a book in which I was interested in the dining-room on the first floor, so I got out of bed, lit a candle, and went downstairs. I entered the room, saw on a side table the book I'd come to look for, and then, simultaneously, saw that the door into the unoccupied bedroom was open. A curious grey light, not of dawn nor of moonshine, came out of it, and I looked in. The bed stood just opposite the door, a big four-poster hung with tapestry at the head. Then I saw that the greyish light of the bedroom came from the bed, or rather from what was on the bed, for it was covered with great caterpillars, a foot or more in length, which crawled over it. They were faintly luminous, and it was the light from them that showed me the room. Instead of the sucker feet of ordinary caterpillars, they had rows of pincers like crabs, and they moved by grasping what they lay on with their pincers, and then sliding their bodies forward. In colour, these dreadful insects were yellowish-grey, and they were covered with irregular lumps and swellings. There must have been hundreds of them, for they formed a sort of writhing, crawling pyramid on the bed. Occasionally one fell off onto the floor with a soft, fleshy thud, and though the floor was of hard concrete, it yielded to the pincer feet as if it had been putty, and, crawling back, the caterpillar would mount onto the bed again to rejoin its fearful companions. They appeared to have no faces, so to speak, but at one end of them there was a mouth that opened sideways in respiration. Then, as I looked, it seemed to me as if they all suddenly became conscious of my presence. All the mouths, at any rate, were turned in my direction, and next moment they began dropping off the bed with those soft, fleshy thuds onto the floor and wriggling towards me. For 1 second the paralysis of nightmare was on me, but the next I was running upstairs again to my room, and I remember feeling the cold of the marble steps on my bare feet. I rushed into my bedroom and slammed the door behind me, and then, I was certainly wide awake now, I found myself standing by my bed with the sweat of terror pouring from me. The noise of the banged doors still rang in my ears, but, as would have been more usual, if this had been mere nightmare, the terror that had been mine when I saw those foul beasts crawling about the bed or dropping softly onto the floor did not cease then. Awake now, if dreaming before, I did not at all recover from the horror of dream. It did not seem to me that I had dreamed, and until dawn I sat or stood, not daring to lie down, thinking that every rustle or movement that I heard was the approach of the caterpillars. To them and the claws that bit into the cement the wood of the door was child's play. Steel would not keep them out. But with the sweet and noble return of day, the horror vanished. The whisper of wind became benignant again. The nameless fear, whatever it was smoothed out and terrified me no longer. Dawn broke, hueless at first. Then it grew dove-coloured. Then the flaming pageant of light spread over the sky. The admirable rule of the house was that everybody had breakfast where and when he pleased, and in consequence it was not till lunch-time that I met any of the other members of our party, since I had breakfast on my balcony and wrote letters and other things till lunch. In fact, I got down to that meal rather late, after the other three had begun. Between my knife and fork there was a small pillbox of cardboard, and as I sat down, Ingalls spoke. "Do look at that," he said, "since you're interested in natural history. I found it crawling on my counterpane last night. I don't know what it is." I think that before I opened the pillbox I expected something of the sort which I found in it. Inside it, anyhow, was a small caterpillar, greyish-yellow in colour, with curious bumps and excrescences on its rings. It was extremely active and hurried round the box this way and that. Its feet were unlike the feet of any caterpillar I ever saw. They were like the pincers of a crab. I looked and shut the lid down again. "No, I don't know it," I said, "but it looks rather unwholesome. What are you going to do with it?" "Oh, I shall keep it," said Ingalls. "It's begun to spin. I want to see what sort of a moth it turns into." I opened the box again and saw that these hurrying movements were indeed the beginning of the spinning of the web of its cocoon. Then Ingalls spoke again. "It's got funny feet, too," he said. "They're like crab's pincers. What's the Latin for crab? Oh, yes, cancer. So, in case it is unique, let's christen it, eh? Cancer Inglesensis." Then something happened in my brain, some momentary piecing together of all that I had seen or dreamed. Something in his words seemed to me to throw light on it all, and my own intense horror at the experience of the night before linked itself onto what he had just said. In effect, I took the box and threw it, caterpillar and all, out of the window. There was a gravel path just outside, and beyond it a fountain playing into a basin. The box fell onto the middle of this. Ingalls laughed. "Oh, so the students of the occult don't like solid facts," he said. "Ha! My poor caterpillar!" The talk went off again at once onto other subjects, and I've only given in detail as they happened these trivialities in order to be sure myself that I've recorded everything that could have borne on occult subjects or on the subject of caterpillars. But at the moment when I threw the pillbox into the fountain, I lost my head. My only excuse is that, as is probably plain, the tenant of it was, in miniature, exactly what I had seen crowded onto the bed in the unoccupied room. And though this translation of those phantoms into flesh and blood, or whatever it is that caterpillars are made of, ought perhaps to have relieved the horror of the night, as a matter of fact, it did nothing of the kind. It only made the crawling pyramid that covered the bed in the unoccupied room more hideously real. After lunch we spent a lazy hour or two strolling about the garden or sitting in the loggia, and it must have been about 4 o'clock when Stanley and I started off to bathe, down the path that led by the fountain into which I had thrown the pillbox. The water was shallow and clear, and at the bottom of it I saw its white remains. The soaking had disintegrated the cardboard, and it had become no more than a few strips and shreds of sodden paper. The centre of the fountain was a marble Italian Cupid, which squirted the water out of a wine-skin held under its arm, and crawling up its leg was the caterpillar. Strange and scarcely credible as it seemed, it must have survived the falling to bits of its prison and made its way to shore, and there it was, out of arm's reach, weaving and waving this way and that as it evolved its cocoon. Then, as I looked at it, it seemed to me again that, like the caterpillar I had seen last night, it saw me, and, breaking out of the threads that surrounded it, it crawled down the marble leg of the Cupid and began swimming like a snake across the water of the fountain towards me. It came with extraordinary speed. The fact of a caterpillar being able to swim was new to me, and in another moment was crawling up the marble lip of the basin. And just then Ingalls joined us. "Why, if it isn't old Cancer Inglesensis again," he said, catching sight of the beast. "Ah, what a tearing hurry it's in!" We were standing side by side on the path, and when the caterpillar had advanced to within about a yard of us, it stopped and began waving again, as if in doubt as to the direction in which it should go. Then it appeared to make up its mind, and crawled onto Ingalls' shoe. "Well, it likes me best," he said. "I don't really know that I like it, and as it won't drown, I think perhaps—" He shook it off his shoe onto the gravel path and trod on it. All the afternoon the air got heavier and heavier, with a sirocco that was without doubt coming up from the south, and that night again I went up to bed feeling very sleepy. But below my drowsiness, so to speak, there was the consciousness, stronger than before, that there was something wrong in the house, that something dangerous was close at hand. But I fell asleep at once, and how long after I do not know, Either woke or dreamed I awoke, feeling that I must get up at once, or I should be too late. Then, dreaming or awake, I lay and fought this fear, telling myself that I was but the prey of my own nerves, disordered by sirocco or what-not, and at the same time quite clearly knowing, in another part of my mind, so to speak, that every moment's delay added to the danger. At last this second feeling became irresistible, and I put on coat and trousers and went out of my room onto the landing. And then I saw that I had already delayed too long, and that I was now too late. The whole of the landing of the first floor below was invisible under the swarm of caterpillars that crawled there. The folding doors into the sitting-room from which opened the bedroom where I had seen them last night were shut, but they were squeezing through the cracks of it and dropping one by one through the keyhole, elongating themselves into mere string as they passed and growing fat and lumpy again on emerging. Some, as if exploring, were nosing about the steps into the passage at the end of which were Ingall's rooms. Others were crawling on the lower steps of the staircase that led up to where I stood. The landing, however, was completely covered with them. I was cut off, and of the frozen horror that seized me when I saw that, I can give no idea in words. Then, at last, a general movement began to take place, and they grew thicker on the steps that led to Ingall's room. Gradually, like some hideous tide of flesh, they advanced along the passage, and I saw the foremost, visible by the pale grey luminousness that came from them, reach his door. Again and again I tried to shout and warn him in terror all the time that they should turn at the sound of my voice and mount my stair instead, but for all my efforts I felt that no sound came from my throat. They crawled along the hinge crack of his door, passing through as they had done before, and still I stood there making impotent efforts to shout to him, to bid him escape while there was time. At last the passage was completely empty. They had all gone, and at that moment I was conscious for the first time of the cold of the marble landing on which I stood barefooted. The dawn was just beginning to break in the eastern sky. 6 months later, I met Mrs. Stanley in a country house in England. We talked on many subjects, and at last she said, "I don't think I've seen you since I got that dreadful news about Arthur Ingalls a month ago." "I haven't heard," said I. "No, he's got cancer. They don't even advise an operation, for there's no hope of a cure. He is riddled with it, the doctors say." Now, during all these 6 months, I do not think a day had passed on which I had not in my mind the dreams, or whatever you like to call them, which I had seen in the Villa Cascana. "It is awful, is it not?" she continued, "and I can't help feeling that he may have—" "Caught it at the villa?" I asked. She looked at me in blank surprise. "Why do you say that?" she asked. "How did you know?" Then she told me. In the unoccupied bedroom a year before, there had been a fatal case of cancer. She had, of course, taken the best advice, and had been told that the utmost dictates of prudence would be obeyed so long as she did not put anybody to sleep in the room, which had also been thoroughly disinfected and newly whitewashed and painted. But...
End of Disc 3. Disc 4. Lost Hearts by M.R. James, read by Richard Pascoe.
It was, as far as I can ascertain, in September of the year 1811 that a post-chaise drew up before the door of Aswarby Hall in the heart of Lincolnshire. The little boy, who was the only passenger in the chaise, and who jumped out as soon as it had stopped, looked about him with the keenest curiosity during the short interval that elapsed between the ringing of the bell and the opening of the hall door. He saw a tall, square, red-brick house built in the reign of Anne. A stone-pillared porch had been added in the purer classical style of 1790. The windows of the house were many, tall and narrow, with small panes and thick white woodwork. A pediment, pierced with a round window, crowned the front. There were wings to right and left, connected by curious glazed galleries, supported by colonnades, with the central block. These wings plainly contained the stables and offices of the house. Each was surmounted by an ornamental cupola with a gilded vane. An evening light shone on the building, making the window panes glow like so many fires. Away from the hall in front stretched a flat park studded with oaks and fringed with firs, which stood out against the sky. The clock in the church tower, buried in trees on the edge of the park, only its golden weathercock catching the light, was striking 6, and the sound came gently beating down the wind. It was altogether a pleasant impression, though tinged with the sort of melancholy appropriate to an evening in early autumn, that was conveyed to the mind of the boy who was standing in the porch, waiting for the door to open to him. The post-chaise had brought him from Warwickshire, where, some 6 months before, he had been left an orphan. Now, owing to the generous offer of his elderly cousin, Mr. Abney, he had come to live at Aswarby. The offer was unexpected, because all who knew anything of Mr. Abney looked upon him as a somewhat austere recluse, into whose steady-going household the advent of a small boy would import a new and, it seemed, incongruous element. The truth is that very little was known of Mr. Abney's pursuits or temper. The professor of Greek at Cambridge had been heard to say that no one knew more of the religious beliefs of the later pagans than did the owner of Aswarby. Certainly his library contained all the then available books bearing on the mysteries, the Orphic poems, the worship of Mithras, and the Neo-Platonists. In the marble-paved hall stood a fine group of Mithras slaying a bull, which had been imported from the Levant at great expense by the owner. He had contributed a description of it to the Gentleman's Magazine, and he had written a remarkable series of articles in the Critical Museum on the superstitions of the Romans of the Lower Empire. He was looked upon, in fine, as a man wrapped up in his books, and it was a matter of great surprise among his neighbours that he should even have heard of his orphan cousin Stephen Elliot, much more that he should have volunteered to make him an inmate of Aswarby Hall. Whatever may have been expected by his neighbours, it is certain that Mr. Abney, the tall, the thin, the austere, seemed inclined to give his young cousin a kindly reception. The moment the front door was opened, he darted out of his study, rubbing his hands with delight. "How are you, my boy? How are you? How old are you?" said he. "That is, you're not too much tired, I hope, by your journey to eat your supper?" "No, thank you, sir," said Master Elliot. "I'm pretty well." "That's a good lad," said Mr. Abney. "And how old are you, my boy?" It seemed a little odd that he should have asked the question twice in the first 2 minutes of their acquaintance. "I'm 12 years old next birthday, sir," said Stephen. "And when is your birthday, my dear boy?" 11th of September, eh? That's well, oh, that's very well. Nearly a year hence, isn't it? I like to get these things down in my book. You're sure it's 12? Certain? Yes, quite sure, sir. Well, take him to Mrs. Bunch's room, Parks, and let him have his tea, supper, whatever it is. Yes, sir, answered the staid Mr. Parks, and conducted Stephen to the lower regions. Mrs. Bunch was the most comfortable and human person whom Stephen had as yet met in Aswarby. She made him completely at home. They were great friends in a quarter of an hour, and great friends they remained. Mrs. Bunch had been born in the neighbourhood some 55 years before the date of Stephen's arrival, and her residence at the Hall was of 20 years' standing. Consequently, if anyone knew the ins and outs of the house and the district, Mrs. Bunch knew them, and she was by no means disinclined to communicate her information. Certainly there were plenty of things about the Hall and the Hall gardens which Stephen, who was of an adventurous and inquiring turn, was anxious to have explained to him. Who built the temple at the end of the Laurel Walk? Who's the old man whose picture hung on the staircase sitting at a table with a skull under his hand? These and many similar points were cleared up by the resources of Mrs. Bunch's powerful intellect. There were others, however, of which explanations furnished were less satisfactory. One November evening, Stephen was sitting by the fire in the housekeeper's room, reflecting on his surroundings. "Is Mr. Abney a good man? Will he go to heaven?" he suddenly asked, with the peculiar confidence which children possess in the ability of their elders to settle these questions, the decision of which is believed to be reserved for other tribunals. "Good? Oh, bless the child," said Mrs. Bunch. "Master's as kind a soul as ever I see. Didn't I never tell you of the little boy as he took in out of the street, as you may say, the 7 years back? And the little girl 2 years after I first come here?" "No. Oh, do tell me about them, Mrs. Bunch. Now, this minute." "Well," said Mrs. Bunch, "the little girl I don't seem to recollect so much about. I know master brought her back with him from his walk one day and give orders to Mrs. Ellis, as was housekeeper then, as she should be took every care with, and the poor child hadn't no one belonging to her. She told me so her own self. And here she lived with us a matter of 3 weeks, it might be, and then, whether she was something of a gipsy in her blood or what not, but one morning she out of her bed afore any of us had opened an eye, and neither track nor yet trace of her have I set eyes on since. Master was wonderful put about, and had all the ponds dragged, but it's my belief she was had away by them gipsies, for they was singing round the house for as much as an hour the night she went, and Parks, he declared as he heard 'em a-calling in the woods all that afternoon. Oh, dear, dear, a hot child she was, so silent in her ways and all, but, oh, I was wonderful taken up with her. So domesticated she was, surprising." "And what about the little boy?" said Stephen. "Ah, that poor boy," sighed Mrs. Bunch. "He were a foreigner. Giovanni, he called himself, and he come the tweaking his hurdy-gurdy round and about the drive one winter day, and master had him in that minute, and asked all about where he come from, how old he was, and how he made his way, and where was his relatives, and all as kind as heart could wish. But it went the same way with him. They're a unruly lot, them foreign nations, I do suppose, and he was off one fine morning just the same as the girl. Why he went and what he done was our question for as much as a year after, for he never took his hurdy-gurdy, and there it lays on the shelf." The remainder of the evening was spent by Stephen in miscellaneous cross-examination of Mrs. Bunch, and in efforts to extract a tune from the hurdy-gurdy. That night he had a curious dream. At the end of the passage at the top of the house, in which his bedroom was situated, there was an old, disused bathroom. It was kept locked, but the upper half of the door was glazed, and since the muslin curtains which used to hang there had long been gone, you could look in and see the lead-lined bath affixed to the wall on the right hand, with its head towards the window. On the night of which I am speaking, Stephen Elliott found himself, as he thought, looking through the glazed door. The moon was shining through the window, and he was gazing at a figure which lay in the bath. His description of what he saw reminds me of what I once beheld myself in the famous vaults of St. Michael's Church in Dublin, which possessed the horrid property of preserving corpses from decay for centuries. A figure inexpressibly thin and pathetic, of a dusty leaden colour, enveloped in a shroud-like garment, the thin lips crooked into a faint and dreadful smile, the hands pressed tightly over the region of the heart. As he looked upon it, a distant, almost inaudible moan seemed to issue from its lips, and the arms began to stir. The terror of the sight forced Stephen backwards, and he awoke to the fact that he was indeed standing on the cold boarded floor of the passage in the full light of the moon. With a courage which I do not think can be common among boys of his age, he went to the door of the bathroom to ascertain if the figure of his dream were really there. It was not, and he went back to bed. Mrs. Bunch was much impressed next morning by his story, and went so far as to replace the muslin curtain over the glazed door of the bathroom. Mr. Abney, moreover, to whom he confided his experiences at breakfast, was greatly interested, and made notes of the matter in what he called his book. The spring equinox was approaching, as Mr. Abney frequently reminded his cousin, adding that this had been always considered by the ancients to be a critical time for the young, that Stephen would do well to take care of himself and to shut his bedroom window at night, and that Censorinus had some valuable remarks on the subject. Two incidents that occurred about this time made an impression upon Stephen's mind. The first was after an unusually uneasy and oppressed night that he had passed, though he could not recall any particular dream that he had had. The following evening, Mrs. Bunch was occupying herself in mending his nightgown. "Gracious me, Master Stephen," she broke forth rather irritably, "how do you manage to tear your nightdress all to flinders this way? Look here, sir, what trouble you do give to poor servants that have to darn and mend after you." There was indeed a most destructive and apparently wanton series of slits or scorings in the garment, which would undoubtedly require a skilful needle to make good. They were confined to the left side of the chest, long, parallel slits, about 6 inches in length, some of them not quite piercing the texture of the linen. Stephen could only express his entire ignorance of their origin. He was sure they were not there the night before. "But," he said, "Mrs. Bunch, they are just the same as the scratches on the outside of my bedroom door, and I'm sure I never had anything to do with making them." Mrs. Bunch gazed at him open-mouthed, then snatched up a candle, departed hastily from the room, and was heard making her way upstairs. In a few minutes she came down. "Well," she said, "Master Stephen, it's a funny thing to me how them marks and scratches can have come there. Too high up for any cat or dog to have made 'em, much less a rat. For all the world like a Chinaman's finger-nails, as my uncle in the tea trade used to tell us of when we was girls together. I wouldn't say nothing to master, not if I was you, Master Stephen, my dear. And just turn the key of the door when you go to your bed." "I always do, Mrs. Bunch, as soon as I've said my prayers." "Ah, that's a good child. Always say your prayers, and then no one can hurt you." Herewith Mrs. Bunch addressed herself to mending the injured nightgown, with intervals of meditation, until bedtime. This was on a Friday night in March 1812. On the following evening the usual duet of Stephen and Mrs. Bunch was augmented by the sudden arrival of Mr. Parkes, the butler, who as a rule kept himself rather to himself in his own pantry. He did not see that Stephen was there. He was moreover flustered and less slow of speech than was his wont. "Master may get up his own wine if he likes of an evening," was his first remark. "Either I do it in the daytime or not at all, Mrs. Bunch. I don't know what it may be. Very like it's rats, or the wind got into the cellars, but I am not so young as I was, and I can't go through with it as I have done. Well, Mr. Parkes, you know it's a surprising place for the rats, is the all. I'm not denying that, Mrs. Bunch, and to be sure many a time I've heard the tale from the men in the shipyards about the rats that could speak. I never laid no confidence in that before, but tonight, if I demeaned myself to lay my ear to the door of the further bin, I could pretty much have heard what they were saying. Oh, there, Mr. Parkes, I've no patience with your fancies, rats talking in the wine-cellar, indeed. Well, Mrs. Bunch, I've no wish to argue with you. All I say is, if you choose to go to the far bin and lay your ear to the door, you may prove my words this minute. Oh, what nonsense you do talk, Mr. Parkes, not fit for children to listen to, while you be frightening Master Stephen there out of his wits." "What, Master Stephen?" said Parkes, awaking to the consciousness of the boy's presence. "Master Stephen knows well enough when I'm a-playing a joke with you, Mrs. Bunch." In fact, Master Stephen knew much too well to suppose that Mr. Parkes had, in the first instance, intended a joke. He was interested, not altogether pleasantly, in the situation, but all his questions were unsuccessful in inducing the butler to give any more detailed account of his experiences in the wine-cellar. We have now arrived at March the 24th, 1812. It was a day of curious experiences for Stephen, a windy, noisy day, which filled the house and the gardens with a restless impression. As Stephen stood by the fence of the grounds and looked out into the park, he felt as if an endless procession of unseen people was sweeping past him on the wind, borne on resistlessly and aimlessly, vainly striving to stop themselves, to catch at something that might arrest their flight and bring them once again into contact with the living world of which they had formed a part. After luncheon that day, Mr. Abney said, "Stephen, my boy, do you think you could manage to come to me tonight as late as 11 o'clock in my study? I shall be busy until that time, and I wish to show you something connected with your future life, which it is most important that you should know. You are not to mention this matter to Mrs. Bunch, nor to anyone else in the house, and you had better go to your room at the usual time." Here was a new excitement added to life. Stephen eagerly grasped the opportunity of sitting up till 11 o'clock. He looked in at the library door on his way upstairs that evening, and saw a brazier, which he had often noticed in the corner of the room, moved out before the fire. An old silver-gilt cup stood on the table, filled with red wine, and some written sheets of paper lay near it. Mr. Abney was sprinkling some incense on the brazier from a round silver box as Stephen passed, but did not seem to notice his step. The wind had fallen, and there was a still night and a full moon. At about 10 o'clock, Stephen was standing at the open window of his bedroom, looking out over the country. Still as the night was, the mysterious population of the distant moonlit woods was not yet lulled to rest. From time to time, strange cries, as of lost and despairing wanderers, sounded from across the mere. They might be the notes of owls or water birds, yet they did not quite resemble either sound. Were not they coming nearer? Now they sounded from the nearer side of the water, and in a few moments they seemed to be floating about among the shrubberies. And then they ceased. But just as Stephen was thinking of shutting the window and resuming his reading of Robinson Crusoe, he caught sight of two figures standing on the gravelled terrace that ran along the garden side of the hall, the figures of a boy and girl, as it seemed. They stood side by side, looking up at the windows. Something in the form of the girl recalled irresistibly his dream of the figure in the bath. The boy inspired him with more acute fear. Whilst the girl stood still, half smiling, with her hands clasped over her heart, the boy, a thin shape with black hair and ragged clothing, raised his arms in the air with an appearance of menace and of unappeasable hunger and longing. The moon shone upon his almost transparent hands, and Stephen saw that the nails were fearfully long, and that the light shone through them. As he stood with his arms thus raised, he disclosed a terrifying spectacle. On the left side of his chest there opened a black and gaping rent, and there fell upon Stephen's brain, rather than upon his ear, the impression of one of those hungry and desolate cries that he had heard resounding over the woods of Aswarby all that evening. In another moment this dreadful pair had moved swiftly and noiselessly over the dry gravel, and he saw them no more. Inexpressibly frightened as he was, he determined to take his candle and go down to Mr. Abney's study, for the hour appointed for their meeting was near at hand. The study, or library, opened out of the front hall on one side, and Stephen, urged on by his terrors, did not take long in getting there. To effect an entrance was not so easy. The door was not locked, he felt sure, for the key was on the outside of it as usual. His repeated knock produced no answer. Mr. Abney was engaged. he was speaking. What? Why did he try to cry out? And why was the cry choked in his throat? Had he too seen the mysterious children? By now, everything was quiet, and the door yielded to Stephen's terrified and frantic pushing. On the table in Mr. Abney's study, certain papers were found which explained the situation to Stephen Elliott when he was of an age to understand them. The most important sentences were as follows. It was a belief very strongly and generally held by the ancients, of whose wisdom in these matters I have had such experience as induces me to place confidence in their assertions, that by enacting certain processes, which to us moderns have something of a barbaric complexion, a very remarkable enlightenment of the spiritual faculties in man may be attained. That, for example, by absorbing the personalities of a certain number of his fellow creatures, an individual may gain a complete ascendancy over those orders of spiritual beings which control the elemental forces of our universe. It is recorded of Simon Magus that he was able to fly in the air, to become invisible, or to assume any form he pleased by the agency of the soul of a boy whom, to use the libellous phrase employed by the author of the Clementine Recognitions, he had murdered. I find it set down, moreover, with considerable detail in the writings of Hermes Trismegistus, that similar happy results may be produced by the absorption of the hearts of not less than 3 human beings below the age of 21 years. To the testing of the truth of the receipt I have devoted the greater part of the last 20 years, selecting as the corpora vilia of my experiment such persons as could conveniently be removed without occasioning a sensible gap in society. The first step I effected by the removal of one Phoebe Stanley, a girl of gypsy extraction, on March the 24th, 1792. The second by the removal of a wandering Italian lad named Giovanni Paoli on the night of March the 23rd, 1805. The final victim, to employ a word repugnant in the highest degree to my feelings, must be my cousin Stephen Elliott. His day must be this March the 24th, 1812. The best means of effecting the required absorption is to remove the heart from the living subject, to reduce it to ashes, and to mingle them with about a pint of some red wine, preferably port. The remains of the first 2 subjects, at least, it will be well to conceal. A disused bathroom or wine cellar will be found convenient for such a purpose. Some annoyance may be experienced from the psychic portion of the subjects, which popular language dignifies with the name of ghosts. But the man of philosophic temperament, to whom alone the experiment is appropriate, will be little prone to attach importance to the feeble efforts of these beings to wreak their vengeance on him. I contemplate with the liveliest satisfaction the enlarged and emancipated existence which the experiment, if successful, will confer on me, not only placing me beyond the reach of human justice, so-called, but eliminating to a great extent the prospect of death itself. Mr. Abney was found in his chair, his head thrown back, his face stamped with an expression of rage, fright, and mortal pain. In his left side was a terrible, lacerated wound, exposing the heart. There was no blood on his hands, and a long knife that lay on the table was perfectly clean. A savage wild cat might have inflicted the injuries. The window of the study was open, and it was the opinion of the coroner that Mr. Abney had met his death by the agency of some wild creature. But Stephen Eliot's study of the papers I have quoted led him to a very different conclusion.
Ship to Tarshish by John Buchan, read by Ian Cuthbertson.
The talk one evening turned on the metaphysics of courage. It's a subject which most men are a little shy of discussing. They will heartily applaud a friend's pluck, but it's curious how rarely they will label a man a coward. Perhaps the reason is that we're all odd mixtures of strength and weakness, brave in certain things, timid in others, and since each is apt to remember his private funks more vividly than the things about which he is bold, we are chary about dogmatizing. La Mancha propounded the thesis that everybody had a yellow streak in them. We all, he said, at times shirk unpleasant duties and invent an honourable explanation, which we know to be a lie. Sandy Arbuthnot observed that the most temerarious deeds were often done by people who had begun by funking, and then, in the shame of the rebound, did a good deal more than those who had no qualms. The man who says, "I go not," and afterwards repents and goes, generally travels the devil of a long way. Like Jonah, said La Mancha, who didn't like the job allotted him and took ship to Tarshish to get away from it, and then repented and went like a raging lion to Nineveh. Collett, who had been a sailor and one of the Q-boat heroes in the war, demurred. "I wonder if Nineveh was as unpleasant as the whale's belly," he said. And he told us a story and illustration, not as one would have expected out of his wild sea memories, but from his experience in the city, where he was now a bill-broker. I got to know Jim Hallward first when he had just come down from the university. He was a tall, slim, fair-haired lad with a soft voice and the kind of manners which make the ordinary man feel a lout. Eton and Christchurch had polished him till he fairly glistened. His clothes were sober works of art, and he was the cleanest thing you ever saw. Always seemed to have just shaved and bathed after a couple of hours' hard exercise. We all liked him, for he was a companionable soul and had no frills, but in the city he was about as useless as a lily in a quickset hedge. Somebody called him an apolostic epicene, which sounded accurate, though I don't know what the words mean. He used to come down to business about 11 o'clock and leave at 4, earlier in the summer when he played polo at Hurlingham. This lotus-eating existence lasted for 2 years. His father was the head of Hallwards, the merchant bankers who had been in existence since before the Napoleonic Wars. It was an old-fashioned private firm with a tremendous reputation, but for some years it had been dropping a little out of the front rank. It had very few of the big issues, and though reckoned as solid as the Bank of England, it had hardly kept pace with new developments. But just about the time Jim came down from Oxford, his father seemed to get a new lease of life. Hallward suddenly became ultra-progressive, took in a new manager from one of the big joint-stock banks, and launched out into business, which before it would not have touched with the end of a barge pole. I fancy the old man wanted to pull up the firm before he died, so as to leave a good thing to his only child. In this new activity, Jim can't have been of much use. His other engagements didn't leave a great deal of time to master the complicated affairs of a house like Hallward's. He spoke of his city connection with a certain distaste. The set he had got into were mostly elder sons with political ambitions, and if Jim had any serious inclination it was towards Parliament, which he proposed to enter in a year or two. For the rest he played polo and hunted, and did a little steeplechasing, and danced assiduously. Dancing was about the only thing he did really well, for he was only a moderate horseman, and his politics were not to be taken seriously. So he was the complete flâneur, agreeable, popular, beautifully mannered, highly ornamental, and the most useless creature on earth. You see, he'd slacked at school, and had just scraped through college, and had never done a real piece of work in his life. In the autumn of 1925, whispers began to circulate about Hallward's. It seemed that they were doing a very risky class of business, and people shrugged their shoulders. But no one was prepared for the almighty crash which came at the beginning of the new year. The firm had been trying to get control of a colonial railway,
and for this purpose was quietly buying up the ordinary stock. But an American group with unlimited capital was out on the same tack, and the result was that the price was forced up, and Halwards were foolish enough to go on buying. They borrowed up to the limit of their capacity, and called a halt too late. If the thing had been known in time, the city might have made an effort to keep the famous old firm on its legs, but it all came like a thunderclap. Halwards went down, the American group got their railway stock at knockout price, and old Mr. Halward, who had just been ailing for some months, had a stroke of paralysis and died. I was desperately sorry for Jim. The foundation of his world were upset, and he hadn't a notion what to do about it. You see, he didn't know the rudiments of the business, and he couldn't be made to understand it. He went about in a dream with staring, unseeing eyes like a puzzled child. At first he screwed himself up to a sort of effort. He'd many friends who would help, he thought, and he made various suggestions, all of a bottomless futility. Very soon he found that his Mayfair popularity was no sort of asset to him. He must have realized that people were beginning to turn a colder eye on a pauper than on an eligible young man, and his overtures were probably met with curt refusals. Anyhow, in a week he had given up hope. He felt himself a criminal and behaved as such. He saw nobody but his solicitors, and when he met a friend in the street he turned and ran. A perfectly unreasonable sense of disgrace took possession of him, and there was a moment when I was afraid he might put an end to himself. This went on for the better part of a month, while I and one or two others were trying to save something from the smash. We put up a fund and bought some of the wreckage with the idea of getting together a little company to nurse it. It was important to do something, for though Jim was the only child and his mother was dead, there were various elderly female relatives who had their incomes from Halwards. The firm had been much respected, and old Halward had been popular, and Jim had no enemies. There is a good deal of camaraderie in this city, and a lot of us were willing to combine and keep Jim going. We were all ready to help him, if only he'd sit down and put his back into the job. But that was just what Jim would not do. He had got a horror of the city, and felt a pariah whenever he met anyone who knew about the crash. He had eyes like a hunted hare's, and one couldn't get any sense out of him. I don't think he minded the change in his comforts, the end of polo and hunting and politics, and the prospect of cheap lodgings and long office hours. I believe he welcomed all that as a kind of atonement. It was the disgrace of the thing that came between him and his sleep. He knew only enough of the city to have picked up a wrong notion of its standards, and imagined that everybody was pointing a finger at him as a fool and possibly a crook. It was very little use reasoning with him. I pointed out that the right thing for him to do was to shoulder the burden and retrieve his father's credit. He laughed bitterly. "Much good I'd be at that," he said. "You know I'm a baby in business, although you're too polite to tell me so." "You can have a try," I said. "We'll all lend you a hand." It was no use. References to his father and the firm's ancient prestige and his old great-aunts only made him shiver. You could see that his misery had made him blind to argument. Then I began to lose my temper. I told him that it was his duty as a man to face the music. I asked what else he proposed to do. He said he meant to go to Canada and start life anew. He'd probably change his name. I got out of patience with his silliness. "You're offered a chance here to make good," I told him. "In Canada you'll have to find your chance, and how in God's name are you going to do it? You haven't been bred the right way to succeed in the Dominions. You'll probably starve." "Quite likely," was his dismal answer. "I'll make my book for that. I don't mind anything, so long as I'm in a place where nobody knows me." "Remember, you're running away," I said, "running away from what I consider your plain duty. You can't expect to win out if you begin by funking." I know," he wailed. "I am a coward." I said no more. For when a man is willing to admit that he is a coward, his nerves have got the better of his reason. Well, the upshot was that Jim sailed for Canada with a little short of £200 in his pocket, what was left of his last allowance. He could have had plenty of introductions, but he wouldn't take them. He seemed to be determined to bury himself, and I dare say, too, he got a morbid satisfaction out of discomfort. He had still the absurd notion of disgrace,
and felt that any handicap he laid on himself was a kind of atonement. He reached Montreal in the filthy weeks when the spring thaw begins, the worst sample of weather to be found on the globe. Jim had not procured any special outfit, and he landed with a kit consisting of 2 smart tweed suits, a suit of flannels, riding breeches, and knickerbockers, the remnants of his London wardrobe. It wasn't quite the rig for a poor man to go looking for a job in. He had travelled steerage, and, as might be expected from one of his condition, had not made friends. But he had struck up a tepid acquaintanceship with an Irishman who was employed in the lumber business. The fellow was friendly, and was struck by Jim's obvious air of education and good breeding, so when he heard that he wanted work, he suggested that a clerkship might be got in his firm. Jim applied, and was taken on as the clerk in charge of timber-cutting rights in eastern Quebec. The work was purely mechanical, and simply meant keeping a record of numbered lots, checking them off on a map, filling in the details in the register as they came to hand, but it required accuracy and strict attention, and Jim had little of either. Besides, he wrote the vile fist which is the special privilege of our public schools. He held down the job for a fortnight, and then was fired. He'd found cheap lodgings in a boarding-house down east, and trudged the 2 miles in the slush to his office. His fellow lodgers were willing enough to be friendly, clerks and shop boys and typists and newspaper reporters, most of them. Jim wasn't a snob, but he was rapidly becoming a hermit, for all his nerves were exposed and he shrank from his fellows. His shyness was considered English swank, and the others invented nicknames for him and sniggered when he appeared. Luckily, he was too miserable to pay much attention. He had no interest in their games, their visits to the movies and the cheap dance-halls, and their precocious sweethearting. He could not get the hang of their knowing commercial jargon. They set him down as a snob, and he shrank from them as barbarians. But there was one lodger, a sub-editor on a paper which I shall call the Evening Hawk, who saw little further than the rest. He realized that Jim was an educated man, a scholar, he called it, and he managed to get part of his confidence. So when Jim lost his lumber job, he was offered a billet in the Hawk. There was no superfluity of men of his type in local journalism, and the editor thought he might give tone to his paper to have someone on the staff who could write decent English and keep them from making howlers about Europe. The Hawk was a lively, up-to-date production, very much Americanized in its traditions and its literary style, but it had just acquired some political influence and it hankered after more. But Jim was no sort of success in journalism. He was tried out in a variety of jobs as reporter, special correspondent, sub-editor, but he failed to give satisfaction in any. To begin with, he had no news sense. Not many things interested him in his present frame of mind, and he had no notion what would interest the Hawk's readers. He couldn't compose snappy headlines, and it made him sick to try. His writing was no doubt a great deal more correct than that of his colleagues, but it was as dull as ditch water. To add to everything else, he was desperately casual. It was not that he meant to be slack, but that he had no stimulus to make him concentrate his attention, and he was about the worst sub-editor, I fancy, in the history of the press. Summer came, and sleet and icy winds gave place to dust and heat. Jim tramped the grilling streets, one vast ache of homesickness. He had to stick to his tweeds, for his flannel suit had got lost in his journeys between boarding-houses, and as he mopped his brow in the airless newspaper rooms, smelling of printer's ink and shaken by the great presses, he thought of green lawns at Hurlingham and cool back waters of the Isis, and clipped yew hedges in old gardens and a pleasant club window overlooking St. James's Street. He hungered for fresh air, and when on a Sunday morning he went for a long walk, he found no pleasure in the adjacent countryside. It all seemed dusty and tousled and unhomely. He wasn't complaining, for it seemed to him part of a rightful expiation, but he was very lonely and miserable. I've said that he landed with a couple of £100, and this he'd managed to keep pretty well intact. One day, at a quick luncheon counter, he got into talk with a man called McNee, a Manitoban who had fought in the war and knew something about horses. McNee, like Jim, didn't take happily to town life, and was very sick of his job with an automobile company and looking about for a better. There wasn't much in common between the two men except a dislike of Montreal, for I picture McNee as a rough diamond, an active, enterprising fellow meant by Providence for a backwoodsman. He'd heard of a big dam somewhere down in the Gaspé district, which was being constructed in connection with a pulp scheme. He knew one of the foremen, and believed that money might be made by anyone who could put up a little capital and run a store in the construction camp. He told Jim it was a fine, wild country with plenty of game in the woods, and that besides making money easily, a storekeeper would have a white man's life. But every bit of $1,000 capital would be needed, and he could only lay his hands on a couple of hundred. To Jim, in his stuffy lodging-house, the scheme offered a blessed escape. He wanted to make money. He wanted fresh air, and trees, and running water, for your Englishman, although town-bred, always hankers after the country. So he gave up his job on the Hawk, just when it was about to give him up, and started out with McNee. The place was his first disappointment. It was an ugly clearing in an interminable forest of dull spruces, which ran without a break to New Brunswick. However far you walked, there was nothing to see except the low, muffled hills and the monotonous green of the firs. The partners were given a big shack for their store, and made their sleeping quarters in one end of it. For stock they had laid in a quantity of tin goods, tobacco, shirts and socks and boots, and a variety of musical instruments. But they found that most of their stuff was unmarketable, since the men were well fed and clothed by the company, and after a week their store had become a rough kind of cafe, selling hot dogs and ice cream and soft drinks. McNee was immensely proud of it, and ornamented the walls with ideal faces from the American magazines. He was a born restaurant keeper if he had got his chance, but unfortunately there wasn't much profit in Coca-Cola and ginger ale. In about a fortnight, the place became half eating-house, half club, where the workmen gathered of an evening to play cards. McNee was in his element, but Jim was no more use than a sick pup. He didn't understand the lingo, and his shyness and absorption made him as unpopular as in the Montreal boarding-houses. He saw his little capital slipping away, and there was no compensation in the way of a pleasant life. He tried to imitate McNee's air of hearty bonhomie, and miserably failed. His partner was a good fellow, and stood up for him when an irate navvy consigned him to perdition as a god-darn London dude, and Jim's own good temper and sense of only getting what he deserved did something to protect him. But he soon realized that he was a ghastly failure, and this knowledge prevented him from expostulating with the other for his obvious shortcomings. For McNee soon became too much of a social success. Gaspé was not dry, and there was more than soft drinks consumed in the store, especially by the joint proprietor and his friend the foreman. Also, McNee was a bit of a gambler, and was perpetually borrowing small sums from capital to meet his losses. Now and then Jim took a holiday, and tramped all of a long summer day. The country around being only partially surveyed, there was no map to be had, and he repeatedly lost himself. Once he struck a lumber camp and was given pork and beans by cheerful French Canadians whose patois he couldn't follow. Once he had almost a happy day when he saw his first moose, but generally he came back from stifling encounters with cedar swamps, weary but unrefreshed. He was not in the frame of mind to get much comfort out of the Canadian wilds, for he was always sore with longing for a different kind of landscape. The river on which the camp lay was the famous Mauche, and 12 miles down on the St. Lawrence shore was a big fishing lodge, owned by a rich New Yorker. Jim used to see members of the party, young men in marvellous knickerbockers, and young women in jumpers like Joseph's coat, and he hid himself at the sight of them. Occasionally a big roadster would pass the store, conveying fishermen to some of the upper lakes. Once, when he was feeling especially dispirited after a long, hot day, a car stopped at the door, and 2 people descended. They came into the store, and the young man asked for a lemonade, declaring that their tongues were hanging out of their mouths. Happily, McNee was there to serve them, while Jim sheltered behind the curtain of his sleeping-room. He knew them both. One was a subaltern in the cavalry with whom he played bridge in the club. The other was a girl whom he had danced with. Their workmanlike English clothes, their quiet, clear English voices gave him a bad dose of homesickness. They were returning, he reflected, to hot baths and cool, clean clothes and delicate food and civilized talk. For a moment he sickened at the sour, stale effluvia of the eating-house and the rank smell of the pork which McNee had been frying. Then he cursed himself for a fool and a child. In the fall, the work on the dam was shut down, and the store was closed. The partners couldn't remove their unsaleable goods, so the whole stock was sold at junk prices among the nearest villages. Jim found himself with about $300 in the world, and a long Canadian winter to get through. The fall on the other side of the Atlantic is the pick of the year, and the beauty of the flaming hillsides did little to revive his spirits. McNee wanted to get back to Manitoba, where he'd heard of a job, and Jim decided that he would try Toronto, which was supposed to be rather more healthy for Englishmen than other cities. So the two travelled west together, and Jim insisted on paying McNee's fare to Winnipeg, thereby leaving himself $150 or so with which to face the world. Toronto is the friendliest place on earth for the man who knows how to make himself at home there. There were plenty to help him if he looked for them, for nowhere will you find more warm-hearted people to the square mile. But Jim's shyness and prickliness put him outside the pale. He made no effort to advertise the few assets he had. He was desperately uncommunicative, and his self-absorption was not unnaturally taken for side. Also, he made the mistake of letting himself get a little too far down in the social scale. His clothes had become very shabby, and his boots were bad. When the first snows came in November, he bought himself a thick overcoat, and that left no money to supplement the rest of his wardrobe, so that by Christmas he was a very good imitation of a tramp. He tried journalism first, but as he gave no information about himself, except that he had been for a few weeks in the Montreal Hawk, he had some difficulty in getting a job. At last he got work on a weekly rag, simply because he had some notion of grammar. It lasted exactly a fortnight. Then he tried tutoring, and spent some of his last dollars on advertising. He had several nibbles, but always fell down at the interviews. One kind of parent jibbed at his superior manners, another at his inferior clothes. After that he jolted from one temporary job to another. A book canvasser, an extra hand in a dry goods store in Christmas week, where the counter hid the deficiency of his raiment, a temporary clerk during a municipal election, a packer in a fancy stationery business, and finally a porter in a third-class hotel. His employment was not continuous, and between jobs he must have been nearly starving. He had begun in the ordinary cheap boarding-house, but before he found quarters in the attic of the hotel he worked at, he had sunk to a pretty squalid kind of doss-house. The physical discomfort was bad enough. He tramped the streets, ill-clad and half-fed, and saw prosperous people in furs, and cheerful young parties, and fire-lit, book-lined rooms. But the spiritual trouble was worse. Sometimes, when things were very bad, he was fortunate enough to have his thoughts narrowed down to the obtaining of food and warmth. But at other times he would be tormented by a feeling that his misfortunes were deserved, and that fate with a heavy hand was belabouring him because he was a coward. His trouble was no longer the idiotic sense of guilt about his father's bankruptcy. It was a much more rational penitence, for he was beginning to realize that I had been right, and that he'd behaved badly in running away from a plain duty. At first he choked down the thought, but all that miserable winter it grew upon him. His disasters were a direct visitation of the Almighty on one who had shown the white feather. He came to have an almost mystical feeling about it. He felt that he was branded like Cain, so that everybody knew that he'd funked. And yet he realized that a rotten, morbid pride ironly prevented him from retracing his steps. The second spring found him, thin from bad feeding and with a nasty cough. He had the sense to see that a summer in the hotel would be the end of him. So although he was in the depths of hopelessness, the instinct of self-preservation drove him to make a move. He wanted to get into the country, but it was impossible to get work on a farm from Toronto, and he had no money to pay for railway fares. In the end, he was taken on as a navvy on a bit of railway construction work in the wilds of northern Ontario. He was given the price of his ticket and $10 advance on his wages to get an outfit, and one day late in April he found himself dumped at a railhead on a blue lake, with firs as far as the eye could reach. But it was springtime, the mating wildfowl were calling. The land was greening, and Jim drew long breaths of sweet air and felt that he was not going to die just yet. But the camp was a roughish place, and he had no McNee to protect him. There was every kind of roughneck and deadbeat there, and Jim was a bad mixer. He was an obvious softy, and a new chum and a natural butt, and since he was being tortured all the time by his conscience, his good nature and humble-mindedness were not so proof as they had been in Gaspé. His poor physical condition made him a bad workman, and he came in for a good deal of abuse as a slacker from the huskies who wrought beside him. The section boss was an Irishman called Malone, with a tongue like a whiplash, and he found plenty of opportunities for practising his gift on Jim. But he was a just man, and after a bit of rough tonguing he saw that Jim was very white about the gills and told him to show his hands. Not being accustomed to the pick, these were one mass of sores. Malone cross-examined him, and found that he'd been at college, and took him off construction, put him in charge of stores. There he had an easier life, but he was more than ever the butt of the mess shack and the sleeping quarters. His crime was not only speaking with an English accent and looking like Little Willie, but being supposed to be a favourite of the boss. By and by the ragging became unbearable, and after his mug of coffee had been 3 times struck out of his hand at one meal, Jim lost his temper and hit out. In the fight which followed, he was ridiculously outclassed. He had been fairly good at games, but he had never boxed since his private school. And it is well for Jim's kind of man to think twice before he takes on a fellow who has all his life earned his living by his muscles. But he stood up pluckily, and took a good deal of punishment before he was knocked out. He showed no ill will afterwards. The incident considerably improved his position. Malone, who heard of it, asked where in God's name he had been brought up, that he couldn't use his hands better, but didn't appear ill-pleased. The fight had another consequence. It gave him just a suspicion of self-confidence, and helped him on his way to the decision to which he was now slowly being compelled. A week later he was sent 100 miles into the forest to take supplies to an advance survey party. It was something of a compliment that Malone should have picked him for the job. But Jim did not realize that. His brain was beating like a pendulum on his private trouble, that he had run away, that all his misfortunes were the punishment for his cowardice, and that though he confessed his fault, he couldn't make his shrinking flesh go back. He saw England as an Eden indeed, but with angels and flaming swords at every gate. He pictured the lifted eyebrows and the shrugged shoulders as he crept into a clerk's job, with not only his father's shame on his head, but the added disgrace of his own flight. It seemed impossible a year ago to stay on in London, but now it was 1,000-fold more impossible to go home. Yet the thought gave him no peace by day or night. He had 6 men in his outfit, 2 of them half-breeds, and the journey was partly by canoe, with heavy portages, and partly on foot with the stores and pack-loads. It rained in torrents, the river was in flood, and the first day they made a bare 20 miles. The half-breeds were tough old customers, but the other 4 were not much to bank on, and on the 3rd day, when they had to hump their packs and foot it on a bad trail through swampy woods and a cloud of flies, they decided they'd had enough. There was a new gold area just open not so far away, and they announced that they intended to help themselves to what they wanted from the stores and then make a beeline for the mines. They were an ugly type of tough, and had physically the upper hand of Jim and his half-breeds. It was a nasty situation, and it shook Jim out of his private vexations. He spoke them fair, and proposed to make camp and rest for a day to talk it out. Privately he sent one of the half-breeds ahead to the survey party for help, while he kept his ruffians in play. Happily he had some whisky with him, and he had them drinking and playing cards, which took him well into the afternoon. Then they discovered the half-breed's absence, and couldn't believe Jim's yarn that he'd gone off to find fresh meat. His only chance was to bluff high, and since he didn't care much what happened to him, he succeeded. He went to bed that night with a tough beside him, who had announced his intention of putting a bullet through his head if there was any dirty work. Some time after midnight, his messenger arrived with help, and fortunately his bedside companion's bullet went wide. The stores, a bit depleted, were safely delivered, and when Jim got back to his base, he received a solid cursing from his boss for his defective stewardship. But Malone concluded with one of his rare compliments. "You'll train on, sonny," he said. "There's guts in you for all your goo-goo face." That episode put an end to Jim's indecision. His time in Canada had been one long chapter of black disasters, and he was confident that they were now sent to him as a punishment. His last adventure had somehow screwed up his manhood. He hated Canada like poison, but the thought of going back to England made him green with apprehension. Yet he was clear that he must do it or never have a moment's peace. So he wrote to me and told me that for a year he had been considering things, had come to the conclusion that he behaved like a cad. He was coming back to get into any kind of harness I directed, and would I advance him £30 for his journey. Now the little company we'd put together to nurse the wreckage of Hallward's had been doing rather well. One or two things had unexpectedly turned up trumps. There was enough money to keep the maiden aunts going, and it looked as if there would be a good deal presently for Jim. He had gone off, leaving no address, so I had no means of communicating with him. I cabled him £100 and told him to come along. One afternoon near the end of June, he turned up in my office. He had crossed the Atlantic steerage, and his clothes were those of a docker who had been months out of work. The first thing he did was to plank £80 in my desk. "You sent me too much," he said. "I don't want to owe more than's necessary. You can stop the 20 quid out of my wages." At first sight I thought him very little changed in face. He was incredibly lean and tanned, and his hair wanted cutting, but he had the same shy, hunted eyes as the boy who had built it a year before. He didn't seem to have won any self-confidence, except that the set of his mouth was a little firmer. "I want to start work at once," he said. "I've come home to make atonement." It took me a long time to make him understand the position of affairs, that he could count even now on a respectable income, and that if he put his back into it, Hallward's might again become a power in the city. "I was only waiting for you to come back," I said, "to revive the old name. Hallward's has a better sound than the Anglo-Orient Company." "But I can't touch a penny," he said. "What about the people who suffered through the bankruptcy?" "There were very few," I told him. "None of the widow and orphan business. The banks were amply secured. The chief sufferers were your aunts and yourself, and that's going to be all right now." He listened with wide eyes, and slowly bewilderment gave place to relief, and relief to rapture. "The first thing you've got to do," I said, "is to go to your tailor and get some clothes. You'd better put up at a hotel till you can find a flat. I'll see about your club membership. If you want to play polo, I'll lend you a couple of ponies. Come and dine with me tonight and tell me your story." "My God," he murmured, "do you realize that for a year I've been on my uppers? That's my story." The rest of that summer Jim walked about in a happy mystification. Once he was decently dressed, I could see that Canada had improved him. He was better looking, tougher, manlier. His shyness was now a wariness, and he'd got a new and sounder code of values. He worked like a beaver in the office, and though he was curiously slow and obtuse about some things, I began to see he had his father's brains, and something too that old Hallward had never had, a sensitive, subtle imagination. For the rest, he enjoyed himself. He'd come in for the end of the polo season, and he was welcomed back to his old set as if nothing had happened. Then I ceased to see much of him. I had been overworking badly and needed a long holiday, so I went off to a Scotch deer forest in the middle of August and did not return till the beginning of October. Jim stuck tight to the office. He said he'd had all the holidays he wanted for a year or two. On the second day after my return, he came into my room and said that he wanted to speak to me privately. He wished, he said, that nothing should be done about restoring the name of Hallward's. He would like the Anglo-Orient to go on just as it was before he returned, and he didn't want the directorship which had been arranged. "Why in the world?" I asked in amazement. "Because I'm going away, and I may be away for quite a time." When I found words, and that took some time, I asked if he'd grown tired of England. Bless you, no, I love it better than any place on earth. The autumn scents are beginning, and London is snugging down for its blessed cosy winter, and the hunting will soon be starting, and last Sunday I heard the old cock-pheasants shouting. Where are you going? Canada? He nodded. Have you fallen in love with it? I hate it worse than hell, he said solemnly, and proceeded to say things which in the interests of imperial good feeling I refrained from repeating. Then you must be mad. No, he said, I'm quite sane. It's very simple, and I've thought it all out. You know, I ran away from my duty 18 months ago. Well, I was punished for it. I was a howling failure in Canada. I haven't told you half. I pretty well starved. I couldn't hold down any job. I was simply a waif and a laughing-stock. And I loathed it. My God, how I loathed it. But I couldn't come back. The very thought of facing London gave me a sick pang. It took me a year to screw up my courage to do what I knew was my manifest duty. Well, I turned up, as you know. Then it's all right, isn't it? I observed obtusely. You find London better than you thought. I find it paradise, he smiled sadly. But it's a paradise I haven't deserved. You see, I made a failure in Canada, and I can't let it go at that. I hate the very name of the place and most of the people in it. Oh, I dare say there's nothing wrong with it, but one always hates a place where one has been a fool. I have to go back and make good. I shall take £200, just what I had when I first started out. I only stared, and he went on. I funked once, and that may be forgiven. But a man who funks twice is a coward. I funked Canada like the devil, and that is why I'm going back. There was a man there, only one man, who said I had guts. I'm going to prove to the whole damned Dominion that I've guts, but principally I've got to prove it to myself. After that I'll come back to you, and then we'll talk business. I could say nothing. Indeed, I didn't want to say anything. Jim was showing a kind of courage several grades ahead of old Jonah's. He had returned to Nineveh, and found that it had no terrors, and was now going back to Tarshish, whales and all.
The Telltale Heart by Edgar Allan Poe, read by Richard Pascoe.
True. Nervous. Very, very dreadfully nervous I had been, and am. But why will you say that I am mad? The disease had sharpened my senses, not destroyed, not dulled them. Above all was the sense of hearing acute. I heard all things in the heaven and in the earth. I heard many things in hell. How then am I mad? Hearken, and observe how healthily, how calmly I can tell you the whole story. It is impossible to say how first the idea entered my brain, but once conceived, it haunted me day and night. Object there was none, passion there was none. I loved the old man. He had never wronged me. He had never given me insult. For his gold I have no desire. I think it was his eye. Yes, it was this. One of his eyes resembled that of a vulture, a pale blue eye, with a film over it. Whenever it fell upon me, my blood ran cold, and so by degrees, very gradually, I made up my mind to take the life of the old man, and thus rid myself of the eye for ever. Now, this is the point. You fancy me mad. Madmen know nothing, but you should have seen me. You should have seen how wisely I proceeded, with what caution, with what foresight, with what dissimulation I went to work. I was never kinder to the old man than during the whole week before I killed him, and every night, about midnight, I turned the latch of his door and opened it, oh, so gently. And then, when I had made an opening sufficient for my head, I put in a dark lantern, all closed, so that no light shone out, and then I thrust in my head. Oh, you would have laughed to see how cunningly I thrust it in. I moved it slowly, very, very slowly, so that I might not disturb the old man's sleep. It took me an hour to place my whole head within the opening so far that I could see him as he lay upon his bed. Ha! Would a madman have been so wise as this? And then When my head was well in the room, I undid the lantern cautiously, oh, so cautiously, for the hinges creaked. I undid it just so much that a single thin ray fell upon the vulture eye, and this I did for 7 long nights, every night, just at midnight. But I found the eye always closed, and so it was impossible to do the work. For it was not the old man who vexed me, but his evil eye. And every morning, when the day broke, I went boldly into the chamber and spoke courageously to him, calling him by name in a hearty tone, and inquiring how he had passed the night. So you see, he would have been a very profound old man indeed to suspect that every night, just at 12, I looked in upon him while he slept. Upon the 8th night, I was more than usually cautious in opening the door. A watch's minute hand moves more quickly than did mine. Never before that night had I felt the extent of my own powers, of my sagacity. I could scarcely contain my feeling of triumph. To think that there I was, opening the door little by little, and he not even to dream of my secret deeds or thoughts. I fairly chuckled at the idea, and perhaps he heard me, for he moved on the bed suddenly, as if startled. Now, you may think that I drew back, but no. His room was as black as pitch, with the thick darkness, for the shutters were close fastened through fear of robbers, and so I knew that he could not see the opening of the door, and I kept pushing it on steadily, steadily. I had my head in, and was about to open the lantern, when my thumb slipped upon the tin fastening, and the old man sprang up in the bed, crying out, "Who's there?" I kept quite still, and said nothing. For a whole hour I did not move a muscle, and in the meantime I did not hear him lie down. He was still sitting up in the bed, listening, just as I have done, night after night, hearkening to the death watches in the wall. Presently I heard a slight groan, and I knew it was the groan of mortal terror. It was not a groan of pain or of grief. Oh, no! It was the low, stifled sound that arises from the bottom of the soul when overcharged with awe. I knew the sound well. Many a night, just at midnight, when all the world slept, it has welled up from my own bosom, deepening with its dreadful echo the terrors that distracted me. I say I knew it well. I knew what the old man felt, and pitied him, although I chuckled at heart. I knew that he had been lying awake ever since the first slight noise when he had turned in the bed. His fears had been ever since growing upon him. He had been trying to fancy them causeless, but could not. He had been saying to himself, "It is nothing but the wind in the chimney. It is only a mouse crossing the floor, or it is merely a cricket which has made a single chirp." Yes, he has been trying to comfort himself with these suppositions, but he had found all in vain, because death, in approaching him, had stalked with his black shadow before him and enveloped the victim. And it was the mournful influence of the unperceived shadow that caused him to feel, although he neither saw nor heard, to feel the presence of my head within the room. When I had waited a long time, very patiently, without hearing him lie down, I resolved to open a very, very little crevice in the lantern. So I opened it. You cannot imagine how stealthily, until at length a single dim ray, like the thread of the spider, shot from out the crevice, and full upon the vulture eye. It was open, wide open, and I grew furious as I gazed upon it. I saw it with perfect distinctness, all a dull blue, with a hideous veil over it that chilled the very marrow in my bones. But I could see nothing else of the old man's face or person, for I had directed the ray as if by instinct precisely upon the damned spot. And now, have I not told you that what you mistake for madness is but over-acuteness of the senses? Now, I say, there came to my ears a low, dull quick sound, such as a watch makes when enveloped in cotton. I knew that sound well, too. It was the beating of the old man's heart. It increased my fury, as the beating of a drum stimulates the soldier into courage. But even yet I refrained and kept still. I scarcely breathed. I held the lantern motionless. I tried how steadily I could maintain the ray upon the eye. Meanwhile, the hellish tattoo of the heart increased. It grew quicker and quicker and louder every instant. The old man's terror must have been extreme. It grew louder, I say, louder every moment. Do you mark me well? I have told you that I am nervous, so I am. And now at the dead hour of the night, amid the dreadful silence of that old house, so strange a noise as this excited me to uncontrollable terror. Yet, for some minutes longer, I refrained and stood still, but the beating grew louder. I thought the heart must burst. And now a new anxiety seized me. The sound would be heard by a neighbour. The old man's hour had come. With a loud yell, I threw open the lantern and leapt into the room. He shrieked once only. In an instant I dragged him to the floor and pulled the heavy bed over him. I then smiled gaily to find the deed so far done. But for many minutes the heart beat on with a muffled sound. This, however, did not vex me. It would not be heard through the wall. At length it ceased. The old man was dead. I removed the bed and examined the corpse. Yes, he was stone dead. I placed my hand upon the heart and held it there many minutes. There was no pulsation. He was stone dead. His eye would trouble me no more. If still you think me mad, you will think so no longer when I describe the wise precautions I took for the concealment of the body. The night waned, and I worked hastily but in silence. First of all, I dismembered the corpse. I cut off the head, and the arms, and the legs. I then took up 3 planks from the flooring of the chamber and deposited all between the scantlings. I then replaced the boards so cleverly, so cunningly, that no human eye, not even his, could have detected anything wrong. There was nothing to wash out, no stain of any kind, no blood spot whatever. I had been too wary for that. A tub had caught all. When I had made an end of these labours, it was 4 o'clock, still dark as midnight. As the bell sounded the hour, there came a knocking at the street door. I went down to open it with a light heart, for what had I now to fear? There entered 3 men who introduced themselves with perfect suavity as officers of the police. A shriek had been heard by a neighbour during the night. Suspicion of foul play had been aroused. Information had been lodged at the police office, and they, the officers, had been deputed to search the premises. I smiled. For what had I to fear? I bade the gentleman welcome. The shriek, I said, was my own in a dream. The old man, I mentioned, was absent in the country. I took my visitors all over the house. I bade them search well. I led them at length to his chamber. I showed them his treasures, secure, undisturbed. In the enthusiasm of my confidence, I brought chairs into the room and desired them here to rest from their fatigues, while I myself, in the wild audacity of my perfect triumph, placed my own seat upon the very spot beneath which reposed the corpse of the victim. The officers were satisfied. My manner convinced them. I was singularly at ease. They sat, and while I answered cheerily, they chatted familiar things, but ere long I felt myself getting pale and wished them gone. My head ached, and I fancied a ringing in my ears, but still they sat and still chatted. The ringing became more distinct. It continued and became more distinct. I talked more freely to get rid of the feeling, but it continued and gained definitiveness until at length I found that the noise was not within my ears. No doubt I now grew very pale, but I talked more fluently and with a heightened voice, yet the sound increased, and what could I do? It was a low, dull, quick sound, much such a sound as a watch makes when enveloped in cotton. I gasped for breath, and yet the officers heard it not. I talked more quickly, more vehemently, but the noise steadily increased. I arose and argued about trifles in a high key and with violent gesticulations, but the noise steadily increased. Why would they not be gone? I paced the floor to and fro with heavy strides, as if excited to fury by the observation of the men, but the noise steadily increased. Oh, God! What could I do? I foamed. I raved. I swore. I swung the chair upon which I had been sitting and grated it upon the boards, but the noise arose over all and continually increased. It grew louder, 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 and still the men chatted pleasantly and smiled. Was it possible they heard not? Almighty God! No, no. They heard. They suspected. They knew. They were making a mockery of my horror. This I thought, and this I think. But anything was better than this agony. Anything was more tolerable than this derision. I could bear those hypocritical smiles no longer. I felt that I must scream or die. And now, again, hark, louder, 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 louder! Villains! I shrieked. Dissemble no more. I admit the deed. Tear up the planks. Here, here. It is the beating of his hideous heart.
End of Disc 4. Disc 5. The Man of the Night by Edgar Wallace, read by Robin Bailey.
The little instrument on the table by the inspector's desk went tick-tock. Then it stopped, as though considering how it should word the message it had to give. It was very still in the charge room, so still that the big clock above the fireplace was audible. That and the squeaky scratching of the inspector's quill pen as it moved slowly over the yellow paper on the desk before him were the only sounds in the room. Outside it was raining softly. The streets were deserted, and the lines of lamps stretching east and west emphasized the loneliness. "Tick-tock," said the instrument on the table excitedly. "Tick-tock, tick-tock." The inspector's high stool creaked as he sat up, listening. There was a constable at the door, and he too heard the frantic call. "What's that, Gill?" demanded the inspector testily. The constable came into the charge room with heavy footsteps. "Tickety, tick-tock," babbled the instrument, and the constable wrote the message. "All stations arrest and detain George Thomas on ticket of leave, age 35, height 5 foot 8 inches, complexion and hair dark, eyes brown, of gentlemanly appearance, suspected of being concerned in warehouse robbery. Walthamstow and Canning Town especially note this and acknowledge. S.Y." "In the middle of the night," exclaimed the inspector despairingly. "They call me up to tell me what I've told them hours and hours ago. What a system." He nodded his head hopelessly. Outside, in the thin rain, a man was coming along the street, his hands deep in his pockets, his coat collar turned up, his head on his breast. He shuffled along, his boots squelching in the rain, and slackened his pace as he came up to the station. The policeman he expected to find at the door was absent. The man stood uneasily at the foot of the steps, set his teeth, and mounted slowly. He halted again in the passage out of which the charge room opened. "It's a rum thing about Thomas," said the inspector's voice. "I thought he was trying to go straight.
"It's his wife, sir," said the constable, and there was a long silence broken by the loud ticking of the clock. "Then why did his wife give him away?" asked the inspector. "Did she, sir?" There was surprise in the constable's voice, but the man in the passage didn't hear that. He was leaning against the painted wall, his hand at his throat, his thin, unshaven face a dirty white, his lips trembling. "She gave him away," said the inspector. He spoke with the deliberation of a man enjoying the sensation of dispensing exclusive news. "Know her?" "Slightly, sir," said the policeman's voice. "Handsome woman. She might have done better than Thomas." "I think she has," said the constable dryly, and they both laughed. "Oh, that's the reason, is it? Wants to put him under screw. Well, I've heard of such cases." The man in the passage crept quietly out. He was shaking in every limb. He almost fell at the last step and clutched the railings that bordered the station house to keep himself erect. The rain was pouring down, but he didn't notice it. He was shocked, paralyzed by his knowledge. He'd broken into a warehouse because she had laughed to scorn his attempt at reformation. He had tried to go straight, and she had made him go crooked. And then, when the job was done, with all the old cleverness so that he left no trace of his identity, she had gone straight away to the police and put him away. But that was nothing. Women had done such things before, out of jealousy, in a fit of insane anger at some slight, real or fancied. But she had done it deliberately, wickedly, because she loved some man better than she loved him. He was cool now, seeing things very clearly, and quickened his walk until he was stepping out briskly and lightly, holding his head erect as he had in the days when he was a junior in a broker's office, and she had been a novel-reading miss of Balham. The rain streamed down his face, the cuffs of his thin jacket clung to his wrists, his trousers were soaked from thigh to ankle. He knew a little shop off the commercial road where they sold cheese and butter and wood. He'd purchased for a penny a morsel of bread and cheese. He remembered that the woman behind the counter had cut the cheese with a heavy knife, newly whetted and pointed. He thought the matter out as he turned in the direction of the shop. Such knives are usually kept in a drawer next to the till, with a bacon saw and a milk tester and the little rubber stamp which is used for branding margarine in accordance with the law. He knew the shop would be shuttered, the door locked, and he had no instrument to force an entrance. The kit was in the hands of the police. He'd wondered how the Splits, the detectives, had found them. Now he knew. He gulped down a sob. Still, there must be a way. The knife was necessary. He was still weak from his last term of penal servitude. He couldn't kill her with his hands. She was so strong and beautiful. Oh, so beautiful. Thinking disconnectedly, he came to the shop. It stood in a little side street. There was one street lamp giving light to the thoroughfare. There was no sound but the dismal drip of rain. Nobody in sight. There was a skylight above the shuttered door. It was the only way. He saw that at once. Sometimes these are left unfastened. He stood on tiptoe and felt gingerly along the lower part of the sash. His fingers encountered something that lay on the ledge, and his heart leapt. It was a key. He had guessed this to be a lock-up shop. He knew enough of the casual character of these little shopkeepers not to be surprised at the ease with which an entry might be effected. He slipped the key into the lock, turned it, and stepped in, closing the door behind him softly. The air of the shop was hot and stuffy, full of the pungent scent of foodstuffs, cheese and ham, and the resinous odour of firewood. He had matches in his pocket, but they were sodden and wouldn't strike. He fumbled round the shelves and came upon a packet. He struck a light, guarding the flame with his hand. The shop had been swept and made tidy for the night. The weights were neatly arranged on either side of the scales. There was a piece of muslin laid over the butter on the slate slab. On the counter, conspicuously displayed, was a note. It contained instructions written in pencil in a large, uneducated hand to Fred. He was to light the fire, put the kettle on, take in the milk, and serve Mrs. Smith. Fred was the boy, the early comer in the morning for whom the key had been placed. It was remarkable that he settled all these particulars to his own satisfaction as, lighting match after match, he sought the heavy knife with the sharp point and the newly whetted edge. He even felt a certain exultation in the ease with which he had gained admission to the shop, and had an insane desire to whistle and talk. He found the knife. It was under the counter with a greatly scarred cutting board and a steel. He wrapped it up carefully in a sheet of newspaper, then remembered he was hungry. He broke off a wedge of cheese. There was no bread, but an open tin of children's biscuits was handy. With the food in his hand, with the knife in his pocket, he continued his exploration. Behind the shop was a little parlour. The door was unlocked, and he entered. He struck match after match, hesitated a moment, then lit the gas. It was a tiny room, cheaply but neatly furnished. There were china ornaments on the mantel-shelf, a few cheap lithographs on the wall, and a loudly ticking clock. There was a clock at the police station. He made a grimace as though he were in pain, felt with his hand for the knife, and smiled. He sat at a little table in the middle of the room and ate the food mechanically, staring hard at the wall ahead of him. He'd done everything for her. His first crime, a few sovereigns extracted from the cash box. She had inspired that. Her little follies, her little extravagances, her vanities, these had been at the bottom of every step he had taken. Staring blankly at the wall with wide-opened eyes, he traced his descent. There was a text on the wall. He'd been staring at it all this time, an ill-printed text, black and gold, green and vivid crimson, sadly out of register, and bearing in the bottom left-hand corner the conspicuous confession that it was printed in Saxony. His thoughts were elaborate thoughts, but inclined to dive sideways into inconsequent bypaths. Insensibly he had fixed his eyes on the text in a subconscious attempt to concentrate his thoughts. One half of his brain pursued the deadly course of retrospection, the other half grappled half-heartedly with the words on the wall. He read only those that were in capital letters. Behold, Lamb, God, taketh away sin's world. 3 years penal servitude for burglary, 2 terms of 6 months for breaking and entering. She had been at his elbow. Years ago he was a member of a church, sang in the choir, and religious matters had some significance to him. It's strange how such things drop away from a grown man, how the sweet bloom of faith is rubbed off. He married her at a registry office in Marylebone, and they went to Brighton for their honeymoon. She knew well enough that he couldn't afford to live as they were living. He had never dreamt that she guessed that he was robbing his employer, and when coolly and with some amusement she revealed her knowledge, he was shocked, stunned. Behold, Lamb. Might religion have helped him had he kept closer to its teachings? He wondered, slowly munching his biscuit and cheese, with his eyes on the garish text. He found some milk and drank it, and then he rose. Where he had sat were 2 little pools of water, one on the floor, the other on the table where his arm had rested. He turned out the light, walked softly through the shop, listened, and opened the door gently. There was nobody in sight, and he stepped out, closing and locking the door behind him. He put the key on the ledge where he'd found it, and went quickly to the main road, the heavy knife, newly whetted and with a sharp point, bumping against his thigh with every step he took. He had an uneasy feeling, and strove to analyze it down to a first cause. He decided it was the text, and smiled. Then of a sudden the smile froze on his lips. He was not alone. A man had come from the night, swiftly, silently, and walked with him step for step. He stopped dead. His hand wandered down to the pocket where the knife lay. "What do you want?" he asked harshly. The other made no reply. His face was in the shadow. What clothes he wore, what manner of man he was, Thomas could not say, only that standing there he was tall, gracefully proportioned, easy of movement. There was a silence, then, "Come," said the man from the night, and the burglar accompanied him without question. They walked in silence, and Thomas observed that the stranger moved in the direction he himself would have taken. "I shall give myself up afterwards," he said, speaking feverishly fast. "I'll end all this, and end it. It didn't strike him as curious that he should plunge into most secret depths, revealing the innermost thoughts of his heart. He accepted without wonder the conviction that the stranger knew all. "She led me down from step to step, down," sobbed Thomas as they walked side by side through the narrow streets that led to the river. "It used to worry me at first, but she strangled my conscience. She laughed at my fears. She's a devil, I tell you." "Other men have said, 'The woman tempted me,'" said the stranger gently. "Yet a man has thought and will of his own." Thomas shook his head doggedly. "I had no will where she was," he said. "When I've killed her, I shall be a man again." He tapped his pocket. The knife was still there. "If we had children, it might have made a difference, but she hated children." "If you were free of her, you might be a man," said the stranger. His voice was sweet and deep and sad. Yes, the other turned on him eagerly. "That's what I mean. She's in my way. If I kill her, I can start all over again, can't I? I could go back and face the world and say, 'I've killed the bad part of me, give me another chance.' Look!" He fumbled in his pocket and brought forth the knife. The rain came pitter-patter on the paper wrapping, and his hand trembled in his excited eagerness to display the strong blade with the silvery edge and the needle-like point. "I couldn't kill her with my hands," he said, breathing quickly, "so I got this knife. I feel I've got to do it, though I hate killing things. I once killed a rabbit when I was a kiddie. It haunted me for days." "If you were free of her, you might be a man," said the stranger again. Yes, the thief nodded. "That's what I say. I could go back to the old people." His voice broke. They don't know how far I've gone under." They turned corner after corner, crossing main thoroughfares, diving through alleys where costers' barrows were stacked, chained wheel to wheel, into mean streets and across patches of waste ground. Once, through a little passage, they came in sight of the river, saw 3 barges moored side by side, rising and falling slowly with the tide. Out in mid-river a steamer lay, 3 lights glimmering feebly. "I shall go into the house from the back," Thomas said. "There's nobody else in the house but an old woman, or there oughtn't to be. My wife sleeps in the front room." "If you were free of her, you might be a man," said the stranger. Yes. The convict was impatient. "I know that. When I'm free." And he laughed happily. "She dragged you down to the deeps," said the man of the night softly. "Every step you took for good, she clogged and hindered." "That's right, that's the truth," said the other. "Yet you could never escape her. You were loyal and faithful and kind." "God knows that's true," said the man, and wept. "For better or worse, for richer or poorer," he said, and it seemed to him that the stranger was saying these words at the same time. At last they reached a street that was more dark, more wretched than any of its neighbours. The man stopped at a narrow passage which led to the back of the houses. "I'm going in now," he said simply. "You wait for me here, and when I come back we'll start our new life all over again. I shall kill her quickly." The man of the night made no reply, and Thomas went through the passage, turned at right angles along a narrower strip of path between wooden fences, and so came to a rickety back gate. He opened it and went in. He was in a dirty little yard, littered with the jettison of a poor household. There was a tumble-down fowl run, and as he walked stealthily to the house, a cock crew loudly. The back room was empty, as he knew. He pushed up the window. It squeaked a little. He waited for the cock to crow again and mask the sound. Then he swung himself up to the window-sill and entered the room. The point of the knife cut through the thin clothing he wore, and he felt a sharp pain in his leg. He took the knife from his pocket and felt the edge. Then he became conscious of the fact that there was somebody in the room. He gripped the knife tightly and peered through the darkness. "Who's there?" he whispered. "It is I," said a voice he knew. The voice of the man of the night. How did you get in?" He was amazed and bewildered. "I came with you," said the voice. "Let us free ourselves of this woman. She dragged you down. She is the weed that chokes your soul." Yes, Thomas whispered, and reaching out, found the stranger's hand. Hand in hand they came to the woman's room. A cheap nightlight was burning on the mantel-shelf. She lay with one bare arm thrown out of bed, her breast rose and fell regularly. He'd seen something else that had risen and fallen monotonously. What was it? Oh, yes, barges on the river. She was handsome in a coarse way, and as she slept she smiled. Some movement of the man disturbed her, for she stirred and murmured a name. It was not the name of him who stood above her, a knife in his shaking hand. "Do you love her?" The stranger's voice was very soft. The husband shook his head. "Once, I thought so. Now," he shook his head again. "Do you hate her?" The thief was looking at the sleeping woman earnestly. "I don't hate her," he said simply. "I served her because it was my duty." "Come," said the stranger, and they left the room together. Thomas unfastened the street door, and they passed again into the dreary night. "I don't love her. I don't hate her," he said again, half to himself. "I went to her because it was my duty. I worked and stole, and she betrayed me. So I thought I would kill her." The knife was still in his hand. In silence they traversed the way they came until they reached a little passage that led to the river. They turned into this. At the end of the passage was a flight of stone steps, and they heard the clug-clug of water as it washed them. Thomas raised his hand and sent the knife spinning into the river, and a voice hailed him from the foot of the steps. "That you, Cole?" His heart almost stopped beating. The voice was hard and metallic. He blinked as though awakened from a sleep. "Is that you, Cole? Who is it?" Thomas saw a boat at the bottom of the steps. There were 4 men in it, and one was holding fast with a boat hook to an iron ring let into the stone. "Me," said the thief. "It ain't Cole," said another voice disgustedly. "Cole won't turn up. He's drunk." There was a whispering in the boat. Then an authoritative voice demanded, "Want a job, my lad?" Thomas went down 2 steps and bent forward. "Yes, I want a job," he said. A querulous voice said something about missing the tide. "Can you cook?" "Yes, I can cook." He'd been employed in this capacity in prison. "Jump in. Sign you on tomorrow. We're going to Valparaiso, Steen. How does that suit you?" Thomas was silent. I don't want to come back here," he said. "We'll get a better man for the return voyage. Jump in." He got into the boat awkwardly, and the officer at the stern gave an order. The boat pushed off, and then the thief remembered the man of the night. He could see him plainer than ever he'd seen him before. He was a radiant figure standing on the dark edge of the water, his hands outstretched in farewell. Thomas saw the face, beautiful and benevolent. He saw the faint light that seemed to surround him. "Behold," muttered the man in the boat. "It's strange how that text... Goodbye." "Goodbye, sir." "Who are you talking to, mate?" asked the sailor who was rowing. The man who was with me," said Thomas. "There was no man with you," said the sailor scornfully. "You were by yourself."
Dr. Heidegger's Experiment by Nathaniel Hawthorne, read by Nicky Henson.
That very singular man, old Dr. Heidegger, once invited 4 venerable friends to meet him in his study. There were 3 white-bearded gentlemen, Mr. Medbourne, Colonel Killigrew, and Mr. Gascoigne, and a withered gentlewoman whose name was the Widow Wycherley. They were all melancholy old creatures who had been unfortunate in life, and whose greatest misfortune it was that they were not long ago in their graves. Mr. Medbourne, in the vigour of his age, had been a prosperous merchant, but had lost his all by a frantic speculation, and was now little better than a mendicant. Colonel Killigrew had wasted his best years and his health and substance in the pursuit of sinful pleasures, which had given birth to a brood of pains, such as gout and divers other torments of his soul and body. Mr. Gascoigne was a ruined politician, a man of evil fame, or at least had been so, till time had buried him from the knowledge of the present generation and made him obscure instead of infamous. As for the widow Wycherley, tradition tells us that she was a great beauty in her day, but for a long while past she had lived in deep seclusion on account of certain scandalous stories which had prejudiced the gentry of the town against her. It is a circumstance worth mentioning that each of these three old gentlemen, Mr. Medbourne, Colonel Killigrew, and Mr. Gascoigne, were early lovers of the widow Wycherley, and had once been on the point of cutting each other's throats for her sake. And before proceeding further, I will merely hint that Dr. Heidegger and all his four guests were sometimes thought to be a little beside themselves, as is not infrequently the case with old people when worried either by present troubles or woeful recollections. "My dear old friends," said Dr. Heidegger, motioning them to be seated, "I am desirous of your assistance in one of those little experiments with which I amuse myself here in my study." If all stories were true, Dr. Heidegger's study must have been a very curious place. It was a dim, old-fashioned chamber, festooned with cobwebs and besprinkled with antique dust. Around the walls stood several oaken bookcases, the lower shelves of which were filled with rows of gigantic folios and black-letter quartos, and the upper with little parchment-covered duodecimos. Over the central bookcase was a bronze bust of Hippocrates, with which, according to some authorities, Dr. Heidegger was accustomed to hold consultations in all difficult cases of his practice. In the obscurest corner of the room stood a tall and narrow oaken closet, with its door ajar, within which doubtfully appeared a skeleton. Between two of the bookcases hung a looking-glass, presenting its high and dusty plate within a tarnished gilt frame. Among many wonderful stories related of this mirror, it was fabled that the spirits of all the doctor's deceased patients dwelt within its verge, and would stare him in the face whenever he looked thitherward. The opposite side of the chamber was ornamented with a full-length portrait of a young lady arrayed in faded magnificence of silk, satin, and brocade, and with a visage as faded as her dress. Above half a century ago, Dr. Heidegger had been on the point of marriage to this young lady, but being affected with some slight disorder, she had swallowed one of her lover's prescriptions and died on the bridal evening. The greatest curiosity of the study remained to be mentioned. It was a ponderous folio volume bound in black leather with massive silver clasps. There were no letters on the back, and nobody could tell the title of the book, but it was well known to be a book of magic, and once, when a chambermaid had lifted it, merely to brush away the dust, the skeleton had rattled in its closet, the picture of the young lady had stepped 1 foot upon the floor, and several ghastly faces had peeped forth from the mirror, while the brazen head of Hippocrates frowned and said, "Forbear." Such was Dr. Heidegger's study. On the summer afternoon of our tale, a small round table, as black as ebony, stood in the centre of the room, sustaining a cut-glass vase of beautiful form and elaborate workmanship. The sunshine came through the window between the heavy festoons of 2 faded damask curtains and fell directly across this vase, so that a mild splendour was reflected from it on the ashen visages of the 5 old people who sat around. 4 champagne glasses were also on the table. "My dear old friends," repeated Dr. Heidegger, "may I reckon on your aid in performing an exceedingly curious experiment?" Now, Dr. Heidegger was a very strange old gentleman, whose eccentricity had become the nucleus of 1,000 fantastic stories. Some of these fables, to my shame be it spoken, might possibly be traced back to mine own voracious self, and if any passages of the present tale should startle the listener's faith, I must be content to bear the stigma of a fiction-monger. When the doctor's 4 guests heard him talk of his proposed experiment, they anticipated nothing more wonderful than the murder of a mouse in an air-pump, or the examination of a cobweb by the microscope, or some similar nonsense, with which he was constantly in the habit of pestering his intimates. But without waiting for a reply, Dr. Heidegger hobbled across the chamber, and returned with the same ponderous folio bound in black leather, which common report affirmed to be a book of magic. Undoing the silver clasps, he opened the volume, and took from its black-letter pages a rose, or what was once a rose, though now the green leaves and crimson petals had assumed one brownish hue, and the ancient flower seemed ready to crumble to dust in the doctor's hands. "This rose," said Dr. Heidegger with a sigh, "this same withered and crumbling flower blossomed 55 years ago. It was given me by Sylvia Ward, whose portrait hangs yonder, and I meant to wear it in my bosom at our wedding. 55 years it has been treasured between the leaves of this old volume. Now, would you deem it possible that this rose of half a century could ever bloom again?" "Nonsense," said the widow Wycherley, with a peevish toss of her head. "You might as well ask whether an old woman's wrinkled face could ever bloom again." "See," answered Dr. Heidegger. He uncovered the vase and threw the faded rose into the water which it contained. At first it lay lightly on the surface of the fluid, appearing to imbibe none of its moisture. Soon, however, a singular change began to be visible. The crushed and dried petals stirred and assumed a deepening tinge of crimson, as if the flower were reviving from a death-like slumber. The slender stalk and twigs of foliage became green, and there was the rose of half a century, looking as fresh as when Sylvia Ward had first given it to her lover. It was scarcely full-blown, for some of its delicate red leaves curled modestly around its moist bosom, within which 2 or 3 dewdrops were sparkling. "That is certainly a very pretty deception," said the doctor's friends, carelessly, however, for they had witnessed greater miracles at a conjurer's show. "Pray, how was it effected?" "Did you never hear of the Fountain of Youth?" asked Dr. Heidegger, "which Ponce de Leon, the Spanish adventurer, went in search of 2 or 3 centuries ago?" "But did Ponce de Leon ever find it?" said the widow Wycherley. "No," answered Dr. Heidegger, "for he never sought it in the right place. The famous Fountain of Youth, if I am rightly informed, is situated in the southern part of the Floridian Peninsula, not far from Lake Macaco. Its source is overshadowed by several gigantic magnolias, which, though numberless centuries old, have been kept as fresh as violets by the virtues of this wonderful water. An acquaintance of mine, knowing my curiosity in such matters, has sent me what you see in the vase." said Colonel Killigrew, who believed not a word of the doctor's story. "And what may be the effect of this fluid on the human frame?" "You shall judge for yourself, my dear Colonel," replied Dr. Heidegger. "And all of you, my respected friends, are welcome to so much of this admirable fluid as may restore you to the bloom of youth. For my own part, having had much trouble in growing old, I am in no hurry to grow young again. With your permission, therefore, I will merely watch the progress of the experiment." While he spoke, Dr. Heidegger had been filling the 4 champagne glasses with the water of the Fountain of Youth. It was apparently impregnated with an effervescent gas, for little bubbles were continually ascending from the depths of the glasses and bursting in silvery spray at the surface. As the liquor diffused a pleasant perfume, the old people doubted now that it possessed cordial and comfortable properties, and though utter sceptics as to its rejuvenescent power, they were inclined to swallow it at once. But Dr. Heidegger besought them to stay a moment. "Before you drink, my respectable old friends," said he, "it would be well that, with the experience of a lifetime to direct you, you should draw up a few general rules for your guidance in passing a second time through the perils of youth. Think what a sin and shame it would be if, with your peculiar advantages, you should not become patterns of virtue and wisdom to all the young people of the age." The doctor's 4 venerable friends made him no answer, except by a feeble and tremulous laugh, so very ridiculous was the idea that, knowing how closely repentance treads behind the steps of error, they should ever go astray again. "Drink, then," said the doctor, bowing. "I rejoice that I have so well selected the subjects of my experiment." With palsied hands, they raised the glasses to their lips. The liquor, if it really possessed such virtues as Dr. Heidegger imputed to it, could not have been bestowed on 4 human beings who needed it more woefully. They looked as if they had never known what youth or pleasure was, but had been the offspring of nature's dotage, and always the grey, decrepit, sapless, miserable creatures who now sat stooping round the doctor's table, without life enough in their souls or bodies to be animated even by the prospect of growing young again. They drank off the water and replaced their glasses on the table. Assuredly there was an almost immediate improvement in the aspect of the party, not unlike what might have been produced by a glass of generous wine, together with a sudden glow of cheerful sunshine brightening over all their visages at once. There was a healthful suffusion on their cheeks instead of the ashen hue that had made them look so corpse-like. They gazed at one another and fancied that some magic power had really begun to smooth away the deep and sad inscriptions which Father Time had been so long engraving on their brows. The widow Wycherley adjusted her cap, for she felt almost like a woman again. "Give us more of this wondrous water," cried they eagerly. "We are younger, but we are still too old. Quick, give us more." "Patience, patience," quoth Dr. Heidegger, who sat watching the experiment with philosophic coolness. You have been a long time growing old. Surely you might be content to grow young in half an hour. But the water is at your service." Again he filled their glasses with the liquor of youth, enough of which still remained in the vase to turn half the old people in the city to the age of their own grandchildren. While the bubbles were yet sparkling on the brim, the doctor's 4 guests snatched their glasses from the table and swallowed the contents at a single gulp. Was it delusion? Even while the draught was passing down their throats, it seemed to have wrought a change on their whole systems. Their eyes grew clear and bright. A dark shade deepened among their silvery locks, and they sat around the table, 3 gentlemen of middle age, and a woman hardly beyond her buxom prime. "My dear widow, you are charming," cried Colonel Killigrew, whose eyes had been fixed upon her face, while the shadows of age were flitting from it like darkness from the crimson daybreak. The fair widow knew of old that Colonel Killigrew's compliments were not always measured by sober truth, so she started up and ran to the mirror, still dreading that the ugly visage of an old woman would meet her gaze. Meanwhile, the 3 gentlemen behaved in such a manner as proved that the water of the Fountain of Youth possessed some intoxicating qualities, unless indeed their exhilaration of spirits were merely a lightsome dizziness caused by the sudden removal of the weight of years. Mr. Gascoigne's mind seemed to run on political topics, but whether relating to the past, present, or future could not easily be determined, since the same ideas and phrases have been in vogue these 50 years. Now he rattled forth full-throated sentences about patriotism, national glory, and the people's right. Now he muttered some perilous stuff or other in a sly and doubtful whisper, so cautiously that even his own conscience could scarcely catch the secret. And now again he spoke in measured accents and a deeply deferential tone, as if a royal ear were listening to his well-turned periods. Colonel Killigrew all this time had been trolling forth a jolly bottle song and ringing his glass in symphony with the chorus, while his eyes wandered toward the buxom figure of Widow Wycherley. On the other side of the table, Mr. Medbourne was involved in a calculation of dollars and cents, with which was strangely intermingled a project for supplying the East Indies with ice by harnessing a team of whales to the polar icebergs. As for the Widow Wycherley, she stood before the mirror, curtsying and simpering to her own image, and greeting it as the friend whom she loved better than all the world beside. She thrust her face close to the glass to see whether some long-remembered wrinkle or crow's foot had indeed vanished. She examined whether the snow had so entirely melted from her hair that the venerable cap could be safely thrown aside. At last, turning briskly away, she came with a sort of dancing step to the table. "My dear old doctor," cried she, "pray favour me with another glass." "Certainly, my dear madam, certainly," replied the complacent doctor. "See, I have already filled the glasses." There, in fact, stood the 4 glasses, brim full of this wonderful water, the delicate spray of which, as it effervesced from the surface, resembled the tremulous glitter of diamonds. It was now so nearly sunset that the chamber had grown duskier than ever, but a mild and moon-like splendour gleamed from within the vase, and rested alike on the 4 guests and on the doctor's venerable figure. He sat in a high-backed, elaborately carved oaken armchair, with a grey dignity of aspect that might have well befitted that very Father Time whose power had never been disputed, save by this fortunate company. Even while quaffing the 3rd draught of the Fountain of Youth, they were almost awed by the expression of his mysterious visage. But the next moment, the exhilarating gush of young life shot through their veins. They were now in the happy prime of youth. Age, with its miserable train of cares and sorrows and diseases, was remembered only as the trouble of a dream from which they had joyously awoke. The fresh gloss of the soul, so early lost, and without which the world's successive scenes had been but a gallery of faded pictures, again threw its enchantment over all their prospects. They felt like new created beings in a new created universe. "We are young! We are young!" they cried exultingly. Youth, like the extremity of age, had effaced the strongly marked characteristics of middle life, and mutually assimilated them all. They were a group of merry youngsters, almost maddened with the exuberant frolicsomeness of their years. The most singular effect of their gaiety was an impulse to mock the infirmity and decrepitude of which they had so lately been the victims. They laughed loudly at their old-fashioned attire, the wide-skirted coats and flapped waistcoats of the young men, and the ancient cap and gown of the blooming girl. One limped across the floor like a gouty grandfather. One set a pair of spectacles astride of his nose and pretended to pore over the black-letter pages of the Book of Magic. A third seated himself in an armchair and strove to imitate the venerable dignity of Dr. Heidegger. They all shouted mirthfully and leapt about the room. The widow Wycherley, if so fresh a damsel could be called a widow, tripped up to the doctor's chair with a mischievous merriment in her rosy face. "Doctor, you dear old soul," cried she, "get up and dance with me." And then the four young people laughed louder than ever to think what a queer figure the poor old doctor would cut. "Pray excuse me," answered the doctor quietly. "I am old and rheumatic, and my dancing days were over long ago. But either of these gay young gentlemen will be glad of so pretty a partner." "Dance with me, Clara," cried Colonel Killigrew. "No, I will be her partner," shouted Mr. Gascoigne. "She promised me her hand 50 years ago," exclaimed Mr. Medbourne. They all gathered around her. One caught both her hands in his passionate grasp, another threw his arm about her waist. The third buried his hand among the glossy curls that clustered beneath the widow's cap. Blushing, panting, struggling, chiding, laughing, her warm breath fanning each of their faces by turns, she strove to disengage herself, yet still remained in their triple embrace. Never was there a livelier picture of youthful rivalship, with bewitching beauty for the prize. Yet, by a strange deception, owing to the duskiness of the chamber and the antique dresses which they still wore, the tall mirror is said to have reflected the figures of 3 old, grey, withered grandsires, ridiculously contending for the skinny ugliness of a shrivelled grandam. But they were young. Their burning passions proved them so. Inflamed to madness by the coquetry of the girl-widow, who neither granted nor quite withheld her favours, the 3 rivals began to interchange threatening glances. Still keeping hold of the fair prize, they grappled fiercely at one another's throats. As they struggled to and fro, the table was overturned, and the vase dashed into 1,000 fragments. The precious water of youth flowed in a bright stream across the floor, moistening the wings of a butterfly, which, grown old in the decline of summer, had alighted there to die. The insect fluttered lightly through the chamber and settled on the snowy head of Dr. Heidegger. "Come, come, gentlemen, come, Madam Wycherley," exclaimed the doctor. "I really must protest against this riot." They stood still and shivered, for it seemed as if grey time were calling them back from their sunny youth, far down into the chill and darksome vale of years. They looked at old Dr. Heidegger, who sat in his curved armchair, holding the rose of half a century, which he had rescued from among the fragments of the shattered vase. At the motion of his hand, the 4 rioters resumed their seats, the more readily because their violent exertions had wearied them, youthful though they were. "My poor Sylvia's rose!" ejaculated Dr. Heidegger, holding it in the light of the sunset clouds. "It appears to be fading again." And so it was. Even while the party were looking at it, the flower continued to shrivel up till it became as dry and fragile as when the doctor had first thrown it into the vase. He shook off the few drops of moisture which clung to its petals. "I love it as well thus, as in its dewy freshness," observed he, pressing the withered rose to his withered lips. While he spoke, the butterfly fluttered down from the doctor's snowy head and fell upon the floor. His guests shivered again. A strange chillness, whether of the body or spirit they could not tell, was creeping gradually over them all. They gazed at one another, and fancied that each fleeting moment snatched away a charm and left a deepening furrow where none had been before. Was it an illusion? Had the changes of a lifetime been crowded into so brief a space? And were they now 4 aged people sitting with their old friend Dr. Heidegger? "Are we grown old again so soon?" cried they dolefully. In truth, they had. The water of youth possessed merely a virtue more transient than that of wine. The delirium which it created had effervesced away. Yes, they were old again. With a shuddering impulse that showed her a woman still, the widow clasped her skinny hands before her face and wished that the coffin lid were over it, since it could no longer be beautiful. "Yes, friends, ye are old again," said Dr. Heidegger. "And lo, the water of youth is all lavished on the ground. Well, I bemoan it not, for if the fountain gushed at my doorstep, I would not stoop to bathe my lips in it. No, though its delirium were for years instead of moments. Such is the lesson ye have taught me." But the doctor's 4 friends had taught no such lesson to themselves. They resolved forthwith to make a pilgrimage to Florida, and quaff at morning, noon, and night from the fountain of youth.
B24 by Arthur Conan Doyle, read by Brian Cox.
I told my story when I was taken, and no one would listen to me. Then I told it again at the trial, the whole thing, absolutely as it happened, without so much as a word added. I said it all out truly, so help me God. All that Lady Mannering had said and done, all that I had said and done, just as it occurred. And what did I get for it? The prisoner put forward a rambling and inconsequential statement, incredible in its details and unsupported by any shred of corroborative evidence. That was what one of the London papers said, and others let it pass as if I had made no defence at all. And yet, with my own eyes, I saw Lord Mannering murdered, and I'm as guiltless of it as any man on the jury that tried me. Now, sir, you're there to receive the petitions of prisoners. It all lies with you. All that I ask is that you read it. Just read it. And then that you make an inquiry or two about the private character of this Lady Mannering, if she still keeps the name that she had 3 years ago when, to my sorrow and ruin, I came to meet her. You could use a private inquiry agent or a good lawyer, and you would soon learn enough to show you that my story is the true one. Think of the glory it would be to you to have all the papers saying that there would have been a shocking miscarriage of justice if it had not been for your perseverance and intelligence. That must be your reward, since I am a poor man and can offer you nothing. But if you don't do it, may you never lie easy in your bed again. May no night pass that you are not haunted by the thought of the man who rots in jail because you have not done the duty which you are paid to do. But you will do it, sir. I know. Just make 1 or 2 inquiries, and you will soon find which way the wind blows. Remember, also, that the only person who profited by the crime was herself, since it changed her from an unhappy wife to a rich young widow. There's the end of the string in your hand, and you only have to follow it up and see where it leads to. Mind you, sir, I make no complaint as far as the burglary goes. I don't whine about what I've deserved, and so far I've had no more than I have deserved. Burglary it was, right enough, and my 3 years have gone to pay for it. It was shown at the trial that I had a hand in the Merton Cross business, and did a year for that, so my story had the less attention on that account. A man with a previous conviction never gets a really fair trial. I own to the burglary, but when it comes to the murder which brought me a lifer, any judge but Sir James might have given me the gallows, then I tell you I had nothing to do with it, and that I am an innocent man. And now, I'll take that night, the 13th of September 1894, and I'll give you just exactly what occurred, and may God's hand strike me down if I go 1 inch over the truth. I've been at Bristol in the summer, looking for work, and then I had a notion that I might get something at Portsmouth, for I was trained as a skilled mechanic, so I came tramping my way across the south of England and doing odd jobs as I went. I was trying all I knew to keep off the cross, for I'd done a year in Exeter jail, and I had enough of visiting Queen Victoria. But it's cruel hard to get work when once the black mark is against your name, and it was all I could do to keep body and soul together. At last, after 10 days of wood-cutting and stone-breaking on starvation pay, I found myself near Salisbury, with a couple of shillings in my pocket, and my boots and my patience clean wore out.
B24 by Arthur Conan Doyle, read by Brian Cox.
I told my story when I was taken, and no one would listen to me. Then I told it again at the trial, the whole thing, absolutely as it happened, without so much as a word added. I said it all out truly, so help me God. All that Lady Mannering had said and done, all that I had said and done, just as it occurred. And what did I get for it? The prisoner put forward a rambling and inconsequential statement, incredible in its details and unsupported by any shred of corroborative evidence. That was what one of the London papers said, and others let it pass as if I had made no defence at all. And yet, with my own eyes, I saw Lord Mannering murdered, and I'm as guiltless of it as any man on the jury that tried me. Now, sir, you're there to receive the petitions of prisoners. It all lies with you. All that I ask is that you read it. Just read it. And then that you make an inquiry or two about the private character of this Lady Mannering, if she still keeps the name that she had 3 years ago when, to my sorrow and ruin, I came to meet her. You could use a private inquiry agent or a good lawyer, and you would soon learn enough to show you that my story is the true one. Think of the glory it would be to you to have all the papers saying that there would have been a shocking miscarriage of justice if it had not been for your perseverance and intelligence. That must be your reward, since I am a poor man and can offer you nothing. But if you don't do it, may you never lie easy in your bed again. May no night pass that you are not haunted by the thought of the man who rots in jail because you have not done the duty which you are paid to do. But you will do it, sir. I know. Just make 1 or 2 inquiries, and you will soon find which way the wind blows. Remember, also, that the only person who profited by the crime was herself, since it changed her from an unhappy wife to a rich young widow. There's the end of the string in your hand, and you only have to follow it up and see where it leads to. Mind you, sir, I make no complaint as far as the burglary goes. I don't whine about what I've deserved, and so far I've had no more than I have deserved. Burglary it was, right enough, and my 3 years have gone to pay for it. It was shown at the trial that I had a hand in the Merton Cross business, and did a year for that, so my story had the less attention on that account. A man with a previous conviction never gets a really fair trial. I own to the burglary, but when it comes to the murder which brought me a lifer, any judge but Sir James might have given me the gallows, then I tell you I had nothing to do with it, and that I am an innocent man. And now, I'll take that night, the 13th of September 1894, and I'll give you just exactly what occurred, and may God's hand strike me down if I go 1 inch over the truth. I've been at Bristol in the summer, looking for work, and then I had a notion that I might get something at Portsmouth, for I was trained as a skilled mechanic, so I came tramping my way across the south of England and doing odd jobs as I went. I was trying all I knew to keep off the cross, for I'd done a year in Exeter jail, and I had enough of visiting Queen Victoria. But it's cruel hard to get work when once the black mark is against your name, and it was all I could do to keep body and soul together. At last, after 10 days of wood-cutting and stone-breaking on starvation pay, I found myself near Salisbury, with a couple of shillings in my pocket, and my boots and my patience clean wore out. It was such a chance! The great house, all lined with windows, the golden medals which could so easily be melted down. It was like putting a loaf before a starving man and expecting him not to eat it. I fought against it for a time, but it was no use. And at last I sat up on the side of my bed, and I swore that that night I should either be a rich man and able to give up crime forever, or that the irons should be on my wrists once more. Then I slipped on my clothes, and having put a shilling on the table, for the landlord had treated me well, and I did not wish to cheat him, I passed out through the window into the garden of the inn. There was a high wall round this garden, and I had a job to get over it, but once on the other side it was all plain sailing. I did not meet a soul upon the road, and the iron gate of the avenue was open. No one was moving at the lodge. The moon was shining, and I could see the great house glimmering white through the archway of trees. I walked up to it for a quarter of a mile or so, until I was at the edge of the drive, where it ended in a broad, gravelled space before the main door. There I stood in the shadow, and looked at the long building, with a full moon shining in every window and silvering the high stone front. I crouched there for some time, and I wondered where I should find the easiest entrance. The corner window of the side seemed to be the one which was least overlooked, and a screen of ivy hung heavily over it. My best chance was evidently there. I worked my way under the trees to the back of the house, and then crept along the black shadow of the building. A dog barked, and rattled his chain, but I stood, waiting until he was quiet. Then I stole on once more, until I came to the window which I had chosen. It is astonishing how careless they are in the country, in places far removed from large towns where the thought of burglars never enter their heads. I call it setting temptation in a poor man's way, when he puts his hand, meaning no harm, upon a door and finds it swing open before him. In this case it was not so bad as that, but the window was merely fastened with an ordinary catch, which I opened with a push from the blade of my knife. I pulled open the window as quickly as possible, then I thrust the knife through the slit in the shutter and prized it open. They were folding shutters, and I shoved them before me and walked into the room. "Good evening, sir." "You are very welcome," said a voice. "I've had some starts in my life, but never one to come up to that one." There, in the opening of the shutters, within reach of my arm, was standing a woman, with a small coil of wax taper burning in her hand. She was tall and straight and slender, with a beautiful white face that might have been cut out of clear marble, but her hair and eyes were as black as night. She was dressed in some sort of white dressing gown which flowed down to her feet, and what with this robe and what with her face, it seemed as if a spirit from above was standing in front of me. My knees knocked together. I held on to the shutter with one hand to give me support. I should have turned and run away if I had the strength, but I could only just stand and stare at her. She soon brought me back to myself once more. "Don't be frightened," said she, and they were strange words for the mistress of a house to have to use to a burglar. "I saw you out of my bedroom window when you were hiding under those trees, so I slipped downstairs, and then I heard you at the window. I should have opened it for you if you had waited, but you managed it yourself, just as I came up." I still held in my hand the long clasp knife with which I had opened the shutter. I was unshaven and grimed from a week on the roads. Altogether, there are few people who would have cared to face me alone at 1 a.m. But this woman, if I had been her lover, meeting her by appointment, could not have looked upon me with a more welcoming eye. She laid a hand upon my sleeve and drew me into the room. "What's the meaning of this, ma'am? Don't get trying any little games upon me," said I, in my roughest way, and I can put on rough when I like. "It'll be the worse for you if you play me any trick," I added, showing her my knife. "I will play you no trick," said she. "On the contrary, I'm your friend, and I wish to help you." "Excuse me, ma'am, but I find it hard to believe that," said I. "Why should you wish to help me?" "I have my own reasons," said she, and then suddenly, with those black eyes blazing out of her white face, "It's because I hate him. Hate him. Hate him. Now you understand." I remember what the landlord had told me, and I did understand. I looked at her ladyship's face, and I knew that I could trust her. She wanted to revenge herself upon her husband. She wanted to hit him where it would hurt him most, upon the pocket. She hated him so that she would even lower her pride to take such a man as me into her confidence, if she could gain her end by doing so. I've hated some folk in my time, but I don't think I ever understood what hate was until I saw that woman's face in the light of the taper. "You'll trust me now," said she, with another coaxing touch upon my sleeve. "Yes, your ladyship. You know me, then? I can guess who you are. I dare say my wrongs are the talk of the county. But what does he care for that? He only cares for one thing in the whole world, and that you can take from him this night. Have you a bag? No, your ladyship. Shut the shutter behind you. Then no one can see the light. You're quite safe. The servants are all asleep in the other wing. I can show you where all the most valuable things are. You cannot carry them all, so we must pick the best." The room in which I found myself was long and low, with many rugs and skins scattered about on a polished wood floor. Small cases stood here and there, and the walls were decorated with spears and swords and paddles and other things which find their way into museums. There were some queer clothes, too, which had been brought from savage countries, and the lady took down a large leather sack-bag from among them. "This sleeping sack will do," said she. "Now come with me, and I will show you where the medals are." It was like a dream to me, to think that this tall white woman was the lady of the house, and she was lending me a hand to rob her own home. I could have burst out laughing at the thought of it, and yet there was something in that pale face of hers which stopped my laughter and turned me cold and serious. She swept on in front of me like a spirit, with the green taper in her hand, and I walked behind with my sack until we came to a door at the end of this museum. It was locked, but the key was in it, and she led me through. The room beyond was a small one, hung all around with curtains which had pictures on them. It was the hunting of a deer that was painted on it, as I remember, and in the flicker of that light you would have sworn that the dogs and the horses were screaming around the walls. The only other thing in the room was a row of cases made of walnut with brass ornaments. They had glass tops, and beneath this glass I saw the long lines of those gold medals, some of them as big as a plate and half an inch thick, all resting upon red velvet and glowing and gleaming in the darkness. My fingers were just itching to be at them. I slipped my knife under the lock of one of the cases to wrench it open. "Wait a moment," said she, laying a hand upon my arm. "You might do better than this." "I'm very well satisfied, ma'am," I said. "I'm much obliged to your ladyship for kind assistance." "You can do better," she repeated. "Would not golden sovereigns be worth more to you than these things?" "Well, yes," said I. "That's best of all." "Well," said she, "he sleeps just above our head. It is but one short staircase. There is a tin box with money enough to fill this bag under his bed. How can I get it without waking him?" "What matter if he does wake?" She looked very hard at me as she spoke. "You could keep him from calling out." No, ma'am. I'll have none of that." "Just as you like," said she. "I thought you were a stout-hearted sort of man by your appearance, but I see that I had made a mistake. If you are afraid to run the risk of one old man, then of course you cannot have the gold which is under his bed. You are the best judge of your own business, but I should think that you would do better at some other trade. I'll not have murder on my conscience. You could overpower him without harming him. I never said anything about murder. The money lies under the bed. But if you are faint-hearted, it is better that you should not attempt it." She worked upon me so, partly with a scorn, partly with this money that she held before my eyes, that I believe I should have yielded and taken my chances upstairs, had it not been that I saw her eyes following the struggle within me in such a crafty, malignant fashion, that it was evident she was bent upon making me the tool of her revenge, and that she would leave me no choice but to do the old man an injury or to be captured by him. She felt suddenly that she was giving herself away, and she changed her face to a kindly, friendly smile. But it was too late, for I had had my warning. "I will not go upstairs," said I. "I have all I want here." She looked her contempt at me, and there never was a face which could look it plainer. "Very good. You can take these medals. I should be glad if you would begin at this end. I suppose they will all be the same value when melted down, but these are the ones which are the rarest and therefore the most precious to him. It is not necessary to break the locks. If you press that brass knob, you will find that there is a secret spring. So, take that small one first. It is the very apple of his eye." She had opened one of the cases, and the beautiful things all lay exposed before me. I had my hand upon the one which she had pointed out, when suddenly a change came over her face, and she held up one finger as a warning. "Hist!" she whispered. "What was that?" Far away, in the silence of the house, we heard a low, dragging, shuffling sound, and a distant tread of feet. She closed and fastened the case in an instant. "It's my husband," she whispered. "All right. Don't be alarmed. I'll arrange it. Here, quick, behind the tapestry." She pushed me behind the painted curtains upon the wall, my empty leather bag still in my hand. Then she took her taper and walked quickly into the room from which we had come. From where I stood, I could see her through the open door. "Is that you, Robert?" she cried. The light of a candle shone through the door of the museum, and the shuffling steps came nearer and nearer. And then I saw a face in the doorway, a great, heavy face, all lines and creases, with a huge curving nose and a pair of gold glasses fixed across it. He had to throw his head back to see through the glasses, and that great nose thrust out in front of him like the beak of some sort of fowl. He was a big man, very tall and burly, so that in his loose dressing gown his figure seemed to fill the whole doorway. He had a pile of grey curling hair all round his head, but his face was clean-shaven. His mouth was thin and small and prim, hidden away under his long, masterful nose. He stood there, holding the candle in front of him and looking at his wife with a queer, malicious gleam in his eyes. It only needed that one look to tell me that he was as fond of her as she was of him. "How's this?" he asked. "Some new tantrum? What do you mean by wandering about the house? Why don't you go to bed?" "I could not sleep," she answered. She spoke languidly and wearily. If she was an actress once, she had not forgotten her calling. "Might I suggest," said he, in the same mocking kind of voice, "that a good conscience is an excellent aid to sleep?" "That cannot be true," she answered, "for you sleep very well." "I have only one thing in my life to be ashamed of," said he, and his hair bristled up with anger until he looked like an old cockatoo. "You know best what it is. It is a mistake which has brought its own punishment with it. To me as well as to you, remember that. You have very little to whine about. It was I who stooped and you who rose." "Rose? Yes, rose. I suppose you do not deny that it is a promotion to exchange the music hall for Mannering Hall? Fool that I was ever to take you out of your true sphere. If you think so, why do you not separate? Because private misery is better than public humiliation. Because it is easier to suffer for a mistake than to own to it. Because, also, I like to keep you in my sight, and to know that you cannot go back to him. You villain! You cowardly villain! Yes, yes, my lady. I know your secret ambition, but it shall never be while I live, and if it happens to be after my death, I will at least take care that you go to him as a beggar. You and dear Edward will never have the satisfaction of squandering my savings, and you may make up your mind to that, my lady. Why are those shutters and the window open? I found the night very close. It is not safe. How do you know that some tramp may not be outside? Are you aware that my collection of medals is worth more than any similar collection in the world? You have left the door open also. What is there to prevent anyone from rifling the cases? I was here. I know you were here. I heard you moving about in the medal room, and that was why I came down. What were you doing? Looking at the medals. What else should I be doing? This curiosity is something new. He looked suspiciously at her, and moved on towards the inner room, she walking beside him. It was at this moment that I saw something which startled. I had laid my clasp knife open upon the top of one of the cases, and there it lay in full view. She saw it before he did, and with a woman's cunning she held her taper out so that the light of it came between Lord Mannering's eyes and the knife. Then she took it with her left hand and held it against her gown, out of his sight. He looked about from case to case. I could have put my hand out at one time upon his long nose, but there was nothing to show that the medals had been tampered with, and so, still snarling and grumbling, he shuffled off into the other room once more. And now I have to speak of what I heard rather than what I saw. But I swear to you, as I shall stand some day before my Maker, that what I say is the truth. When they passed into the outer room, I saw him lay his candle upon the corner of one of the tables, and he sat himself down, but in such a position that he was just out of my sight. she moved behind him, as I could tell from the fact that the light of a taper threw his long, lumpy shadow upon the floor in front of him. Then he began talking about this man whom he called Edward, and every word that he spoke was like a blistering drop of vitriol. He spoke low, so that I could not hear it all, but from what I heard, I should have guessed that she would as soon have been lashed with a whip. At first, she said some hot words in reply, but then she was silent, and he went on and on in that cold, mocking voice of his, nagging and insulting and tormenting, until I wondered that she could bear to stand there in silence and listen to it. Then suddenly I heard him say in a sharp voice, "Come from behind me. Leave go of my collar. What? Would you dare to strike me?" Then there was a sound like a blow, just a soft sort of thud. And then I heard him cry out, "My God, it's blood!" He shuffled with his feet as if he was getting up, and then I heard another blow, and he cried out, "Oh, you she-devil!" and was quiet, except for a dripping and a splashing upon the floor. I ran out from behind my curtain and rushed into the other room, shaking all over with the horror of it. The old man had slipped down in the chair, and his dressing gown had rucked up until he looked as if he had a monstrous hump to his back. His head, with the gold glasses still fixed on his nose, was lolling over to one side, and his little mouth was open just like a dead fish. I could not see where the blood was coming from, but I could still hear it drumming upon the floor. She stood behind him, with the candle shining full upon her face. Her lips were pressed together, and her eyes shining, and a touch of colour had come into each of her cheeks. It just wanted that to make her the most beautiful woman I had ever seen in my life. "You've done it now," said I. "Yes," said she, in a quiet way. "I've done it now." "What are you going to do?" I asked. "They'll have you for murder as sure as fate." "Never fear about me. I've nothing to live for. And it does not matter. Give me a hand to set him straight in the chair. It's horrible to see him like this." I did so, though it turned me cold all over to touch him. Some of his blood came on my hand and sickened me. "Now," said she, "you may as well have the medals as anyone else. Take them and go." "I don't want them. I only want to get away. I was never mixed up with a business like this before." "Nonsense," said she. "You came here for medals, and here they are at your mercy. Why should you not have them? There's no one to prevent you." I held the bag still in my hand. She opened the case, and between us we threw 100 or so of the medals into it. They were all from the one case, but I could not bring myself to wait for any more. Then I made for the window, for the very air of this house seemed to poison me after what I had seen and heard. As I looked back, I saw her standing there, tall and graceful, with the light in her hand, just as I had seen her at first. She waved goodbye, and I waved back at her and sprang out into the gravel drive. I thank God that I can lay my hand upon my heart and say that I have never done a murder. But perhaps it would be different if I had been able to read that woman's mind and thoughts. There might have been 2 bodies in the room instead of 1, if I could have seen behind that last smile of hers. But I thought of nothing but getting safely away, and it never entered my head how she might be fixing the rope round my neck. I had not taken 5 steps out from the window, skirting down the shadow of the house, in the way that I had come, when I heard a scream that might have raised the parish, and then another. "Murder!" she cried. "Murder! Murder! Help!" And her voice rang out in the quiet of the night time and sounded all over the countryside. It went through my head, that dreadful cry. In an instant, lights began to move and windows to fly up, not only in the house behind me, but at the lodge and in the stables in front. Like a frightened rabbit, I bolted down the drive, but I heard the clang of the gate being shut before I could reach it. Then I hid my bag of medals under some dry faggots, and I tried to get away across the park. But someone saw me in the moonlight, and presently I had 6 of them on me, with dogs upon my heels. I crouched down among the brambles, but those dogs were too many for me, and I was glad enough when the men came up and prevented me from being torn into pieces. They seized me and dragged me back to the room from which I had come. "Is this the man, your ladyship?" asked the oldest of them. The same whom I found out afterwards to be the butler. She had been bending over the body, with a handkerchief to her eyes, and now she turned upon me with the face of a fury. Oh, what an actress that woman was! "Yes, yes, it is the very man," she cried. "Oh, you villain, you cruel villain, to treat an old man so!" There was a man there who seemed to be a village constable. He laid his hand upon my shoulder. "What do you say to that?" said he. "It was she who did it," I cried, pointing at the woman, whose eyes never flinched before mine. "Come, come, try another," said the constable, and one of the men servants struck at me with his fist. "I tell you that I saw her do it. She stabbed him twice with a knife. She first helped me to rob him, and then she murdered him. The footman tried to strike me again, but she held up her hand. "Do not hurt him," said she. "I think that his punishment may safely be left to the law." "I'll see to that, your ladyship," said the constable. "Your ladyship actually saw the crime committed, did you not?" "Yes, yes. I saw it with my own eyes. It was horrible. We heard the noise and we came down. My poor husband was in front. The man had one of the cases open, and was filling a black leather bag which he held in his hand. He rushed past us, and my husband seized him. There was a struggle, and he stabbed him twice. There, you can see the blood upon his hands. If I am not mistaken, his knife is still in Lord Mannering's body." "Look at the blood upon her hands," I cried. "She has been holding up his lordship's head, you lying rascal," said the butler. "And here's the very sack her ladyship spoke of," said the constable, as a groom came in with the one which I had dropped in my flight. "And here are the medals inside. That's good enough for me. We will keep 'em safe here tonight, and tomorrow the inspector and I can take 'em to Salisbury." "Poor creature," said the woman. "For my own part, I forgive him any injury which he has done me. Who knows what temptation may have driven him to crime? His conscience and the law will give him punishment enough, without any reproach of mine rendering it more bitter." I could not answer. I tell you, sir, I could not answer. So taken aback was I by the assurance of the woman. And so, seeming by my silence to agree to all that she had said, I was dragged away by the butler and the constable into the cellar, in which they locked me for the night. There, sir, I've told you the whole story of the events which led up to the murder of Lord Mannering by his wife upon the night of September the 14th in the year 1894. Perhaps you will put my statement on one side, as the constable did at Mannering Towers, or the judge afterwards at the county assizes. Or perhaps you will see that there is the ring of truth in what I say, and you will follow it up, and so make your name forever as a man who does not grudge personal trouble where justice is to be done. I have only you to look to, sir, and if you will clear my name of this false accusation, then I will worship you as one man never yet worshipped another. But if you fail me, then I give you my solemn promise that I will rope myself up this day month to the bar of my window, and from that time on I will come to plague you in your dreams, if ever yet one man was able to come back and to haunt another. What I ask you to do is very simple. Make inquiries about this woman. Watch her. Learn her past history. Find out what use she is making of the money which has come to her, and whether there is not a man, Edward, as I have stated. If from all this you learn anything which shows you her real character, or which seems to you to corroborate the story which I have told you, then I am sure that I can rely upon your goodness of heart to come to the rescue of an innocent man.
End of Disc 5. Disc 6. Pat Hobby and Orson Welles by F. Scott Fitzgerald. Read by Carrie Shale.
"Who's this Wells?" Pat asked of Louis, the studio bookie. "Every time I pick up a paper, they got about this Wells." "You know, he's that beard," explained Louis. "Sure, I know he's that beard. You couldn't miss that. But what credits he got? What's he done to draw 150 grand a picture?" What indeed? Had he, like Pat, been in Hollywood over 20 years? Did he have credits that would knock your eye out, extending up to 5 years ago, when Pat's credits had begun to be few and far between? "Listen, they don't last long," said Louis consolingly. "We've seen 'em come and we've seen 'em go. Hey, Pat." Yes, but meanwhile those who had toiled in the vineyard through the heat of the day were lucky to get a few weeks at $3.50. Men who had once had wives and Filipinos and swimming pools. "Maybe it's the beard," said Louis. "Maybe you and I should grow a beard. My father had a beard, but it never got him off Grand Street." The gift of hope had remained with Pat through his misfortunes, and the valuable alloy of his hope was proximity. Above all things, one must stick around. One must be there when the glazed, tired mind of the producer grappled with the question, who? So, presently, Pat wandered out of the drugstore and crossed the street to the lot that was home. As he passed through the side entrance, an unfamiliar studio policeman stood in his way. "Everybody in the front entrance now." "I'm Hobby, the writer," Pat said. The Cossack was unimpressed. "Got your card?" "I'm between pictures, but I've got an engagement with Jack Berners." "Front gate." As he turned away, Pat thought savagely, "Lousy Keystone Cop." In his mind, he shot it out with him. Plunk, the stomach. Plunk, plunk, plunk. At the main entrance, too, there was a new face. "Where's Ike?" Pat demanded. "Ike's gone." "Well, it's all right. I'm Pat Hobby. Ike always passes me." "That's why he's gone," said the guardian blandly. "Who's your business with?" Pat hesitated. He hated to disturb a producer. "Call Jack Berners' office," he said. "Just speak to his secretary." After a minute, the man turned from the phone. "What about?" he said. "About a picture." He waited for an answer. "She wants to know what picture." "To hell with it," said Pat disgustedly. "Look, call Louis Griebel. What's all this about?" "Orders from Mr. Casper," said the clerk. "Last week a visitor from Chicago fell in the wind machine." "Hello, Mr. Louis Griebel?" "I'll talk to him," said Pat, taking the phone. "I can't do nothing, Pat," mourned Louis. "I had trouble getting my boy in this morning. Some twerp from Chicago fell in the wind machine." "What's that got to do with me?" demanded Pat vehemently. He walked, a little faster than his wont, along the studio wall to the point where it joined the back lot. There was a guard there, but there were always people passing to and fro, and he joined one of the groups. Once inside, he would see Jack and have himself accepted from this absurd ban. Why, he had known this lot when the first shacks were rising on it, when this was considered the edge of the desert. "Sorry, mister, you with this party?" "I'm in a hurry," said Pat. "I've lost my card." "Yeah? Well, for all I know, you may be a plain-clothes man." He held open a copy of a photo magazine under Pat's nose. "I wouldn't let you in, even if you told me you was this here Orson Welles." There is an old Chaplin picture about a crowded streetcar where the entrance of one man at the rear forces another out in front. A similar image came into Pat's mind in the ensuing days whenever he thought of Orson Welles. Welles was in, Hobby was out. Never before had the studio been barred to Pat, and though Welles was on another lot, it seemed as if his large body, pushing in brashly from nowhere, had edged Pat out of the gate. Now where do you go, Pat thought. He had worked in the other studios, but they were not his. At this studio, he never felt unemployed. In recent times of stress, he had eaten property food on its stages, half a cold lobster during a scene from The Divine Miss Carstairs. He had often slept on the sets, and last winter made use of a Chesterfield overcoat from the costume department. Orson Welles had no business edging him out of this. Orson Welles belonged with the rest of the snobs back in New York. On the third day, he was frantic with gloom. He had sent note after note to Jack Berners, and even asked Louis to intercede. Now word came that Jack had left town. There were so few friends left. Desolate, he stood in front of the automobile gate with a crowd of staring children. feeling that he had reached the end at last. A great limousine rolled out, in the back of which Pat recognized the great overstuffed Roman face of Harold Marcus. The car rolled toward the children, and as one of them ran in front of it, slowed down. The old man spoke into the tube, and the car halted. He leaned out, blinking. "Is there no policeman here?" he asked of Pat. "No, Mr. Marcus," said Pat quickly. "There should be. I'm Pat Hobby, the writer. Could you give me a lift down the street?" It was unprecedented. It was an act of desperation, but Pat's need was great. Mr. Marcus looked at him closely. "Oh, yes, I remember you," he said. "Get in." He might possibly have meant get up in front with the chauffeur. Pat compromised by opening one of the little seats. Mr. Marcus was one of the most powerful men in the whole picture world. He did not occupy himself with production any longer. He spent most of his time rocking from coast to coast on fast trains, merging and launching and merging, much like a divorced woman. "Some day those children will get hurt." Yes, Mr. Marcus," agreed Pat heartily. "Mr. Marcus, they ought to have a policeman there." "Yes, Mr. Marcus." "Mr. Marcus." Said Mr. Marcus. "Where do you want to be dropped?" Pat geared himself to work fast. "Mr. Marcus, when I was your press agent—" "I know," said Mr. Marcus. "You wanted a $10 a week raise." "What a memory!" cried Pat in gladness. "What a memory! But, Mr. Marcus, now I don't want anything at all." "This is a miracle." "I've got modest wants, see, and I've saved enough to retire." He thrust his shoes slightly forward under a hanging blanket. The Chesterfield coat effectively concealed the rest. "That's what I'd like," said Mr. Marcus gloomily. "A farm, with chickens, maybe a little 9-hole course, not even a stock ticker." "I want to retire, but different," said Pat earnestly. "Pictures have been my life. I want to watch them grow and grow." Mr. Marcus groaned. "Till they explode," he said. "Look at Fox. I cried for him." He pointed to his eyes. "Tears." Pat nodded very sympathetically. "I want only one thing." From the long familiarity, he went into the foreign locution. "I should go on the lot any time, from nothing, only to be there. Should bother nobody, only help a little from nothing if any young person wants advice." "See Berners," said Marcus. "He said see you." "Then you did want something." Marcus smiled. All right, by me. Where do you get off now?" "Could you write me a pass?" Pat pleaded. "Just a word on your card." "I'll look into it," said Mr. Marcus. "Just now I've got things on my mind. I'm going to a luncheon." He sighed profoundly. "They want I should meet this new Orson Welles that's in Hollywood." Pat's heart winced. There it was again, that name, sinister and remorseless, spreading like a dark cloud over all his skies. "Mr. Marcus," he said so sincerely that his voice trembled, "I wouldn't be surprised if Orson Welles is the biggest menace that's come to Hollywood for years. He gets $150,000 a picture, and I wouldn't be surprised if he was so radical that you had to have all new equipment and start all over again like you did with sound in 1928. "Oh, my God!" groaned Mr. Marcus. "And me," said Pat. "All I want is a pass and no money to leave things as they are." Mr. Marcus reached for his card case. To those grouped together under the name talent, the atmosphere of a studio is not unfailingly bright. One fluctuates too quickly between high hope and grave apprehension. Those few who decide things are happy in their work and sure that they are worthy of their hire. The rest live in a mist of doubt as to when their vast inadequacy will be disclosed. Pat's psychology was, oddly, that of the masters, and for the most part he was unworried, even though he was off salary. But there was one large fly in the ointment. For the first time in his life, he began to feel a loss of identity, due to reasons that he did not quite understand. Though it might have been traced to his conversation, a number of people began to address him as Orson. Now, to lose one's identity is a careless thing in any case, but to lose it to an enemy, or at least to one who has become scapegoat for our misfortunes, that is a hardship. Pat was not Orson. Any resemblance must be faint and far-fetched, and he was aware of the fact. The final effect was to make him, in that regard, something of an eccentric. "Pat," said Joe the barber, Orson was in here today and asked me to trim his beard. I hope you set fire to it, said Pat. I did. Joe winked at waiting customers over a hot towel. He asked for a singe, so I took it all off. Now his face is as bald as yours. In fact, you look a bit alike. This was the morning the kidding was so ubiquitous that to avoid it, Pat lingered in Mario's bar across the street. He was not drinking, at the bar, that is, for he was down to his last 30 cents, but he refreshed himself frequently from a half-pint in his back pocket. He needed the stimulus, for he had to make a touch presently, and he knew that money was easier to borrow when one didn't have an air of urgent need. His quarry, Jeff Boldini, was in an unsympathetic state of mind. He, too, was an artist, albeit a successful one, and a certain great lady of the screen had just burned him up by criticizing a wig he had made for her. He told the story to Pat at length, and the latter waited until it was all out before broaching his request.
"No soap," said Jeff. "Hell, you never paid me back what you borrowed last month."
"But I got a job now," lied Pat. "This is just to tide me over. I start tomorrow."
"If they don't give the job to Orson Welles," said Jeff humorously.
Pat's eyes narrowed, but he managed to utter a polite borrower's laugh.
"Hold it," said Jeff. "You know, I think you look like him."
"Yeah."
"Honest. Anyhow, I could make you look like him. I could make you a beard that would be his double."
"I wouldn't be his double for 50 grand. With his head on one side, Jeff regarded Pat.
"I could," he said. "Come on into my chair and let me see."
"Like hell."
"Come on, I'd like to try it. You haven't got anything to do. You don't work till tomorrow."
"I don't want a beard."
"It'll come off."
"I don't want it."
"It won't cost you anything. In fact, I'll be paying you. I'll loan you the 10 smackers if you'll let me make you a beard."
Half an hour later, Jeff looked at his completed work.
"It's perfect," he said. "Not only the beard, but the eyes and everything."
"All right, now take it off," said Pat moodily.
"What's the hurry? That's a fine muff. That's a work of art. We ought to put a camera on it. Too bad you're working tomorrow. They're using a dozen beards out on Sam Jones's set, and one of them went to jail in a homo raid. I bet with that muff you could get the job."
It was weeks since Pat had heard the word job, and he could not himself say how he managed to exist and eat. Jeff saw the light in his eye.
"What say? Let me drive you out there just for fun," pleaded Jeff. "I'd like to see if Sam could tell it was a phony muff."
"I'm a writer, not a ham."
"Come on! Nobody would never know you back of that, and you'd draw another $10.
As they left the makeup department, Jeff lingered behind a minute. On a strip of cardboard, he crayoned the name Orson Welles in large block letters, and outside, without Pat's notice, he stuck it in the windshield of his car. He did not go directly to the back lot. Instead, he drove not too swiftly up the main studio street. In front of the administration building, he stopped on the pretext that the engine was missing, and almost in no time a small but definitely interested crowd began to gather. But Jeff's plans did not include stopping anywhere long, so he hopped in, and they started on a tour around the commissary. "Where are we going?" demanded Pat. He had already made one nervous attempt to tear the beard from him, but to his surprise it did not come away. He complained of this to Jeff.
"Sure," Jeff explained. "That's made to last. You'll have to soak it off."
The car paused momentarily at the door of the commissary. Pat saw blank eyes staring at him, and he stared back at them blankly from the rear seat. "You'd think I was the only beard on the lot," he said gloomily.
"You can sympathize with Orson Welles."
"To hell with him." This colloquy would have puzzled those without, to whom he was nothing less than the real McCoy. Jeff drove on slowly up the street. Ahead of them, a little group of men were walking. One of them, turning, saw the car and drew the attention of the others to it, whereupon the most elderly member of the party threw up his arms in what appeared to be a defensive gesture and plunged to the sidewalk as the car went past.
"My God, did you see that?" exclaimed Jeff. "That was Mr. Marcus."
He came to a stop. An excited man ran up and put his head in the car window.
"Mr. Welles! Mr. Marcus has had a heart attack. Can we use your car to get him to the infirmary?"
Pat stared. Then very quickly he opened the door on the other side and dashed from the car. Not even the beard could impede his streamlined flight. The policeman at the gate, not recognizing the incarnation, tried to have words with him, but Pat shook him off with the ease of a triple threat back and never paused till he reached Mario's bar. 3 extras with beards stood at the rail, and with relief Pat merged himself into their corporate whiskers. With a trembling hand, he took the hard-earned $10 bill from his pocket. "Set 'em up," he cried hoarsely. "Every muff has a drink on me."